Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 226, Fatima Village. Here's the second bonus chapter of the week, also by Josh S. from the UK. Sorry for the slightly late release. Fatima Village was located on top of a small mound by a small stream. By the time Lorist arrived with about 100 others with him, the people of the village were already armed and prepared. Pat rode forward on a donkey he found at Whitebird Town and shouted, "Open the gates! The Dominion Lord of Silao's Island, Count Norton, has arrived. Come out to receive him quick." Nobody in the village bothered to answer him, and Pat repeated himself 3 whole times. In the end, a huge man appeared at the edges of the village fortifications with a raised longbow while calling out, "This is Fatima Village, and we serve the Second Highness. This is not the territory of any Dominion Lord. Scram! Otherwise, I'll show you the might of my longbow." Even though Pat was pissed beyond measure, there was no way he could just charge towards the gate riding a mere donkey, so he rode down the mound angrily to report the villagers' response to Lorist. Lorist was currently seated in a luxurious carriage, which was one of the spoils he got from conquering Seaview Manor yesterday. There were only 3 carriages and 6 horses within the whole of the manor, and 2 of them were used for transport of goods while the last was for transporting people. Apart from the 2 horses that pulled Lorist's carriage, the other 4 were temporarily used by Jusk, Freyar, and the rest. "My lord, should we slaughter our way in then?" Freyar asked. Lorist merely shook his head. Fatima Village was no Seaview Manor, and he had already heard Hector speak in detail that the village here was originally called the Stream Village because it was located on a mound right next to a stream. When the Second Highness went to Silao's Island, his principality, the one thing he actually put effort into was the construction of that village. Back then, when the Second Highness first came to that island, most of the people that followed him were his trusted attendants, and they brought their family members there with them, totaling up to around 4,000 people. Quite a number of them had followed the Second Highness through many of his battles, and perhaps because some of them were getting old or injured, they decided to settle down. So, Second Highness moved all the villagers of Stream Village to another location and ordered one of his subordinates who was skilled in construction, Fatima, to build a place for the soldiers that had helped him greatly to settle down. In actuality, the Second Highness had entrusted too menial a task for a talented man like Fatima. At first, Fatima even had building a whole citadel in mind, and even ditched the original site at Stream Village because he felt that the terrain there would be hard to defend, and moved the site up to the mound near the stream. After that, he began modeling the village after a citadel. Had it not been for Second Highness Auguslo's whimsical visit to the site, he definitely wouldn't have realized that Fatima intended to build a small castle that would take up to 4 years to complete. He questioned Fatima angrily about who would man and defend the citadel, and it was from that moment on that Fatima was no longer regarded as a trusted aide of the Second Highness. Fatima thus left Silao's Island, but the construction work had already begun. As the Second Highness didn't want to waste the finished designs of the citadel, he continued building it accordingly, but greatly decreased the work and resources required by changing stone walls into mud and wood walls and so on. By the time the construction was finished, the inhabitants asked the Second Highness to name the place, and he called it Fatima Village, since that man was the one who first came up with the design. And so, Fatima Village became the place where Second Highness Auguslo settled his men down, and eventually, the surrounding villages became absorbed into it as a result of continued development. The area the village occupied was the most suitable place to farm on the whole of Silao's Island, and it covered around 5,000 square meters of farmland. When the Second Highness left the island to fight for supremacy within the kingdom, there were over 400 households, roughly 1,300 people, who wanted to stay behind at the village. Not only did they occupy almost all of the farmland, they even refused to pay their taxes. Hector told Lorist that there were around 300 veteran soldiers who had experienced with the blood and gore of the battlefield. As they were veterans who had fought during the civil war of the Empire, most of them had awakened their battle force, and up to 100 or so of them were silver ranked in power. Had it not been for the fact that they were already 40 to 50 years old with their bodies starting to age, the Second Highness definitely wouldn't have left them there to retire and farm. Lorist turned to look at the men he brought. There were Freyar and Jusk, 2 gold-ranked knights, Els, Pat, Jim and Dulles, all silver-ranked knights, and tens of other iron-ranked guards. As a squad of 10 sailors stationed at the manor among the 16 that left the ship, the other 6 only had 1 iron rank among them, with the rest being bronze ranks. Additionally, he had Howard, a bronze rank, by his side. Charade couldn't come along as he was busy researching with old Hugo, Hector and the others back at the town to find out how best to develop this dominion. Also following Lorist were the limping Victor and the 100 or so garrison soldiers who were armed with nothing but pikes with no armor at all. They were only there to cheer as they weren't even qualified to become attack fodder. There was no way that Lorist could bring them along to attack Fatima village. While Lorist didn't doubt that he could easily obtain victory if he rushed forward with Jusk and the rest, a victory like this wouldn't be good for anyone. Apart from having to pave a path of blood, he was afraid that his guards and sailors would sustain huge casualties. Lorist wanted to avoid pointless casualties from trivial conflicts like that as best as he could. After all, he had all the time he needed, so he felt that it was better for him to toy around with the residents of Fatima village and to teach Howard a lesson on tactics while he was at it. He waved for Victor to come over, and he did so in his usual limping fashion. "Victor, does Fatima village rely on that stream as its water source?" Lorist asked. "That is the case, my lord," replied Victor. "Tell me more about the situation." "Dominion Lord, you will not be able to cut off their water source. Fatima village was originally designed and built as a citadel, so the stream near the mound is within the firing range of their bows. Also, there is also a well within the village that taps into a subterranean water channel that is connected with the stream with another reservoir in their village. So there's no way you can stop them from collecting water from the river." Victor understood right away why Lorist asked those questions, as he used to be a military officer in the Fierce Gale Legion, which used to be one of the 3 main armies of the Empire, so he understood at least that much. Lorist smiled and said, "Howard, ride back to Whitebird Town and have Charade release a notice to hire 1,000 youths and have them bring some digging tools here. They will be paid 1 silver coin each day and their 3 meals will also be provided." Victor looked at Lorist with shock and exclaimed, "My lord, are you going to trick those youths to become fodder for the attacks of Fatima village?" Lorist clicked his tongue and said, "I'm not as cruel as you guys. The Norton family will definitely not do something like that. Order your garrison soldiers to make preparations to set up camp. You'll understand what I plan to do when they come tomorrow." Howard left for the village on horseback right after that. Next day afternoon, a large group of youths rushed over under the lead of old Hugo and Charade. To the residents of Whitebird Town, a small silver per day of work was rather good pay. If they could work like this for a year, they would earn up to 4 gold fords. "My lord, what are you planning?" Charade asked. "Look, I'm going to reroute the stream near the mound over there. The digging will start from that spot and circle around the mound to make a moat. I want to see what the idiots up there will do without water." Even though Lorist made it sound easy, Victor, who was right next to them, almost fainted from hearing that. The Dominion Lord is set on cutting off Fatima village's water source after all. But as opposed to what he originally thought, Lorist didn't intend to do that by damming up the stream under the fire of Fatima village, and instead chose to cut off the source of the stream even further away. That was a far larger undertaking, and the combined cost of hiring 1,000 youths for 1 small silver per day and providing food for them was at least 20 gold fords each day. 5 days would mean that 100 gold fords would be spent. This was far too ridiculous, as Lorist was basically forcing his enemy to kneel with the might of money. For their freedom, the proud villagers of Fatima village still held on to their pride and refused to bow down to their oppressor, Lorist. But after another 10 days, around 1,000 Norton family soldiers armed with their gleaming armor arrived, causing the villagers to despair. "My lord, Nors and 1,000 other men from the local defense brigade, reporting for duty," said Nors, standing completely straight as he saluted Lorist. The 2 whaling ships they had each transported 500 men to Silao's island, and even though they left 2 days earlier than the Flying Fish of Dawn, they were 10 days slower to arrive. The leader, Norse, was a familiar face, and he had been one of the knights who defended Beastguard Town, the central town of the 6th sector of Felicitas settlement, during the first magical beast wave, and helped Lorist to build an ice wall there. This time around, Lorist was hoping to form the 3rd Local Defense Brigade and the 2nd Navy Marine Brigade at Silao's Island. Norse had come with the 1,000 soldiers who were mostly veterans, and in another 2 months, the family would be sending over another 1,000 new recruits. After that, a recruitment drive would be started on Silao's Island to recruit 1,000 local youths, and that would be enough for a 3rd Local Defense Brigade. Was the trip smooth? Lorist asked. Norse laughed out and said, initially, many of them got seasick, but over the course of 10 days, they got used to it. However, just this morning when we got off the ships, quite a lot of them collapsed right away and only recovered after 2 hours of rest. That's normal, Lorist said. After staying for a long period at sea and going back to shore, the ground will feel like it's moving up and down, he said with a snicker. "Milord, are you going to attack that village? Do you want us to participate?" Norse asked. "It's fine. Just look at the grass near the mound, they're already wilting. The villagers will definitely not be able to last through the next few days. I also hope that our forces will not have to suffer unnecessary casualties and just play along with them for a bit. This will end soon, so you guys should rest up for a few days. After this, the safety of Silao's Island will be up to you." "Understood, milord. Please be assured that the 3rd Local Defense Brigade will not disappoint you," Norse said as he saluted. Just when Lorist was relaxing after seeing his soldiers arrive safely, an atmosphere filled with sacrificial bloodlust built up within Farama village. 128 men aged around 40 to 50 put on their old leather armor and took up their swords and pikes before drinking their last swig of strong liquor and heading towards the gates of the citadel in a neat row. Among them, there were even some old men who strode forward with walking sticks in hand. On the sides of the main path of the village were the sobbing family members who were looking at the old soldiers depart. The 128 old soldiers were all the silver-ranked fighters Farama village had, and they shouted out Second Highness Auguslo's name before launching a suicidal charge at the forces of the Norton family with the belief that their deaths would shock the newly arrived Count Norton while also causing him to incur the rage of the Second Highness, thus allowing their family members to continue living their lives in peace. The gates of the citadel opened as 128 old soldiers determined to die on the battlefield charged outward. There's quite a lot of distance to reach them. Indeed, the moat Lorist dug up was roughly 300 meters from the village, meaning that the brave old men had to first run a distance of 300 meters before they could charge into the formation of the Norton family forces to fulfill their desire to die fighting on the battlefield. However, that was a little unfair to some old men who had to use walking sticks. Naturally, the movements at the village alerted the Norton family forces, but when Lorist saw the silver blade glow of the one who led the charge, he was elated and instantly ordered, "Family soldiers, retreat 100 meters backward. Knights above the silver rank, I want all of you to come forward. Jusk, hold your fire. Listen, I want them captured alive. These silver-ranked old men are perfect as laborers for mining. Not one of you guys is to hurt them too badly. Otherwise, you will take their place working at the mines." All of the soldiers laughed out after hearing that order. During the development of Black Mud Marsh, 2 of the cliffs at the Blood Edge Mountains had to be shaved off. Back then, many silver-ranked fighters of the family had to toil hard there, as it was far easier to cut rock with blade glows than pickaxes. Given the age of the attackers, they had almost expended all their stamina after running up to 300 meters and jumping over the moat. They were so tired that many of them collapsed on the ground right away, and Lorist himself knocked more than half of them unconscious. He was so impatient that he even leaped over the moat himself to greet the onslaught of the few tired old men with walking sticks before disarming them. There was not the slightest hint of death and tragedy on the battlefield, with most of the old men merely put together in a pile. Lorist even beckoned for his soldiers to quickly bring some water to the old soldiers to relieve their thirst, as they were all very valuable in Lorist's eyes. In the end, Farama village surrendered by bringing out the commonly used white flag. Every one of the villagers from young to old all left the village and made it their first priority to get something to drink. After they drank enough water, their punishment was announced by Lorist as they listened, despairing and helpless. Since they didn't pay taxes for 5 whole years, all of the villagers had to serve for 5 years as punishment regardless of gender and age. After 5 years, they would be free to leave and go wherever they wanted. One old man couldn't help but ask, "Dominion Lord, are you not going to hang us or kill us off? You're not going to sell us off as slaves either?" Lorist said in a solemn voice, "There is no place for slaves in the Norton family, and we do not involve ourselves in slave trade. The only punishment for crimes is to serve time as laborers. Unless your crime is too severe or you have taken another person's life, you will not be hanged. As long as you work as laborers without causing trouble, we will not take your families apart. But you better remember that if you dare to slack off or resist, you will merely be doing your family members a disservice, and they will also be punished with you." After settling the matter of Farama village, the journey to the imperial capital was up next. Lorist decided that he would have 500 soldiers of the local defense brigade accompany him and left Charade on Silao's island to work on the registration of the residents of the island, the formation of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade and the 2nd Navy Marine Brigade, as well as the development the island. Originally, Lorist intended to have Jim become the leader of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade that was to be formed and stationed at Silao's Island, as he felt that it was about time he let the man go his own way since he had spent so much time with him. Nors, on the other hand, was considered by Lorist to be rather reliable and was assigned the position of the leader of the 2nd Navy Marine Brigade and would be in charge of recruiting more sailors on the island. What he didn't expect was that Pat didn't want to go to the imperial capital, as he actually fell in love and was wooing the beauty, Martha, of Whitebird Restaurant, whom he had accidentally frightened to the point of tears not too long ago. Lorist could only give Pat his blessings for him to one day return with a beauty in his hands and let him take Jim's position instead. Thus, Pat was made the leader of the 3rd Local Defense Brigade. Chapter 227, Imperial Capital. This third bonus chapter of the week was brought to you by Leonard L. from France. Thank you for your support. Imperial capital and royal city, Tayan, was built by Chrisen II using near 100,000 slave laborers and countless resources over a span of 8 years. It was named as such in hopes that the empire would be mighty with its people living peaceful lives. However, as Tayan was a word that was derived from the ancient language of fairies, when it was pronounced in the Grindian common language, it sounded almost like a word that meant goner, so the later Chrisen Empire emperors considered that word taboo and neglected using it. Even in official correspondence or documents, Tayan City was simply referred to as the imperial capital. Eventually, after 200 to 300 years, while many people would know what the imperial capital referred to, not many could recall its name. The imperial capital was protected by 3 walls with the royal court located in the very middle. In the early days, the royal city of Tayan was comprised mainly of those 3 walls with the residence of the Chrisen emperor at its very center, which was recently used as the residence of the Andanak royal family. Beyond the second city wall was where the heads of the various departments and high-ranking officials of the empire stayed, and it was known as the inner city. Within the third wall was where most of the citizens of the imperial capital lived. When Chrisen II designed the city, he didn't imagine that its population would multiply by 10 times within a few hundred years. His initial designs only provided for 100,000 citizens, and the farmland that could sustain up to 100,000 people was gradually turned into residential areas, prosperous business areas, horse racing facilities, a stadium, as well as academies and workshops. In the golden age of the empire that spanned for 30 or so years during the reign of Chrisen V and Chrisen VI, the imperial capital was one of the largest cities on the whole of Grindia, boasting a population of up to 1 million. However, when the Ford Trade Union was formed, Moronti city later came to don the mantle of the most prosperous and greatest city of the Grindia continent, and the imperial capital only continued to spiral downhill, especially with the 7-year-long civil war that further exacerbated the imperial capital's downfall. The fatal blow to the imperial capital was dealt during the final days of the civil war, when the first prince sent half of his forces to one way and led the other half to attract the attention of the third prince's forces. As a result, the first half managed to raid the imperial capital, and their men truly did their worst, from plundering to killing. Even though the Second Highness sent reinforcements, he was entangled at the business area with the other forces, and the battle even lasted for 3 whole months. By the time the Second Highness eliminated the enemies, the interior of the third wall of the imperial capital had already been razed to the ground, with more than 200,000 citizens perishing as a result of the conflict, and the business area completely reduced to rubble. Even after the civil war ended and the empire split into 3 kingdoms and 7 duchies, the population of the imperial capital continued to dwindle. The newly arrived peace didn't provide the citizens a stable life. Instead, having lost the places that used to provide food supply for the imperial capital, an inevitable famine further deteriorated the city. The fact that the third prince offended the merchants from the Ford trade union only served to worsen the situation. Not only the imperial capital, the whole of the Andanak kingdom was embroiled in a storm of uncertainty. By the time the Second Highness stabilized the situation of the kingdom using the forces of the Norton family's northbound convoy and firmed his position within the kingdom, the population of the imperial capital was less than 70,000, not even a tenth of what it used to be during the golden age of the empire. The Second Highness rebuilt the inner and outer cities and gave up on the residential and business areas outside the third wall and converted them back to farmland, while greatly simplifying the bureaucratic procedures of the administration. After 5 years, the empire seemed to have a renewed chance for vitality. On the 18th day of the 9th month, Lorist brought 500 soldiers from the local defense brigade and some knights to the southern entrance of the imperial capital and heard some bad news. The Second Highness had gone to the front lines to inspect his troops, and he would only be able to return by the end of the 9th month or the start of the 10th. That way, Lorist had to wait for up to 10 or so days. The City Defense Army's company leader politely declined Lorist's request to let his 500 or so soldiers enter the city to set up camp, and said that the Second Highness explicitly ordered that the forces of nobles could only set up camp at the west side of the city, and each noble could at most bring 10 guards with them into the city. That was a new regulation of the imperial city. And so, Lorist brought the rest of his men to the west entrance and registered to occupy a small area there for a camp, and changed the lookouts and their secret signals to each other. As Lorist was figuring out what to do within the next 10 days in his own room, Dulles walked in excitedly and said, "My lord, look who's here." Behind him was a man equipped with the armor of the local defense force of the royal family. When Lorist saw him, he broke into laughter and stretched out both his arms for a hug. "Carrie Toke, long time no see. Are you doing well?" Carrie Toke was one of the 36 Dawn Academy students that joined the convoy formed by Charade and Turman in the early days, and he was also one of the elite members of the Swordsmanship Society with battle force of the 3-star silver rank. But when the northbound convoy was held up at Nadga City, he and many others believed that there was not much of a future for the convoy and were poached by the Second Highness in the end. He was one of the 7 Academy ex-students who left the convoy to serve the Second Highness. Even though those who left the convoy were cursed at quite harshly, when the people of the convoy realized that the Second Highness's forces suffered heavy casualties, they began to miss the ones that had left them. Back then, when Second Highness Auguslo led his troops to encircle Lichtana Citadel, the soldiers that defended the citadel launched a surprise attack during the night. While the forces of the Second Highness managed to defend against the enemy's assault, many of the silver-ranked knights from the Dawn Academy who had joined him perished in battle. Turman and the rest were even hugging the corpses of 2 of the ex-students of Dawn Academy after the battle while tearing up non-stop. It was truly a tragic sight. When Carrie Toke received Lorist's warm hug, he began to tear up as well and said, "Lord Locke, I miss you guys so much. If we could go back to the days of the convoy." Of the 7 Dawn Academy students and 19 silver-ranked knights from the convoy that sided with the Second Highness, only 14 of them remained. Just recently during the Second Highness's battle at Floater Creek that brought him to fame, 3 ex-students of the Academy and 4 silver-ranked knights from the convoy lost their lives. Coupled with the 2 ex-students and 3 silver-ranked knights that died at the battle at Lichtana Citadel, almost half of those who left the convoy had perished. Of the 7 students of the Academy, only Sander and I are left. Even though we've managed to become the knights of the royal family, we don't feel happy at all. Right now, the Second Highness is already preparing for the battle to unify the empire. I don't know if I can live long enough to see ourselves victorious. Karitok was completely demoralized as he briefly described the things that happened after they left the convoy. What position do you hold currently? Dulles asked. I am the regiment leader of the 1st Local Defense Legion's 2nd Heavy Infantry Division's 1st Regiment. We're currently stationed at the west gate of the imperial capital and tasked with cleaning up the rubble of the business area. As I didn't have anything important to do, I rushed to the south gate because I heard that you, Count Norton, is here, replied Karitok. Even though you were already a regiment leader back in the convoy, why are you still in the same position after joining the Second Highness? Dulles asked straightforwardly. Karitok shook his head and said, the ones the Second Highness truly trusts are the subordinates that has been by his side for a long time. Currently, the only ones who hold high positions over all 6 legions and 300,000 soldiers are his old subordinates or the nobles who allied up with him. Common-born knights like us should only heed our orders and be the ones to lead the charge. I already regret leaving the convoy right now. You can always come back, Dulles said. I no longer have the honor to do so. As knights, we can't be that half-hearted. Since I chose this path for myself, I will persevere till I reach its end, Karitok expressed his thoughts honestly. Karitok, you mentioned just now that you were put in charge of cleaning up the wreckage at the business area. Isn't the royal family's 1st Local Defense Legion the main force of the kingdom? Why are you guys tasked with a menial job like that? Lorist asked curiously. Humph! You guys don't understand. Karitok exclaimed as he patted hard on his thigh. There is a person called Marquis Reed by the Second Highness's side and he is well trusted by him. That person gave the Second Highness a suggestion. He said that even though the business area of the city is already reduced to rubble, many merchants stored their goods and resources in the basements. The Marquis said that the unearthed resources would greatly alleviate the burden to the treasury of the kingdom. That's why the Second Highness ordered us to secure the whole area and sent some others to start digging there. Just as Marquis Reed had predicted, we did find a number of those underground storehouses and the combined worth of those resources are as high as 100,000 gold fords. Not only that, we have only excavated about a third of the business area so far. Isn't that a little unfair? These resources should belong to those merchants, right? How could they dig them up and claim them as their own? Dulles commented. Marquis Reed argues that since the merchants didn't bother to clean up the rubble and reclaim their stuff so many years after the Civil War ended, the Second Highness is perfectly in line to absorb them into the treasury. In actuality, when we began excavating, a few people claiming to be the descendants of those merchants who owned those stuff came up to us, but they were all given a fine for the fees incurred to clean up area as well as their neglect by leaving the rubble and trash occupying the business area for so long without bothering to clean them up. In the end, those people gave up on their claim to the stuff and left. After that, nobody bothered to show up to request for the return of their resources, Karitok said. Dulles sighed and said, that is far too underhanded. It's all because of the royal family's incompetence in the first place for letting the enemy barge into the imperial capital and cause so much loss to the merchants and other residents. After that, not only did they not provide reimbursement of some sort to make up for the lost lives, they even dared to forcefully possess the things that belonged to the merchants. If they continue to do that, people would lose even more confidence in them. That was what I thought too, but I was rebuked by the commander of my legion after saying a few words. The Second Highness doesn't care about the livelihood of his subjects at all. He only wants to reunite the empire. Don't let the knights who are busy discussing what to do during the unification war fool you. Actually, I understand that the soldiers don't wish to go to war at all and their morale is incredibly low. Even though the royal family's local defense force absorbed the fierce Gale Legion and split into 3 separate legions, there are many others who are secretly opposed to the policies of the Second Highness. For example, some of the ex-generals of the fierce Gale Legion believes that the Second Highness intentionally didn't send reinforcements and allowed the commander of the fierce Gale Legion, gold-ranked Knight Nedram and 5,000 other elite soldiers perish so that he could more easily absorb the fierce Gale Legion into his own force without much resistance, Carrie Toke nagged. Lorist poured him a cup of tea and advised warmly, Carrie Toke, Dulles, the two of you studied at Moronti City just like me, so values like freedom, equality and the sanctity of private property have heavily influenced our own worldview. But don't forget that we're now within the former Chrisen Empire. I am a Dominion Lord, so I am confident that I can practice my values within my own dominion. As for the two of you who are just knights, it's understandable that you don't feel like you fit in with the other nobles of the Empire. The nobles of the Chrisen Empire have never considered the welfare of their people. Given their high status, they still think of themselves to be above the common man despite the collapse of the Empire. The Second Highness himself only cares about his ambitions of being the sovereign who reunites the Empire but doesn't consider the consequences should he fail in his endeavor and whether he can rise once again after that. Nobody likes a warmongering king. Right now, he is counting on the nobles, but they are far from a reliable bunch. Carrie Toke, I hope that you will be wiser. If you feel that things are bad, please leave right away and don't let yourself be dragged down into the quagmire. That is far too wasteful. In the end, Carrie Toke continued drinking with Lorist until he was dead drunk before he was sent back by the 2 guards Dulles brought over. The next day, Lorist brought Howard with him to take a casual walk around the imperial capital. It didn't take long for him to realize that the cheapest things up for sale there were books, and most of them were those that were collected by noble families. After asking around, he found that those books that were valued highly during the times of peace had become useless piles of trash that took up space as it couldn't be consumed nor put to practical use. Back when Charade led the northbound convoy through the 3 provinces of the Andanak Kingdom, over 2/3 of the nobles there were hanged and the residences of those nobles were later taken by the Second Highness as his own. To gather enough funds to feed his army, the Second Highness began to auction away all the belongings and collections of those nobles. The best-selling items were armor and weapons and they sold for the highest price. As the nobles' residences would usually have a study with more or less 100 books in them, those books were all put up to auction in one go, causing the sky-high price of books in the imperial capital to plummet almost instantly. Lorist experienced a tumultuous wave of complicated emotions when he thought about how the books he purchased for 1 gold ford could be bought for only 2 to 3 large silvers there. As he and Howard were both book lovers, they spent many of their days among the book markets to fish up rare gems. One day when Lorist returned to the campsite, he saw Dulles and Carrie Toke waiting for him at the entrance suspiciously. Right after Lorist asked them what was going on, the 2 others pulled him into the building and shut the door. Dulles said, "My lord, Carrie Toke is here to borrow some money." "How much?" Lorist asked curiously as he wondered, "Why are you behaving like underworld criminals just to borrow money?" 100 gold fords, Dulles replied. "Hey!" Lorist was slightly surprised as Carrie Toke was a regiment leader of the Royal Defence Force and his salary was only at a low 10 large silvers each month. His annual salary would only amount to 6 gold fords, so what in the world did he want to buy for 100 gold fords? Dulles quickly explained, "My lord, Carrie Toke just received an invitation to an event and if he wants to attend, he has to dress up properly and purchase some suits or something. Originally, he only wanted to borrow 10 gold fords, but after I considered his request, I decided that he should borrow 100 gold fords from you, my lord." "All right, I'll lend out the money," Lorist said. During this trip to the imperial capital, he brought around 10,000 gold fords with him and had only spent around 2,000 or so buying books during the past few days. Since he had so much left, he figured that it wouldn't hurt him to lend it out. However, his curiosity was piqued and he asked, "Can you tell me what kind of function costs so much to attend?" Dulles laughed out loud and said, "My lord, since you're lending us the money, we'll bring you along to experience it for yourself. Each person invited can bring along 2 others with them. We'll have Carrie Toke take us along with him." Carrie Toke said, "It's like this. My lord, do you know about Princess Carrie?" "Princess Carrie?" Lorist mused, before he shook his head and said, "Never heard of her." "Princess Carrie is the sole daughter of the late First Highness." "What did you say?" "The First Highness has passed away." Lorist exclaimed in shock. "That's right. 2 years back when he was put under house arrest, he suddenly spit out a huge mouthful of blood and stopped breathing within an hour after that. It was said to be a sudden manifestation of the symptom of his disease, but many suspect the Second Highness had played a part in the First Highness's death. However, that's only speculation and nobody really knows the truth." Lorist thought deeply before he said, "Go on. What's going on with that Princess Carrie you mentioned?" "Princess Carrie is 25 years old this year and she possesses incredible beauty and is said to be one of the most beautiful women within the whole kingdom. However, she is extremely promiscuous and she has countless admirers. It's said that she believes in the goddess of desires and pleasure, Mishla, and even organizes a little orgy participated by many other noble men and women who believe in the same faith. Every month, she will organize that orgy and I've heard from some of my colleagues that one will get to experience the greatest pleasure should one be a part of it. Even though there isn't an explicit fee, participants must tip at least 1 gold ford and most people aren't able to afford that kind of money. That's why I've come here to request your help, my lord." Dulles said, "My lord, can we go experience it for ourselves tomorrow? I haven't attended a function with nobles of the Empire before. Let Carrie Toke bring us along to expand our horizons." After Lorist considered it while stroking his chin, he said, "All right then." Chapter 228 Paradise Gathering. Getting the week going with the first weekly regular chapter. P.S. Here's a translation of the latest raw update on TRL. It's an announcement about the author's health condition and it's quite lengthy. Let's all pray for the swift recovery of the author so he can continue working on this magnificent story. On the other hand, readers of the translation don't have to worry as we're still quite behind compared to the raw, so I don't see release rate slowing down anytime soon. Edit: I've posted it in a past Eben link because the TL note section can't take too much text. Here's the link. TRL status update July 30th, 17. Do I really have to dress so idiotically? Lorist grumbled. Even though it wasn't summer during the 9th month, it was still relatively hot and the bright sun in the sky made people want to undress entirely. Right now, Lorist was walking behind Dulles and Carrie Toke on a large street while wearing a hooded poncho. All 3 of them were dressed similarly in ponchos that didn't have good ventilation, causing Lorist to be full of sweat. Everyone who walked past them looked at them as if they were insane for wearing those things in that weather, making the experience even more unbearable. It was all Dulles's fault for coming over with Carrie Toke far too soon. After finishing lunch together, they could no longer hold themselves back and wanted to walk all the way to the meeting spot as specified on the invitation, with aiding digestion as the main reason. "My lord, no, Locke, the invitation specified that we should be dressed like that so that others do not recognize our identities," Dulles replied. They had all agreed not to address Lorist as my lord during the excursion. "Good soul, we could have at least put this on after getting off a carriage. Nobody would be so stupid like you guys to walk all the way there. If word of this gets out tomorrow, we'll be complete laughing stocks," Lorist said angrily. "Then what do you say we do? We stop a carriage and take a few spins around the imperial capital first. When the time's approaching, we'll head to the meeting point," Lorist said as he decided. The 3 were only able to get a carriage after a good while. The coachman initially even thought that he was going to be robbed and screamed out for help. It was only after Lorist tossed him 1 gold ford that he turned quiet. They strolled about the city until it was 2 in the afternoon before heading for the rendezvous. At the address specified on the invitation was an old residential compound, and upon entering it, an old man dressed like a butler checked their invitation before he said, "Respected guests, please follow me." When they arrived at the rundown backyard, they saw tens of black-colored four-wheeled carriages with no identifiable markings. The old man walked to the nearest one and said, "Please board the carriage, respected guests. It will take some time before you arrive at the gathering location, and this carriage will be taking you there." The moment the 3 of them boarded the carriage, it set out for its destination right away. They later realized that the windows of the carriage were all painted black so that the riders within wouldn't be able to recognize the situation outside. When Lorist pushed on the carriage door, he found that it was indeed locked. Fortunately for them, the skylight of the carriage could be opened to let in some fresh air so that the interior of the carriage didn't feel too hot and musty. What's with the mystery of it all? Is there a need to go out of their way to do that? Lorist mumbled. After the carriage traveled for around 30 minutes, it stopped and the door was soon unlocked. A pleasing voice of a woman said, "Welcome, sirs, to paradise on the human realm. Please, leave your carriage." Dulles was the first one to get off and he froze almost immediately. After that was Karadic's turn and he was similarly dumbstruck when he stepped out of the carriage. "What the heck are you guys doing? Make way, I'm still in here." Pushing the 2 aside and getting off to take a look, Lorist was also flabbergasted by what he saw. They were within an extremely spacious hall that was decorated to look like the richest palaces the world had ever seen. The coachman and carriage were nowhere to be seen, and at that moment, in front of the 3 of them were a large group of beautiful women who seemed completely naked. Upon closer inspection, they were actually wearing a thin white veil that occasionally obscured their naked bodies, causing one to feel all the more tempted after taking a look. Dulles was almost going to bleed out from his nose from all the excitement he felt, while Karitok didn't fare any better. On the other hand, Lorist managed to retain his calm and tapped on the 2's shoulders to snap them out of their stupor. A voluptuous beauty approached them before she bowed deeply, making sure that the 3 of them were able to get a good look at the pair of energetic little bunnies that were hidden beneath the veil around her chest. "Sirs, please follow me. The changing room is over there." Dulles and Karitok were instantly charmed as they followed the woman without a second thought. "3 sirs, this here is your changing room. Please leave your clothes and weapons here. Participants of the Paradise Gathering are not allowed to remain dressed. However, you can tie a towel around your waist. Also, there are masks here that you can pick from. Male or female guests can use these masks to keep their identity hidden," said the voluptuous beauty as she handed over a silver platter with a number of masks on them. Dulles picked an eye patch mask before he asked, "Why are you guys not wearing masks then?" The voluptuous beauty replied, "Sir, we are maidservants and there's no need for us to wear masks. When in Rome, do as the Romans do." Since they were attending the Paradise Gathering, they must follow the regulations set by the organizer. All 3 of them got naked and tied a towel around their waist before putting on their masks. Karitok chose a white fox mask while Lorist picked one with a black bat motif. The voluptuous maidservant then brought over 3 bracelets each with 10 shiny beads that seemed to have some words engraved on them. "Sirs, if you believe some of us served you well, you can also tip us 1 or 2 of these beads. However, each bead represents 1 gold ford and you must settle the bill before you leave. If you run out of beads, you can have us bring you more." All 3 of them put on the bracelets and Lorist realized that the beads on his bracelet had the characters white 10 engraved upon them, while Dulles and Karadic's were white 8 and white 9 respectively. "Sirs, please follow me here. Let me give you a brief tour." Dulles walked behind the voluptuous beauty and he had already copped a feel on her behind with his hand. The voluptuous beauty turned around and eyed Dulles before she said, "My lord, there are many rooms upstairs. If you're willing to give me 1 bead, I will be extremely happy to bring you there to rest and show you a good time." Dulles broke into a smile and said, "All right. The voluptuous beauty waved towards the distance and a long-haired blonde woman with a curvy figure clad similarly in that flimsy veil walked over. "Dozy, I will be bringing this guest here to rest, so please show the other two guests around," said the beauty before she brought Dulles to a stairwell nearby. The blonde-haired beauty bowed and said, "Greetings to you, sirs. I am called Dozy. Please let me resume your tour of the place. This is the great bath hall and there's a swimming pool here as well as some smaller bathing pools. Next to the hall are small rooms with beds where you can rest when you're tired." The group arrived at the entrance of a small room. The room didn't have a door and was only covered with beaded blinds. The space inside wasn't that wide and only a large bed could be seen within. Carrie Toke could no longer hold it in and brought Dozy into the room before pressing her onto the bed. "Soul, you guys are far too impatient for that," Lorist thought as he took a look around. There were not many people around him and he could not spot another masked guest just like them. Perhaps they have arrived a little too early. Even the large bath hall was completely empty. At the corner of the hall was a small bathing pool and Lorist was surprised when he entered it. It was practically a hot spring and he could pick up a hint of sulphurous smell from the water. Within the pool was a curved spot that was designed as a seat. Lorist tried to sit down and it was indeed like a leaning sitting spot. When he leaned all the way down, only his head and upper chest were visible above the water, and if he lied down, his whole body would be submerged within. It truly was a pleasing experience. It was then when Lorist noticed a bell beside him. After giving it a slight shake, it let out a clear ring before a maidservant quickly came to Lorist's side and asked, "Sir, is there anything you need? Bring me some fruit, wine and food." "It would be great to have some fruit," Lorist said. The things Lorist ordered were quickly brought to him and the maidservant opened the little wine barrel before she poured some of it into a silver cup. "Sir, do you need me to stay and serve you?" she asked. Lorist gave her a bead and said, "No need, I want some time alone." "Thank you, sir." Feasting on delicacies in a hot spring was a luxurious experience in itself. Roughly half an hour later, more masked guests could be seen and there were as many men as there were women. Some of the female guests could be seen in groups talking about something and there were also those who brought men into the rooms. One male guest approached one of the female guests and began to tease her so hard that she wasn't able to even close her mouth. In the end, he successfully carried her into a room nearby. There were also some who didn't succeed and were forced to pull a maidservant near them into the rooms to expel their pent-up desires. Lorist merely remained submerged within the small pool and observed the people around him. In actuality, the masked female guests were all noble ladies and they didn't necessarily look more beautiful nor alluring than the maidservants standing beside them. However, the masks they wore added an air of mystery. Coupled with their status as nobles that made them further out of reach. Unlike the maidservants, the female guests did attract a fair share of the male guests' attention. The female guests were dressed almost identically with the maidservants clad in translucent white veils save for their masks. They teased and flirted with the men but were usually unwilling to follow them into the rooms unless they were stimulated to the point they were no longer able to resist. When Lorist saw Carrie Toke leaving the room with the blonde maidservant, the latter's attention was quickly captured by a few noble ladies with excellent figures in the pool not far away. Without a word, Carrie Toke began to swim towards them to strike up a conversation. One petite girl wearing a butterfly mask and veil rushed over and she realized that Lorist was there when she arrived. She said, "Ah, apologies. I didn't see you here. Just now, I even ran over because I thought there was nobody here." As the small pool was in the corner and the candlelight wasn't as bright as those at the large communal pool, it was hard for the girl to see Lorist's submerged figure there. "If you don't mind my presence, you're free to enter as well. Even though this pool is rather small, it can definitely fit a few more people here," Lorist said as he raised his silver cup. The young lady hesitated for a while, but she entered the pool nevertheless and submerged herself within it. "I like the hot spring baths here quite a lot. The last few times I came here, I would always bathe at this spot," said the girl. "Is this your first time here?" Yes. Good day, young lady. I'm called Locke, Lorist said while he nodded. Pfft. The girl broke into a stifled laugh before she said, nobody here reveals their real names. You can call me Daisy, but that's not my real name either. Ah? I wasn't aware of such a rule, Lorist said. No worries. People would think that you are using an alias as well. However, you are a weird one. Since it's your first time here, aren't you going to go get acquainted with the other noble ladies over there or get a room with one of the maidservants? Instead, you're here in the pool snacking alone. Well, I'm just thinking of some peace and quiet, Lorist said. Who's this Quinn that you're thinking of? Asked the girl when she misheard. Lorist choked on the spot before he sat straight up. Cough, cough. I meant that I wanted to spend some time alone for some peace and quiet. The girl blushed when she realized her mistake, but her eyes gleamed when she said, wow, your physique is amazing. Look at those dreamy scars. When Lorist sat straight up, he revealed his upper torso and the scars on his chest and back, which were inflicted upon him when he suffered Blade Master Zarinan's assassination attempt. Some of the maidservants who were present when he changed his clothes looked at his scars with a fearful expression, so Lorist didn't expect that girl in front of him to look so thrilled at seeing them. The girl swam closer to Lorist's side hurriedly and said, are you not going to treat me to a drink? I'll get the maidservant to bring another cup here, Lorist said. There's no need. She took Lorist's cup and took a few gulps right away. It didn't take long until the cup was emptied before she said, ah, that was refreshing. The girl was brown-haired and her skin was smooth and fair. She had a slightly rounded chin and her face still had some traces of baby fat. Her collarbone looked really attractive, and while her breasts weren't large, they seemed rather firm and perky. Despite seeing Lorist's gaze on her chest, the girl wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed and instead puffed her chest out. Are they beautiful? Lorist nodded and asked, are you also a believer of Mishla? Nope, the girl said as she stretched out her hand to feel Lorist's scars up. Did you get these scars from your fights? Lorist kept quiet, so the girl made her guess. You should be of rather low rank, maybe a company or regiment leader. That's why you still have to fight at the forefront. Lorist looked at the girl before she pulled both of Lorist's hands and placed them on her breasts. This is fine, right? Since you're mad that I felt up your scars, you can touch my breasts in return. As Lorist felt up the soft peaks, he said, you don't understand. Each scar represents a close encounter with death. That's why I don't like to recall how I got them. The girl approached Lorist so that he could more easily feel her up. I don't know why the princess invited so many military officers to the party this time. They are all so unrefined and always go for those busted noble ladies. I hate them, they don't seem nearly as cultured as you are. Lorist asked, how many times have you participated in the Paradise Gathering? This is already my 5th time, said the girl as she traced a circle on Lorist's chest with her finger. Since you don't believe in the goddess of desires and pleasure, Mishla, why did you attend this gathering? For excitement and stimulation. Nope, I'm looking for protection, said the girl. My dad died in battle and my little brother is still young. Even though he can inherit the dominion, he isn't capable of defending it. If I join the Paradise Gathering, the princess will protect my family and my brother will have all the time he needs to mature. The girl then reached beyond Lorist's waist towel and her eyes beamed as she said, wow, how huge. Lorist attempted to stop her, but the girl said, it's not that often that I take the initiative. Just lie down obediently and enjoy the experience. After that, she lowered her head and began. Chapter 229 Devi and the Princess. Here's the second regular chapter of the week. You guys really have a vivid imagination. I read the last chapter's comments and saw theories about Daisy being Lorist's ex or even Princess Carrie herself in disguise. Well, you'll find out the truth in this chapter. P.S. Please do not click on the links that may be posted by spammers in the comments section. Those websites are harmful towards the community as a whole, and we are also trying to figure out a solution so that the spammers won't be able to continue. The girl softened once again, but right now, they were within the small room near the small pool from before. Lorist continued his assault and let it all out into the girl's body. The both of them let out a large breath and basked in the afterglow of climax. Propping herself up, the girl continued to feel up the scars on Lorist's chest. When my father was still a silver rank, he suffered his first heavy injury and had an even larger scar on his chest. Back then he managed to escape with his life from the lance of a gold-ranked knight. When I was young, I wasn't mature yet and I thought that scars were incredibly ugly. But my father said that scars were like badges of honor to men, and a knight without any isn't a true man. It was only after he died that I understood the meaning of his words. Your father wasn't wrong, Lorist said while nodding. Can you tell me how he died? It's been already 7 to 8 years. Back then, the empire suffered the attack of the enemy and my father went to the imperial capital with a few of his friends and attendants. In the beginning, all went well. My father and some other knights who got the news managed to put up a formidable resistance against the first prince's army and eliminated the raiding teams that were all over the place and won quite a few battles. Later, when the Second Highness arrived, he used people like my father as his shield to fight at the front lines and my father perished after that, recalled the girl. I'm very sorry about your loss, Lorist said. It's fine. The past is already behind us. Right now, I'm incredibly happy after spending time with you, she said before giving Lorist's face a kiss before her hand started to tease his junior once more. Just as Lorist got up and wanted to go for another round, she stopped him and said, Can we go dip ourselves in the hot spring again? All right. Then, I want you to carry me there, said the girl with both her arms stretched out. Lower me down slightly, said the girl as she used one hand to position Lorist's junior and guided it into her body slowly and gently, connecting the two of them once more. After that, she wrapped both her arms around Lorist's shoulders and her legs around his waist. The petite girl currently seemed like a koala bear that was hanging on Lorist's body. Let's go there looking like that, she said while pressing her body tight against him before licking Lorist's chin. Don't mess around, said Lorist as he gave her bottom a soft slap. After that, he supported both her legs from the bottom and walked out from the room towards the small pool. However, with every step he took, the girl in his embrace would moan uncontrollably. By the time he got into the pool, he could no longer hold on and pushed the girl against the wall before he started humping. It was not until she said she had enough and could no longer hold on that he stopped. You truly are a wild bull, said the girl while lying against Lorist's body with a glazed look. Lying back on the sitting spot of the pool, Lorist opened his mouth and ate the blueberry the girl brought him. All of a sudden, he heard a commotion not far away. Lorist asked, What's going on? The girl took a look before saying, The princess is here. Princess? Lorist sat up and said, That's Princess Carrie. The girl pouted and glared at Lorist before she said, What? You want to solicit her as well? No way, he replied as he hugged and kissed her again. As I have only heard of her fame, I'd like to see how the most beautiful woman in the Andanak kingdom looks like. Humph, doesn't she have a nose and 2 eyes like the rest of us? What's there to witness in the first place? She said, slightly jealous. This spot is fine. I guarantee that you'll be able to see the princess making love with another man on the floor upstairs. Hey! Lorist said, not sure if he had heard wrongly or not. Look, over there, said the girl as she pointed to a platform on the floor above. That is the bed reserved for the princess herself every time she comes. She loves to receive her guests there. From time to time, she would reward victor of the competition or sometimes just plainly pick a man she likes and do him right in front of everyone. You'll soon get to see as much as you like. Alright, I guess the princess is a pretty open-minded person after all for her to dare to perform such acts in front of everyone like that. What did you mean when you mentioned the competition? Lorist asked curiously. Do you want to participate? Said the girl with a solemn look. It's a competition to see who can do the most women. If you take part, perhaps you might just get first place. Then the next time, you'll get to mess around with the princess all you want. What are you saying? I have better things to do than that, Lorist refuted her immediately. The best thing that's happened to me during this gathering is getting to know you. I won't go anywhere tonight and will spend my time accompanying you, all right? You're not joking, are you? Said the girl as her anger melted into joy. Of course I'm not, Lorist said with a smile. Blushing, she said, I won't be able to handle you by myself. Since you're so nice, I'll give you a reward. The girl looked around and called a maidservant over before the maidservant left after receiving some whispered instructions. Lorist didn't mind and merely looked at the princess who was surrounded by a whole group of people. Compared to Princess Sylvia, Princess Carrie was like a ripe, delicious fruit that was sexy and enchanting. Every gesture and smile of hers riled up the temptation of anyone who saw it. Her body was as polished and smooth as white jade with curves at the right places, and her ivory-like legs only served to add to her charm. Just like the other women, she donned a translucent white veil and proudly showed off her body, especially the peaks on her chest that drew many eyes to her. The princess's face wasn't covered, and instead, her white fox mask was tied to the side of her hair, revealing her blushing and pretty face. Lorist couldn't help but praise the princess for her irresistible looks. Thinking back at the beauties he's met, apart from Princess Sylvia's fairy-like looks, nobody else could compete against Princess Carrie in terms of seductive sexiness. Daisy, what did you need me for? An alluring voice rang out nearby. Lorist raised his head to look and saw a similarly petite woman wearing a spotted deer mask near the pool. The girl in his embrace pointed to him and said, "Help me deal with this one." That woman blushed and said, "Daisy, I'm your aunt. Don't be so rude." The girl didn't seem to care and said, "Don't bring up familial relations over here. Besides, you're only 6 years older than me. Let me tell you, you'll definitely regret if you miss out on him." The woman said as she entered the pool and walked towards Lorist, "Is that so? He's that impressive. You'll know after you give him a try. Either way, he's way better than Deva, whom you admire so much," said the girl. "Wait a second, what's your relationship with her?" Lorist asked. "She's my aunt, but her cursed husband joined the Third Prince's army 1 week after their wedding and died in the battle at Kobo City, causing her to be a widow for 9 whole years. After the first time I participated the Paradise Gathering, I brought her along with me the next few times in hopes that I would find another person for her to marry, but it's a shame she didn't find one she liked." "Just call her Chessie over here," said the girl without a single care. "And what did you call her over for?" "To reward you, of course. You said that you would spend the whole night with me, so I was worried that I alone wouldn't be enough to deal with you, so I got her to come help out." "You've truly struck gold this time. My aunt is quite the beauty too, you know," said the girl as she tugged on Lorist's junior once more. Not far away from the pool was much commotion. Daisy said, "Look, your dream guy has arrived." Chessie blushed and said, "Cursed lass, don't make me tear your lips off." The girl didn't bother with that remark and briefed Lorist about the situation. "Do you see that man over there? He's called David Copperfield. Even though he's wearing a black bull mask, almost everyone recognizes him based on his staggering height." The man who just entered the hall was almost 2 meters tall and had a well-built figure that was even more impressive than those of Greek statues from Lorist's previous life. As the bull mask he wore covered the upper half of his face, it was quite obvious that he was a rather good-looking man based on the finely chiseled nose and chin. "Who's he? Is he famous?" Lorist asked. The girl asked, "You don't know who he is?" Lorist nodded and said, "I am from the Northlands and am a knight of the Norton family." I came to the imperial capital because of some matters, and Kari Tok of the Royal Local Defense Force is one of my fellow students at the Dawn Academy. He received an invitation to this gathering and merely brought me along to expand my horizons. No wonder you've never heard of Deva before. He's actually the only son of the Second Highness's Blade Master, Deva Klimantu, and he's 30 years old and a 1-star gold rank this year. The Second Highness trusts him greatly and he's the vice leader of the guards. His future potential is almost limitless. It goes without saying that many of the noble ladies are charmed by his handsome looks. The last time he participated in that competition, he won and my aunt called for him so much that her throat went sore. But in the end, he chose to spend the night with 2 other noble ladies, much to her dismay, explained Daisy in great detail while teasing her aunt at the same time. Both embarrassed and angry, Chessie grabbed Daisy's hand and said, "Stupid lass, see how I deal with you if you keep spouting crap." Lorist paid attention to the tall man on the upper floor called Davy as he approached the platform where the princess was lying on. After saying something, Deva climbed onto the bed and began caressing the princess while a few of the maidservants nearby began servicing Davy as well. Everyone within the hall had their eyes fixed on the platform upstairs and there were some who envied Davy's opportunity. When Deva pushed his thing into Princess Kari, she let out an incredibly seductive cry and her continued moans only served to tickle the hearts of those present. A man wearing a wolf mask within the pool grunted and grabbed the woman beside him before pushing her against the sides of the pool, pushing her legs apart and humped non-stop, with the woman beginning to moan excitedly as well. At that moment, it was as if the pool water began boiling all of a sudden. Almost all the men and women within it were pushed tightly against each other with a few maidservants even hugging and pleasing one another. The mature woman beside Lorist was no longer able to hold on and leaned onto Lorist's body almost entirely. The young girl gave Lorist a light push as if she was saying, "Aren't you gonna make your move?" Turning Chessie around, Lorist began to enter her body from the back. Chessie with her mouth agape muttered, This is huge." As promised, Lorist didn't participate in the other activities within the Paradise Gathering and only spent the whole night screwing with the girl and her aunt, sometimes in the pool, and other times in the room. In the end, the 3 of them lost count of the time they've engaged in intercourse and went to sleep after they were completely exhausted. The girl and her aunt were indeed beautiful and at some point they were doing it, they removed their masks. The girl told Lorist that her real name was Dina Ariatali and her family's barony was at the west side of Jilin Harbour. She said that as she liked Lorist a lot, if Lorist wanted to take her as his wife, she would no longer participate in the Paradise Gathering. She also mentioned that she didn't need Lorist to give an answer right away as she feared being rejected outright and mentioned that she would return to her dominion and wait for 3 years. If Lorist was interested, he should go there to ask for her hand in marriage. There would be a surprise in store for him if he did so. Lorist questioned her about the surprise, and the girl said that she had another sister of 19 years of age who was even prettier than herself that was also a virgin. If Lorist chose her, he would get to marry her sister too, since that was better for the barony because that would decrease the amount of the dowry by half. Lorist was incredibly tired and when he woke up, he realized that he was the only one who remained on the bed with Ariotali and her aunt nowhere to be seen. A little saddened by their absence, Lorist went back to the pool to take another dip. A maidservant came not long after, but this time around, she was fully dressed. She respectfully told Lorist that the gathering had ended and that his friends were waiting for him to head back. Lorist, Kari Tok and Dulles all got back onto the black carriage that brought them there, and during the way back, Dulles boasted that he managed to conquer 7 noble ladies during the gathering. Kari Tok, not wanting to lose out, said that he had engaged in the deepest interactions with 8 noble ladies. In the end, Lorist was so annoyed that he asked the both of them to shut up and reminded Kari Tok that the princess was more than meets the eye and seemed to be planning something in secret. He warned Kari Tok to be careful should he attend the Paradise Gathering alone the next time so that he doesn't get caught in anybody's ploys. By the time they arrived at the camp, it was already the evening. The one who received Lorist and the other 2 were Freyar, Jisk and Els, all with angry looks on their faces. Freyjar and Jisk were the maddest because Lorist, the family leader, merely left a note saying that he would be off to play without saying where he went and didn't even return during the night. That behavior of his was a little excessive and caused the whole group to worry the whole night for his safety. It must be noted that the situation at the imperial capital wasn't exactly peaceful, and they had even imprisoned and brought Viscount Aslan and the descendants of 8 other noble families there all the way from Silao's island. Even though that matter was kept secret, if someone managed to find out about it, Lorist would definitely be considered to be an obstacle. It was incredibly irrational of him to leave without any guards, so Lorist was forbidden from traveling alone. Lorist accepted their opinions and mentioned that he would definitely be more aware of his safety and said that he wanted to wrap this matter up since he returned safely after all. Given that he was the Dominion Lord, Freyjar and Jisk could only accept that response to give him some face. But Els was a little mad that Lorist didn't bring him along for some fun. As for Dulles, Freyjar ordered him to be caned 50 times as a punishment, but Lorist managed to talk it down to only 20. Dulles could only leave with a sobbing look. Carrie Toke was surprised by what he witnessed the scene and asked Lorist why he was so powerless against his own knights even though he was the Dominion Lord. Lorist replied that since Freyjar was the leader of this trip, he was in charge of military discipline, logistics, distribution of soldiers as well as security, and nobody could be exempt from the rules. Only during battle would the right to command be passed to Lorist, and other than that, he couldn't do anything about the punishment Freyjar hands out. In the end, Freyjar said, "My lord, I just got news that the Second Highness will be back in another 2 days." Chapter 230 Face Smacking. This first bonus chapter of the week was brought to you by On. DL and Daryl P. from the USA. When Second Highness Auguslo received word of Count Norton's visit, he was in a rather good mood. 5 years back, he used the northbound convoy to regain his power and influence and later even tossed the burdensome vagabonds to them. He had also used the convoy to raid the nobles that didn't listen to his summons and managed to build up his own royal family's local defense force with the resources he gained. In the end, with the cooperation of the Nortons, he managed to establish an impressive track record of victorious battles, causing his name to spread far and wide and establishing a firm foundation for the mighty Andanak kingdom. Nowadays the Second Highness was no longer the poor little bug that had to rely on the northbound convoy's forces. He had 300,000 soldiers under his command, and the slightest move made by him would be able to profoundly affect the situation on the continent. All the nobles within the kingdom were already under his control and incredibly obedient. That goes without saying that he felt that the Norton family that was located far in the north should do the same as well. But after feeling good about himself for a bit, he recalled the scene of destruction wrought by the forces of the Norton family convoy and knew that for a noble family like them with such a strong force to submit to him, he must first earn their respect. That was especially the case when he received word some time back about the conflict between the nobles of the Northlands and those of the Iblaya kingdom as well as their battles. However, information was hard to come by in the Madras Duchy and the news he heard from the Maline Duchy was not that detailed. So, he felt that Count Norton's visit was a good opportunity for him to better increase his chances for the War of Unification. Thus, Second Highness Auguslo organized a grand banquet to celebrate Count Norton's visit to signify that he valued the Norton family a lot and he hoped to unite the intentions of the nobles that attended the banquet to join forces under his leadership to unite the empire. The Second Highness believed that Count Norton would definitely submit to his will and be willing to fight at the forefront of the war to contribute to the unification of the empire. And if the Second Highness did manage to ally up with the Norton family, many more unexpected strategies and tactics would be made available to him. He would use the forces of the Norton family as shock troops to barge into enemy lines and attract their attention. After that, he would be able to use that opportunity to encircle the enemies with his troops and have the Norton family crush the enemy from the inside while he stopped the enemy from escaping outside, effectively crumbling the main force of the enemy in one go and gain victory with the smallest sacrifice. Naturally, the Second Highness didn't even bother to consider the casualties of the Norton family forces, as he felt that Dominion lords of the Andanak royal family must have the self-consciousness of their due obeisance to the royal family, and that it was their duty and responsibility to serve the royal family. With his script completely drafted, the Second Highness didn't expect that Lorist would not play according to his lines. To put it in a more direct manner, Lorist was visiting to ruin his plans altogether. The banquet was held in one of the halls of the royal court, and the grand and luxurious decorations belied the sour and heavy atmosphere within. The impressive columns within the hall were a reminder of the glory days of the empire, which was now in shambles, causing one to feel much pity and shame from viewing them. The Second Highness introduced the various nobles that attended to Lorist in the friendliest manner possible, as well as his trusted subordinates and generals, many of whom Lorist had already seen before, such as the handsome Davy, and the delicate flower, Princess Carrie, who carried an overbearing aura that couldn't be violated in the slightest. Naturally, both of them were clothed this time around. There were also some military officers that Lorist could recognize from the Paradise Gathering based on their physique and movement. Having seen many of them stark naked before, Lorist almost felt like laughing out when he saw them dressed so properly. Even he wore a bright smile. He merely nodded to the people the Second Highness introduced to him without regard at all to their status or power. Even when the Second Highness introduced Princess Carrie to Lorist, he pretended that he didn't see the princess's outstretched hand for a hand kiss and merely nodded towards her before turning away to mind his own business. Lorist's behavior shocked many of the nobles present, and they were appalled at how rude he was, even though he was merely a count from the rural Northlands. Even the princess was so enraged that her face flushed red, as she had never experienced something so awkward all her life. Thankfully, Davy reacted quickly enough and kissed her hand lightly, saving her from the shame of having to take her hand back because nobody bothered to kiss it. The Second Highness, on the other hand, didn't take note of that, as he was chatting with some other nobles and only saw Lorist move further away to appreciate the murals within the hall. Those murals depicted the might and achievements of the founding Christian emperor, with most of them being scenes of him triumphing over his foes or commanding his troops. The Second Highness hurriedly said, "What's up? You're interested in these murals? It won't take long until we succeed in our own endeavor that's every bit as impressive as those of the founding emperor. I will definitely have the warriors who have contributed greatly to the effort painted on a mural as a memento too." Lorist laughed and said, "Your Highness, after seeing this mural, it reminded me of this saying. For a general to become renowned, thousands of bones will have to crumble." "Hey? What does that saying mean?" As the Second Highness was pondering over it, a manager of the palace came to report that the banquet is already ready and that the Second Highness should be the first to head in. Within the hall wasn't the kind of long table that nobles would usually use to receive their guests, but instead many smaller ones that could seat 2 people each. For example, if a noble brought along his spouse, the couple would occupy one table for themselves. Naturally, for single nobles like Lorist, another noble lady would be arranged to be his partner. As the Second Highness wanted to express his goodwill toward Lorist, a guest who had come from far away, Lorist's seat was arranged right next to his. What surprised Lorist, however, was that the female partner the Second Highness arranged for him was not his cousin sister Glacia, but rather, the cold and fuming Princess Carrie. "What's going on?" Lorist wondered with surprise, but he didn't let it show on his face. After slightly bowing to the princess, Lorist sat down without a care in the world and heard a dissatisfied humph. At that moment, the musicians started playing a relaxing tune to lighten up the banquet's mood. The Second Highness proceeded to raise his golden cup and began to praise the heavens and the founding emperor before he began a long-winded speech about his hopes for the near future. Lorist merely shook his head slightly and thought that no matter how nice the Second Highness made it sound, he didn't bother to pay the slightest attention to the present. The Second Highness didn't even know that Lorist was about to blow up like a volcano, even though he was right in front of him, so he had no right to speculate about the future. In the not-so-distant future, during our struggle to unite the Empire, I have high expectations for all of you to rake in some great achievements. The royal family will definitely not be stingy in giving ranks and land as rewards, so the future of your families will depend on your own performance," said the Second Highness as he finished his unnecessarily long and nonsensical speech before the seated audience called out "Long live the Andanak Kingdom," loudly 3 times. There were some of them who called out "Long live Auguslo." After that, everyone began to gulp down the wine in their cups and the banquet formally began. This mutton sausage made by the royal family looks rather good. I was just getting a little hungry from following the Second Highness around all day just now, thought Lorist as he took up his fork and brought a piece of sausage into his mouth, but before he did, he heard Princess Carrie's bell-like voice resound beside him. "Count Norton, when His Highness was giving his speech just now, I saw you shaking your head disapprovingly. Do you have any thoughts or objections to His Highness's speech just now?" "Acknowledge." Lorist almost choked and he thought, in the end, women have the potential to be the most dangerous. He had only chosen to not give the promiscuous princess due respect because he had already lost all respect he could have for her after seeing her perform those carnal acts completely naked in front of everyone else. Also, he didn't feel like kissing the hand that has probably touched more than a couple other men's manhoods. He didn't think that the princess would hold that gesture against him and start causing trouble for him just when the banquet was beginning. When the princess started speaking, everyone cleared their ears to hear what she had to say. At that moment, Lorist felt that he had been thrust into the center of attention. Sigh, there's no such thing as a good banquet. Lorist stood up without giving the princess so much as the slightest glance and walked to the center of the path before bowing towards the Second Highness. "Your Highness, I have come on this trip for 2 reasons. First, it's to express the loyalty of the Norton family to you and the royal family. Additionally, I have a few questions for you, Second Highness." "Tell me, what questions do you have?" The Second Highness was a little annoyed and wondered, what does he intend for me to address in public in front of everyone else? What's important right now is to see how I can get the Norton family to agree to participate in the unification war. Your Highness, I've apprehended a few people and I need to bring them for you to see. Only after that can I punish them, Lorist said. With his curiosity piqued, the Second Highness nodded and said, "Bring them in then." Freyar and 2 other guards then proceeded to escort the descendants of the nobles they captured from Seaview Manor. During the past few days, they have suffered quite a bit. Not only did they have to endure that night of caning, after that, they only had black bread and vegetable soup for food, and if their behavior was the slightest bit poor, they would be pummeled to the point that their faces bruised up. The moment they entered the room and saw their family, they began to sob and cry out "Daddy" and "Mommy" as loudly as they could. "Great, the banquet is completely ruined now," thought the Second Highness with a grim expression. "Count Norton, could you please explain to me what is going on?" "Your Highness, may I ask you whether Sai Lao's island is considered the dominion of the Norton family?" Lorist asked. The Second Highness froze before he said, "Of course it's the dominion of the Norton family. There is no doubt about that. But these 8 descendants of noble families occupied the Seaview Manor of the island for 5 whole years and even chased away the supervisors sent by my family to manage the manor, forcing me to have to go there personally to settle the issue. I would like to question these 8 families involved about whether they are declaring war against the Norton family. My family forces are already prepared to repeat what happened when our convoy crossed the 3 provinces of the Andanak Kingdom," Lorist declared without the slightest hesitation. The Second Highness's rage instantly soared as he thought, "Count Norton, are you here just to cause trouble? Even if you are in the right, you can't be so forthright about this. Why can't you just talk it out properly? Is it because you think that the Andanak royal family is still as weak as it was a few years prior? Even if your convoy forces from before come again, faced with my 300,000 strong army, do you think you'll be able to run around unabated?" Beside them, an old man stood up and said, "Count Norton, I understand that our young ones hasn't been well taught by us and even went to your dominion on their own accord to cause you much trouble. I hope that you can consider their immature age and forgive them just this once. Right now, His Highness is preparing to unite the empire with his forces and as nobles of the kingdom, we shouldn't be causing any unnecessary trouble. We must all stand united and play our part to contribute to the unification of the empire. Second Highness Auguslo almost praised that noble's speech out loud. Listen to his sensible words. He has made it incredibly clear that it isn't that we fear your forces. We're only too busy with preparing to unite the empire and can't be bothered to deal with you. Look at how reasonable he's being. May I inquire who you are? Lorist asked. I am Marquis Reed, and that young child over there is the unbecoming member of our family. I hope that Lord Count, you, can be merciful and spare them this once, said the old man. Your Highness, what do you think of this matter? Lorist said as he turned back to the Second Highness. Second Highness Auguslo said with an expressionless look, taking their young age into account, I believe that they're only causing trouble because they're not mature enough. I hope that you won't fuss with them about this matter. Very well, I'll release them with respect to your Highness's wishes, Lorist said magnanimously before instructing Freyar to release them. And so, the 8 foolish noble descendants ran back to their family members and began complaining about the treatment they've received, and even asked their family members to set matters right for them. Blind idiots, won't you even consider the situation? Do you still think that you are the precious members of our family? As expected, there were a few of them who were instantly rebuked and lectured by their parents and were escorted back to be grounded to have them reflect on their mistakes. As the Second Highness attempted to say something to warm up the atmosphere again, he heard Lorist yell, "Bring him in." There's more? Everyone widened their eyes to see which unlucky fellow was next. This time around, Els came in with 2 other guards who were escorting the captured gold-ranked knight Fair Wamant. Your Highness, this is your subordinate, the commander of the 3rd Division of the 1st Royal Local Defense Legion, gold-ranked knight Fair Wamant. He brought around 100 soldiers to Whitebird town of Silao's Island and tied up the mayor to threaten the townsfolk for wealth, and was captured by us. I want to ask your Highness whether he acted personally on his own accord or per your orders. Bam! Second Highness Auguslo thumped on the table harshly and stood right up. Very well, Fair Wamant. The 1st Legion had already reported your disappearance for days. So you were actually at the dominion of the Norton family being a bandit. My men, come over here and drag Fair Wamant out for 100 canes. He will be instantly stripped of his position as division commander and serve within the 3rd Division until he makes up for his crimes. The Second Highness acted quickly and came up with a way to deal with the matter without giving Lorist any chance to react. Soul, how ridiculous, Lorist cursed in his thoughts. Even though the punishment sounded harsh, it was actually already extremely forgiving. Lorist was really dissatisfied that he had no choice but to let the knight go off scot-free. Very well, if you deal with Viscount Aslan in the same matter, I will flip out in your face right away. Bring in the next one! Yelled Lorist with rage. The Second Highness gasped and thought, there's still more. Viscount Aslan was brought into the hall by Jim and 2 other guards, causing chatters and murmurs to break out right away. Is that feather-covered monster actually a person? It took them quite some time before they recognized him as the tax collection official appointed by Second Highness Auguslo himself, Viscount Aslan. When the Second Highness recognized the kneeling man, he could no longer hold his rage and roared, Count Norton, on what grounds are you treating a noble like him like this? He's even the tax collection official I personally appointed. Are you looking down on the Andanak royal family? Your Highness, I just confirmed with you before that Silao's Island was the dominion of my family. You should be well aware of the income your own principality generates, right? It's 2,000 gold fords each year, am I wrong? And you said that this man here is the tax collection official sent by you? I even thought that he was the Dominion Lord you appointed for Silao's Island. On what grounds was he collecting 6,000 gold fords worth of taxes for 3 consecutive years? Not only did he increase the taxes on his own accord, he almost caused the residents to revolt. This is definitely an infringement of the honor of the Norton family. I would really like to know why he wanted to collect the taxes that included that of our original dominion from that island. Is that per your highness's orders as well? He even threatened that if they don't pay up, you will bring your 300,000 soldiers to wash the island with blood. Is it true that your highness is going to punish my family? It's precisely because he claimed to be appointed by your highness that I brought him to you like this. Otherwise, I would have long hanged him back on the island. Lorist talked back with full force, not the slightest bit intimidated by the anger the Second Highness displayed. It was at that moment when Second Highness Auguslo understood that Lorist was not there to cause trouble and was instead there to give him a harsh smack in the face. However, he thought, what a piece of talent! Viscount Aslan is actually able to squeeze 6,000 gold fords out of the poor Icelanders, even though I only received a third of the official sum of 2,000 gold fords, only around 600. I must definitely punish this fellow harshly and make him cough up all the gold fords he put into his own pocket. After this, I'll let him be in charge of tax collection elsewhere, then I'll no longer have to worry about military funds. But now, he had to think of a way to convince Loris to let Viscount Aslan go. After all, the Viscount had indeed been overly excessive in his actions and had violated the honor of the Norton family. The Second Highness was well aware that if he hanged the Viscount, he would be able to make up to the Norton family. But the issue was that he wanted to preserve Viscount Aslan's life. A sudden shout reverberated within the hall at that instant. You actually dare to humiliate my brother like that? The Aslan family will definitely not forgive the Norton family no matter what. Chapter 231 Flipping Out. This second bonus chapter was brought to you by OnDL from the USA. It was very entertaining for me to translate this. A huge man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear stood up from one of the seats at the back row, drew his sword and marched forward without regard to the others that attempted to stop him. Lorist gave the man a cold stare and said, Count Aslan? Haha, don't think it's just you who doesn't want to work together. The Norton family will not let this matter slide either. I believe that you were aware of the actions of your own brother. Since the Aslan family dares to challenge the honor of the Norton family, you should be anticipating the vengeance of the raging bear. Your Highness, how do you think I should deal with Viscount Aslan here? Lorist said as he turned back once again and passed the baton to the Second Highness. The Second Highness looked incredibly grim, and after staying silent for a few moments, he finally opened his mouth and said, Count Norton, let me first apologize to you. The things that have happened at your dominion were definitely not a result of my intentions. As the senior noble of the Norton family, I was too busy minding my own matters that I wasn't able to notice and straighten out small conflicts like that, and that is definitely neglect on my part. But Viscount Aslan is indeed the tax collection official appointed by the kingdom, and even if he has committed a crime, he must be punished in accordance to the regulations of the kingdom's court. Additionally, he is still a person of noble status, and your humiliating treatment of him is grossly unfit with the way of the nobles. Despite that, I can understand your rage, since Viscount Aslan did infringe upon the honor of the Norton family. That's why, I hope you can hand him to me and I will deal with him aptly. Let's end this matter here. The Second Highness thought that he had managed to settle upon a perfect arrangement with his words, even leaving some room for Loris to step down the podium by stressing unity among nobles and trivializing the matter of the Viscount. But he didn't expect that his words would cause the atmosphere within the hall to chill all of a sudden. Everyone within the hall gave him a weird look. Lorist's laughter resounded throughout the hall, carrying with it a sharp sting of arrogance. Your Highness, have you forgotten that the authority of us nobles is sacred and cannot be violated? If Viscount Aslan is to be let off so lightly after committing an act like this, does that mean that the royal family can do the same thing again to mess with the other Dominion lords? I have brought Viscount Aslan here because he is the official you have appointed, but that doesn't mean you have the right to decide his fate. Lorist made his intentions known in a straightforward manner. In essence, he was saying, since you're my senior noble, I'm giving you face by bringing him here. Even though Viscount Aslan is the tax collection official appointed by you, as he has trampled upon the violation of the Norton family, he must receive due punishment. If you intend to accept the responsibility but are unwilling to do anything about it, then we'll all flip out entirely and become lifelong enemies. Otherwise, no matter how Viscount Aslan is dealt with, that is a matter of the Norton family, and you, the Second Highness, can only offer your suggestion but have no right to make any decisions about it." The Second Highness was so embarrassed to the point of anger because he had uttered something wrong. Even though the nobles appeared quite subservient to him, his previous statement had touched upon the baseline that those nobles were willing to tolerate. The ideal scenario for Viscount Aslan currently was for him to be hanged by a Dominion Lord. If a senior noble was able to do as he liked when the true Dominion Lord was not within the Dominion, then all the nobles there would refuse the senior noble's call to arms and stay within the Dominion without heading out. There were some things that could be done but couldn't be loudly proclaimed. As Lorist had just said, the authority of nobles is sacred and cannot ever be violated. That was common knowledge for all the nobles on the Grindia continent. As a senior noble, the Second Highness could use military might to force the nobles to mobilize their forces, just like the Duke of the Northlands who used the Northland army to take advantage of the other nobles of the Northlands to gain more wealth for himself, or the Second Prince who forced the nobles' private forces heed his orders. But these methods could only be employed in secret and in the world where the strong devoured the weak. The ones who were taken advantage of could only blame their own misfortune. But for a statement that the Second Highness had proclaimed in public in front of every other noble, it was as if he had the intention of sticking his hands into the dominions of other nobles and to take a huge bite out for himself. For these nobles, oppressing their subjects and fighting among themselves were private matters. But the Second Highness's decision about Viscount Aslan would set a precedent for them all. If the Second Highness earnestly apologized and pleaded Lorist to hand Viscount Aslan to him while promising that he would definitely handle the matter according to the Norton family's wishes, then Lorist would probably do as he said and give him the Viscount. After that, he could contact Lorist privately and have the Aslan family pay out a huge sum to make up for the wrongs of the Viscount as well as to ransom him out to get the forgiveness of the Norton family and spare Viscount Aslan's life. After all, nobody would fuss so much over money, and the Second Highness's face would also have to be considered as well. After that, the matter would be wrapped up without problems and everyone would praise the Second Highness's wisdom and wit. But refusing to accept any of his errors and fueled with the feeling of dominating power from having 300,000 soldiers in his possession, the Second Highness began to see the Norton family like the other small noble families that would cower before him and didn't think twice before he had uttered what he said just now. The situation he caused was grim, as not only did his statement imply that he would further extend his influence into the lands under the jurisdiction of other nobles, causing them to start to be wary of him, they also forced the Norton family to the absolute tipping point. Lorist had already stated very clearly that he had brought the Viscount to him only because he wanted to give the Second Highness some face. But since he wanted to protect the Viscount, Lorist decided that he wouldn't hold back. "Then, what do you intend to do, Count Norton?" The Second Highness forced those words out of his mouth syllable by syllable and felt incredibly hateful as he did so. "It's simple. Since your Highness's suggested way of handling the Viscount is not to our satisfaction, we can only settle this according to the Norton family's own regulations," said Lorist before he made a cutthroat gesture. Freyar then drew his sword and gave a light swing, separating Viscount Aslan's head from his body. The whole hall fell into complete silence. Not one of them expected that Lorist would order for Viscount Aslan to be beheaded on the spot, during a banquet that was hosted to welcome Lorist himself no less. Shrieks of terror could be heard as a few of the noble ladies fainted from the sight of gore and blood. Clang! The sword in Count Aslan's sword fell to the ground as he struggled to find his footing while looking at his decapitated little brother, before he turned to Lorist with a hateful stare and said, "Very well. You better expect the vengeance of the Aslan family." After he said that, Count Aslan left the hall right away. The golden cup in the Second Highness's hand was already dented from his grip. He felt that he had been smacked in the face in public. Lorist's act of ordering for the decapitation of the Viscount didn't leave the Second Highness with any due respect. The Second Highness currently felt a boiling tinge on his face and was shuddering from the anger, with his rage ready to burst out at any moment. "Madman! Are the people of the Norton family all madmen? Commented Marquis Reed, echoing the thoughts of most of the other nobles as well. Wow, you really don't waste any words. I like it. That one who uttered that was Princess Carrie. At that moment, her eyes were a little watery. Bam! Second Highness Auguslo smashed the gold cup in his hand against the table before he stood up and said, Count Norton, how dare you kill Viscount Aslan right before me? Are you disregarding the existence of the Andenac royal family? Do you still consider yourself a noble of the kingdom? Without showing any weakness, Lorist stepped forward 2 steps to look the Second Highness in the eye and said, The Norton family has pledged our allegiance to the Chrisen imperial family and has never shirked on our responsibilities. As the empire is already now in shambles, taking into account that the Andenac royal family is the rightful heir to the legacy of the Chrisen imperial family, we have also accepted your entitlement and enfeoffment. But when we were facing off against the Duke of the Northlands and the second prince, did the Andenac royal family offer us any aid? And after travelling so far to our new dominion, we noticed it plagued with small fries causing trouble here and there. Was it because we weren't present at the dominion? Don't forget, Second Highness, about the children of those noble families that occupied the Seaview Manor unrightfully. Since you said that it's just an incident of unruly children messing around, I've already released them and took your will into consideration. Additionally, your subordinate's attempt at extorting the townsfolk by holding the town mayor hostage will be dealt with according to the military regulations of your family, as per your will, since you said that he acted on his own accord. But right now, this tax collection official that you appointed took the chance when we were absent from Silao's island and treated it like his own dominion and even oppressed the residents so much that they almost revolted. Yet, you still seek to cover for him. Then let me ask you, Second Highness, do you even consider us, the Norton family, as a noble family of the kingdom? What is your intention when you objected at my sacred right as the Dominion Lord? The Second Highness was completely flabbergasted and speechless. It was true that Lorist had already gave him a lot of face and abided by his decisions when it came to the children of the noble families and the gold-ranked knight Fairwamant. Additionally, the now-dead Viscount Aslan's transgressions were far worse those of the former 2 cases and Lorist truly didn't have a choice when it came to letting the matter go. If Lorist really compromised with the Second Highness again, then the Norton family would no longer be able to hold their faces up high among the other nobles. That was a matter that concerned the honor and pride of the family, so it was no wonder that Lorist was willing to go all out. But at that moment, the Second Highness's anger continued to build up as he thought, so you defended the honor of the Norton family, what of mine then? He continued to glare angrily at Lorist with the latter looking right back, as if bolts of lightning could be seen between their gazes. One figure suddenly stepped in front of the Second Highness. That man looked to be around 50 years of age and was dressed extravagantly while also boasting a huge build. He slowly drew his sword and said, Lord Count, I don't wish to be a part of your dispute with His Highness, nor do I wish to comment on who was right or wrong. But I will definitely not allow you to hurt others in front of His Highness. Please step aside, I must let your family knights know what humility, manners, and regulations are. Who are you? Lorist said while turning his gaze to the old man. The old man gave Lorist a slight glance and said, Please step aside, Lord Count. It is not my wish to hurt you. I am a blade master of the royal family, David Clementou. After he reported his identity, the old man puffed out his chest as if he was waiting for Lorist to show a look of surprise before trying to appease himself in a panicked manner. Oh, so this is the father of that handsome guy? Don't the old ones usually come after their young are hurt? Why did you jump out when I didn't touch your son? Lorist glanced at the Second Highness and saw that he had relaxed and sat down with a smile. Bastard! So you're trying to teach me a lesson, are you? All right, let's see who has the last laugh, cursed Lorist in his mind as he drew his ceremonial sword. You think you're invincible just because you're a blade master? If you want to teach my knight a lesson, you have to go through me first. Lorist then spat out right in front of the old man. With his face reddened with anger, the Blade Master said, "Kid, you dare to be rude to me." Spitting in front of someone was considered a gross insult, and the old man really didn't understand why a twerp that wasn't even at the silver rank dared to disrespect a Blade Master like himself. However, that didn't stop him from teaching that arrogant count a lesson he would never forget. "Old man, come at me. Don't be all bark and no bite," Lorist provoked. The old man cursed as he swung the flat of the blade of his sword horizontally towards Lorist's left cheek, intent of giving Lorist a harsh smack in the face. If that strike connected, not only would his face be swollen to no end, at least half of his teeth would fall off. Even though Lorist wasn't too used to wielding the ceremonial sword that was markedly different from his custom-made sword, it was more than enough for him to face off against a rank 1 Blade Master, especially when the old man was attacking while underestimating Lorist's abilities. The Second Highness then sat down calmly and thought, "Good, Locke. As you had the high ground just now, I couldn't do anything against you. But now, I can crush you and make you submit with my power. Do you think that your family is so mighty just because you have a handful of gold-ranked knights? Just like a frog in a well, you've not the slightest idea how many gold-ranked knights I have. Additionally, I have a Blade Master as well. I will use my Blade Master to teach your knights a lesson and make you understand that you have no right to be so domineering in front of me. Forget my 300,000 soldiers, even you are not able to match against me in terms of personal strength. The present is different from 5 years ago, and at that time, your family's force was indeed impressive. But you're only a small family while I have a kingdom under me. To think that you would find trouble for yourself and fight against a Blade Master, you really don't know your bounds. Blade Masters can wipe the floor with you whenever they please." But soon after, the Second Highness stood straight up with surprise, with the other nobles present all letting out gasps of shock. It was apparent to them that the one being pushed back was Blade Master Clementu instead. He was sweating heavily while barely parrying Lorist's lightning-fast strikes. Faced with Lorist, who was fighting like a frenzied tiger, it was apparent that the Blade Master was at a disadvantage and would soon lose. Standing in the middle were Freyar, Els, Jim and a few other guards who looked at the Blade Master sympathetically. While it was normal for him to show off to others, usually, acting high and mighty in front of their family leader, Lorist, was only looking for trouble. Even Viscount Christophe, a rank 1 Blade Master, was eventually scared from sparring against Lorist all the time. While he was able to withstand around 100 or so strikes in the beginning, as they continued to spar, the Blade Master was no longer able to last more than 40 strikes, causing him to curse at Lorist for being a complete freak. Clang! The two swords intersected once again, and the Blade Master's own long sword was knocked flying before it landed in front of the Second Highness. Lorist then tapped onto the old man's face with the flat side of his ceremonial sword and said, "A Blade Master, hey? Haha, did you think you could teach my knights humility with your level of ability? Come to me for a rematch when you reach the level of Blade Master Zarinan. You've fought against Zarinan before," said the old man, stunned. Blade Master Zarinan was well known as a quasi-sword saint and was considered to be the only Blade Master that stood a good chance to become a sword saint during the days of the former empire. "He's been killed by the forces of my family," Lorist said casually. "After we defeated the 100,000 strong army of the Second Prince and killed Blade Master Luance, the Second Prince escaped back to his dominion and sent Blade Master Zarinan to assassinate me, only for him to end up dead from my family force." "That's impossible!" cried out the Second Highness with shock as the other nobles began to chatter incessantly. While defeating the Second Prince's 100,000 soldiers was a plausible feat, killing 2 of his Blade Masters was incredibly hard to believe. Everyone knew that Blade Masters wouldn't be that idiotic to stand still and be swarmed by a whole army and would escape once the situation was grim. "It's already almost been 1 year and you guys still haven't received the news? Color me impressed. You think that you can unite the Empire with only 300,000 soldiers? In your dreams," Lorist thought. "What's so impossible about that? I even put Blade Master Zarinan's corpse up on display, but most of him is rotted now, leaving behind only a few bones, Lorist said as he turned back. Bring in our proof. This is also our gift to the royal family. Let everyone see, who really is the one loyally working to serve the kingdom. Chapter 232 Leaving. Hey guys, this third bonus chapter of the week was also brought to you by OnDL from the USA. Many thanks for your support. The one who brought the second prince into the hall was Jusk. 4 other guards also came in with a huge chest in their hands. At that moment, the second prince was wearing a black head sack. Coupled with the black cloth draped around his cubic prison when he was transported to the hall, the guards of the hall were guessing who that mysterious figure within was moments before. Now that the secret was out, the second prince's head sack was removed and a few of the nobles let out gasps of surprise. It's the second prince. It's Iblaya. Lorist used his sword to push aside the latch of the chest and kicked its cover open. Within it, a crown, scepter, and a set of royal robes could be seen. Your Highness, I believe that you should be familiar with him, the renowned second prince and king of the Iblaya kingdom. My family forces breached Windberry City and managed to capture him. However, his fate and judgment is a matter of the Chrisen imperial family, so I could only bring him to the imperial capital so that your highness can deal with this matter, Lorist said with his finger pointed at the second prince. And these, Lorist said while kicking the chest on the ground. The whole set of royal regalia of the Iblaya kingdom. This is the gift from the Norton family to the Andanak royal family to express our loyalty and service. However, the second highness wasn't paying attention to what Lorist was saying and only looked at the second prince before he asked, has the Norton family took over the Iblaya kingdom? Lorist shook his head and said, no. After eliminating the 100,000 strong force of the second prince, we also suffered immense casualties. We then used guerrilla tactics to occupy Windberry City and captured the second prince before we were chased out again by the forces of Duke Fizibalin. So far, we can only stay within the Northlands to defend ourselves and the Iblaya kingdom is currently ruled by their queen. Lorist lied without batting an eye so that he would be spared from being used as the second highness's spear. Since the southern province and the Winston province that the Iblaya kingdom controlled was a total mess, it was not a threat at all to the Norton family. The southern province had already become a wasteland, whereas the Winston province nobles and the nobles of the southern province, who were hiding within the royal capital, were at war with each other. The queen, on the other hand, merely hid within the Rose Palace to enjoy her life as much as possible. Even Duke Fizibalin had given up on taking any action and left the Iblaya kingdom on the verge of collapse. As expected, when Second Highness Auguslo heard Lorist's reply, he breathed a sigh of relief while also feeling a little dissatisfied. He was relieved to hear Lorist say that his forces had suffered immense casualties. It was only to be expected after a battle with the 100,000 soldiers of the second prince. Even if he won, some amount of lost vitality was to be expected. He also believed that after occupying Windberry City and catching the second prince, the forces of Duke Fizibalin that attempted to take the second prince back must have also caused the Norton family troops to pay a hefty price. But the second highness was also aware that he wouldn't be able to use the Norton family's force to achieve his plans. With a great achievement like sending the second prince straight to him, Lorist would definitely say that the Norton family has already did their best to play their part and have his family forces rest to recuperate and rebuild. The second highness who had prepared to watch his plans unfold by the sidelines was incredibly dissatisfied and felt as if his full force punch had landed on nothing but air. However, the second highness no longer paid attention to Lorist since the unmasked second prince had just realized where he was. The confused second prince had already regained his calm and adopted his usual elegant facade and began loudly greeting the nobles he recognized regardless of whether they were willing to pay any attention to him. Aha! Aren't you my second nephew? Long time no see. Second uncle here misses you so much. Is my brother not here? The second prince had noticed the presence of the second prince and began to bring up their familial relations. The second highness merely gave the cheerful second prince a hateful stare infused with killing intent. The three people the second highness hated the most included the first prince, the second prince and Duke Madras. Even though the first prince was the first to raise the banner of rebellion, the empire reacted quickly enough and mobilized its forces to slowly push the first prince into the corner. But the second prince, who saw an opportunity amidst the chaos and confusion, stabbed the empire in the back and rebelled at Winston Province, forcing Duke Maline to bring his forces back and allowing the first prince to jump out of his predicament. Ever since then, the three princes fought for the throne of the empire and the once strong empire fell into disarray and conflict. Just when the empire was about to gain some advantage, with victory in sight, thanks to the foundation of their strength which had been laid over hundreds of years, Duke Madras suddenly seceded from the empire and caused the advantageous situation to evaporate in no time. The civil war continued for another 3 years before the empire fragmented into the many kingdoms and duchies it was in the present. Now, with one of the main instigators in his hands, Second Highness Auguslo looked coldly at the second prince. It was as if he was staring at an animal waiting to be slaughtered. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. My little Auguslo, what's up with you? Are you not happy about second uncle's visit? Asked the second prince, forcing himself to continue smiling despite the cold gaze the second highness was giving him. I don't see any second uncle of mine. I only see a traitor of the empire before me. Right now, I'm thinking of how I should put you to death to teach the rest of the defectors of the empire a deep lesson they'll never forget, said the second highness after a long pause. However, his statement made the second prince pale instantly. I am your second uncle, you know. Do you intend to bear the stigma of killing one of your own seniors? Said the second prince in a last-ditch attempt. I don't mind taking a page out of Chrysanfor's book to deal with a traitor of the imperial family like you, said the second highness coldly, causing the second prince to slump to the ground weakly. Chrysanfor was one of the longest ruling emperors of the Chrysan Empire. During his 70th birthday, he put to death 7 of his sons, 4 of his daughters, over 20 of his grandchildren as well as more than 4,000 others, all for attempting to usurp the throne. At that time, more than 100 noble families were involved in that incident. That was one of the most well-known incidents in the history of the Chrysan Empire. It caused Chrysanfor to come to be known as the Iron-Heart Emperor. The reason it happened was simple: Chrysanfor had been on the throne for far too long. His whole ruling term was a staggering 84 years. Even the 3 sons of his that were made crown prince didn't live as long as he did. In the end, the few remaining sons of his who yearned to be emperor decided to send their father on a premature journey from the world, but they were exposed and dealt with in the end. The second highness had brought up the tale to imply that he would hold no regard for any familial ties, causing the second prince to crumble entirely. The Andanak kingdom was perfectly in line to deal with second prince, and it was already inconceivable for him to die a swift death, being the traitor he was. Take him away and lock him up for now, the second highness said. Now that I have one of the biggest troublemakers in my hands, it won't take long until the other two's turns. When my father passes on, I will become Auguslo I and lead my 300,000 soldiers to conquer the various lands and rebuild the empire to its former strength. Ah, Count Norton, you looked so handsome when you defeated Blade Master Clementu just now. Given that your swordsmanship is so amazing, do I have the honor to ask for a bit of guidance from you? We have a manor in the imperial capital which boasts an amazing view. Nobody will bother us over there, said Princess Carrie with a coquettish tone. She no longer put up the arrogant and cold front towards Lorist. Instead, she radiated an air of anticipation as she made that request, and looked at Lorist with wide puppy dog eyes. Ugh, Princess Carrie. Putting aside your age of 25, your physique is not suitable for sword fighting. But it would no doubt be incredibly compatible for pole dancing. Forget giving you any pointers, I don't want to end up in your bed halfway through the lesson. Boons don't come without effort, and calamities happen for a reason. Thinking back at how the First Highness died in the middle of the night after coughing out a mouthful of blood, Lorist was not the least interested in involving himself in the drama of the Andanak kingdom and desired to stay as far from the imperial capital as possible. Handing the second prince to the Andanak royal family is already an irrefutable achievement on my part, so better give the other nobles a chance to contribute during your unification war. I deeply apologize, Your Highness, Lorist said as he took 2 steps back to distance himself from Princess Carrie before bowing slightly. It's rather unfortunate, but I'm rather busy with my duties as a Dominion Lord. Sai Lao's island is still not completely peaceful and there's a lot I have to do, so I really cannot afford to spare any time to guide you in swordsmanship. And to be honest, there isn't much I can teach either. To me, there are only 2 secrets when it comes to practicing the sword, and those are diligence and low regard for one's own life. If Your Highness can work on these 2 points, I believe your swordsmanship will definitely improve greatly. Princess Carrie stomped on the ground angrily at Lorist's crudeness, but she still smiled shyly and said, "Then, Count Norton, I've heard that the sights at Seaview Manor at Sai Lao's island is not bad. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to make a trip there." "Oh no, don't tell me that this lass is smitten with me. Just tell me which part of me you like and I'll definitely change it right away," thought Lorist irresistibly. But he still smiled and nodded as he said, "Of course you can, Your Highness. The Norton family will always be honored to host your visit to Seaview Manor. I will have my subordinates receive you there. But as I will be moving around a lot personally, if I am not present on the island when Your Highness arrives, I hope you will forgive me for my inability to tend to you." It was at that moment when the Second Highness came over and said with a praiseworthy tone, "It seems the 2 of you are having a good time. Locke, this niece of mine is one of the most beautiful women in the kingdom and has always set her sights incredibly high and doesn't mingle with others easily given her cold personality. I didn't think that she would get along so well with you, Locke. This must be fate. Locke, you must definitely grasp this opportunity." Princess Carrie curled up in embarrassment and said, "Uncle." Lorist was tempted to roll his eyes as he thought, "Which one of your eyes saw me enjoying my conversation with the princess? Sheesh, one spouting crap with their eyes wide open after another. She may indeed be the most beautiful within the kingdom, but forget about her having a cold personality. I've already seen her performing enthusiastically in front of everyone else but naked. Not only did she put up a great show herself, she even caused the people around her to start humping passionately. Your Highness, since the second prince is already in your hands, I will take my leave now," Lorist said to cut the conversation short as he decided to leave the imperial capital as soon as possible. "Oh!" mumbled the Second Highness, surprised. "What's going on? Are you unhappy with our hospitality? Locke, you and I go way back and to be honest, I hope that you will be able to contribute even more during the unification war. As for the things that just happened, I admit that it was lack of consideration on my part for neglecting the reputation and honor of the Norton family. I express my sincerest apologies to you." Lorist waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, there's no need to dwell on such things. I truly believe in your sincerity and understand that you've always been focused on working towards rebuilding the empire, so it's completely understandable that you would let small things like this slip by since such things are usually unpredictable. However, after taking on the 100,000 soldiers and ambushing Windberry City, the Norton family force is already incredibly weakened. It's already uncertain whether I'll be able to protect myself and I've only sent the second prince here as a precaution. Duke Fisibalin is definitely not an easy person to deal with and I must even keep one eye open when I sleep in my dominion to stay alert." Since Duke Fisibalin was busy gathering all the livestock to exchange for military equipment, Lorist didn't bother too much and dumped all the blame on him. Additionally, as the second prince's father-in-law, the Duke was supposed to be the enemy of the Second Highness in the first place. Given his moniker as the war god of the plains, the Second Highness would only believe in Lorist's description of the situation of the Norton family if he inflated the might of Duke Fisibalin. That's why I still have to rush back to the Northlands to rebuild my family forces. Initially, I thought that I would be able to gain some resources from Sai Lao's island to aid in the recovery of my dominion in the Northlands, but I didn't think that the island would be ravaged so badly. Your Highness, please forgive me for not being able to partake in the unification war. It is beyond my ability to do so, no matter how much I wish it were. All I can do here is to wish you all the best in your efforts and hope that I will be able to come here again to congratulate your Highness when you succeed. Since Lorist was insistent on leaving, the Second Highness didn't do too much to stop him. Given the achievement of capturing and bringing over the second prince, it would be troublesome for him to force Lorist to stay. If anything were to happen to the Norton family dominion as a result of that, there's no doubt that Lorist would hate the Second Highness to the bone, so Second Highness Auguslo felt that it was better to let him go back to fight with Duke Fisibalin, since he had originally intended to use the Norton family forces to hold back those of Duke Fisabalin anyway. Having finally obtained permission to leave, Lorist departed immediately without looking back. After exiting the capital, Jisk laughed and said, "My lord, why weren't you moved even the slightest when that beautiful princess approached you? She tried so hard to get close to you that I thought she had glued herself to you." Lorist laughed bitterly and said, "Joe, that woman is not as simple as she seems. If it were another woman, I would be more than happy to encourage you to court her. After all, it's not every day that you praise a woman for her looks. However, I can't help but feel that this princess seems to be plotting something. Empire-ruining beauties are used to describe those kinds of women. Coupled with the mysterious circumstances surrounding her father, the First Highness's death, I feel that interacting with Princess Carrie will bring us even greater trouble, so I believed that it would be best for us to stay far away from her. I don't want to be embroiled in yet another incredibly complicated situation." At that moment, Freyar came forward and asked, "My lord, what's the plan for the rest of our trip? After leaving the city walls and arriving at our camp, we will set out immediately. I am afraid that the Second Highness will change his mind and have us stay at the imperial capital. I didn't think about it too much when I decided to bring a whole regiment of local defense force soldiers with me, and the Second Highness hasn't seen how well armed they are yet. If he does, he'll definitely realize that I've been lying to him. These 500 soldiers are far more elite and well disciplined than the royal guards stationed at the hall just now," Lorist said while furrowing his brow. Jisk nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, my lord. When I was waiting for my turn to bring the second prince into the hall, the guards there were talking about how impressive our guards' equipment were, with some of them even coming close to take a look while praising their quality. It looked as if they were about to strip our guards naked right then and there. When the Second Highness has more time, the guards will definitely report to him about it, and I believe that he will start to pine for our equipment not long after. Sigh, so many things to worry about. Leaving early is for the best," Lorist said. Chapter 233, Breaching 5 Camps in the Night. Hi guys, here's the first regular chapter of the week. By the way, Prince_99_Hearts has just joined as my editor for TRL, and this chapter was edited by him. Let's give him a warm welcome to the team. Sigh, we couldn't buy any horses. I didn't think they would be in such short supply in the imperial capital. Over the last couple of days we only managed to buy a few dozen horses. We had to pay double the market price for them, and they are all being used by my lord to pull the carriages," grumbled Freyar as he prepared the bonfire. Jisk said, "We didn't plan well enough. We thought that we would be able to buy some mounts when we came here, but we forgot that the imperial capital doesn't breed horses at all. Add to that the fact that the Second Highness's 6 legions require lots of horses, a shortage is unavoidable. I didn't think that we would actually have to walk back. We've only traveled around 15 kilometers, even after walking for the whole day. I estimate that we can move another 30 or so kilometers tomorrow. That's rather bad for us. Since we're used to traveling around the Northlands on horseback, this pace feels slower than a snail's by comparison. My lord, should we head to the nearby residence of the nobles to buy some horses and carriages to travel faster? Since Sai Lao's island still needs to be developed, I think these carriages will be useful for transportation," Els suggested. The group had left the capital and travelled for half a day when Freyar instructed them to set up camp. The order came just as the sky began to darken. Thanks to the extensive training they had received, the 500 or so soldiers from the local defense brigade settled down quickly. Surprisingly, the ones to complain were among the knights. Els, Jim, and the others were used to traveling on horseback rather than marching. They grumbled while sitting by the bonfire. They had been able to sit in the carriage on the way to the imperial capital while escorting the second prince, but now they had to travel back by foot. It was mainly because Lorist had bought a few thousand books in the imperial capital and intended to transport them back. Even though they had around 20 carriages, apart from the ones transporting food, all of them were filled with books. There wasn't even a horse to spare for Lorist. He, too, had to travel by foot. Very well, we'll take a detour tomorrow and head towards Doni River. From there, it will only take another day of walking for us to arrive at Dasanba town. Over there is the main jetty of the Doni River where we can take a boat to travel along the river to the shores of Domsjur city. From there, we'll only need to travel another 2 days to reach Jilin harbor and get on our ship back to Silao's island, Lorist announced after he took a look at the map. Then, do we still need to purchase carriages when we pass by the other dominions? Els asked. Forget about carriages. It's fine to just get some horses that your subordinates can use to scout ahead so they can alert us if there's any danger, Lorist said. Ha, my lord, with our force of 500, which dominion lord in the whole of the Andanak kingdom will have the guts and might to provoke us? Everyone laughed out loud at the comment. It was true. The nobles of the Andanak kingdom had already been made incredibly subservient by the Second Highness. Most of their family forces had already been drafted into the reserve army. It would already be impressive if they managed to have more than 100 soldiers garrisoning their dominions. As Kari Tok had mentioned, as long as they didn't encounter the Second Highness's army, Lorist would be able to go anywhere within the kingdom with his force of 500 local defense brigade troops without fear of being obstructed. My lord, why can't we sell the horses we have in the Northlands over here? I feel it's a good idea. There's obviously a market for it, Howard said. Hee hee. Lorist laughed as he stroked Howard's hair. It's not bad that you managed to come up with that idea. Under normal circumstances, that idea of yours would be a good one. But you forgot to consider one extremely important factor: who are we to do business with? Even though the Second Highness requires a huge number of mounts for his army, he doesn't have the ability to pay for them. The 300,000 soldiers have already stretched his finances to the limit. He definitely doesn't have any gold coins remaining to pay for the horses. If we were to bring horses from the Northlands here, we would only get an empty promise from him. Something along the lines of reimbursing us after he reunites the Empire. Alright guys, let's take a rest a little earlier. Howard, heat some water up for us to soak our feet in. There's still a long way to travel tomorrow, Lorist said. The night passed rather uneventfully. On the next day, they continued their travels almost immediately and only managed to obtain 7 mounts after traveling through 4 dominions along the way. Among these were old horses that were around 15 to 16 years old. Els had laughed bitterly as he said, "My lord, are we buying these horses for them to spend their retirement back at our dominion?" During the evening, they managed to arrive at Dasanba town, which was within the dominion of Count Santos. It was rumored that the Count was currently the legion commander of the local defense army's 3rd Legion, and was at the border of the Red Lee's kingdom. The one in charge of Dasanba town was one of his trusted aides, Old Sonny. Supervisor Sonny was incredibly respectful to Lorist. Any count with an escort of 500 fully armed soldiers was definitely deserving of such respect. According to him, Dasanba town was one of the most important river crossings within the Andanak kingdom. Mainly because it served to transport huge amounts of supplies and resources along the river to the front lines at the border of the Red Lee's kingdom. It greatly decreased the expenditure of manpower and pack animals on the task. That's why Lorist was able to obtain the supplies he needed there. He was also able to purchase a carriage. As for the boat towards Domsjur city, Old Sunny said that he could help Lorist with one of his connections, a regiment captain in charge of the supply lines, and ask him whether he could help out. When he heard that Lorist was willing to pay 800 gold fords for the transport of his escort soldiers and the 20 carriages, Regiment Captain Holson was more than willing to help out. He even ordered the supplies that had just been loaded onto the ships be moved back onto the shore. In total, around 10 boats were emptied for Lorist to use for the trip to Domsjur city. When Lorist asked Holson whether that would affect the transport of supplies to the front lines, the captain replied without a care in the world, "No worries. It's extremely common for delays upwards of a few dozen days to occur, and travelling to Domsjur city and back only takes around 8. Additionally, we can also transport some supplies from there to here, so nobody would complain about it." When the captain heard Els complain that they weren't able to purchase any horses along the way, he laughed and told Lorist and Els that it was because they didn't have the right connections. He brought the two of them to the transportation convoy's camp. He quickly closed a deal with the person in charge of the convoy for the purchase of around 120 mounts for only 1,000 gold fords. Even though they were not good war horses, they were more than fit for the task of pulling carriages. Captain Holson's efforts were not in vain. He pocketed an additional 200 gold fords from the transaction. However, he would have to provide 4 more empty boats for the transportation of those horses. Els asked him curiously, "How would you explain the disappearance of so many horses from the convoy to your superiors?" Captain Holson laughed and said, "There are plenty of excuses we can use, ranging from sickness, drowning, ill-fitting conditions, startled horses, and more. Any of these reasons would be enough to quell any suspicions people might have. The matter will be forgotten in a month. As for the lack of horses, they can just report it and ask for replacements. Naturally, that 1,000 gold fords would have to be split up to quite a few people as well." Els contemplated what he heard solemnly. When he returned to their camp, he told Lorist, "Locke, I finally understand why you don't think that the Second Highness can unite the Empire with only 300,000 soldiers. Given the way his subordinates act, he wouldn't be able to do it even if he had twice the number of troops." After another 4 days, Lorist and the rest arrived at Domsjur city. Having paid the remaining 500 gold fords, Lorist parted with Captain Holson with a handshake and a face full of smiles. Soon after, he entered the city to go on a shopping spree. After another day spent resting, the group departed for Jilin Harbor. It would be only another day or 2 before they could head out to sea. In the evening hours, Jim and 2 other guards who had been scouting, reported, "My lord, a dust cloud has built up behind us and it seemed like a regiment of troops are heading our way. There is an estimated 3,000 soldiers and they will reach us in another 10 minutes or so. Should we make way for them to pass?" Lorist looked in the direction Jim mentioned. Not far from them he could see a dust cloud approaching. Freyar rushed over and said, "My lord, the troops are coming for us." Looking at how quickly the dust cloud built up, they must be engaging in a full-on charge. "There isn't anyone apart from us on this path, there's no doubt that we are the targets of those soldiers." Lorist hurriedly pointed at a small mound on one side of the main highway, and said, "Get the carriages up there first and build a defensive perimeter immediately." The mound wasn't that high. It was only about 30 meters tall, and dotted by a random assortment of trees. By the time Lorist and the rest got on top of the mound, the soldiers in the distance had arrived. Indeed, they had come for Lorist's troop. Upon seeing Lorist and the rest heading up the mound, they slowed down and encircled it, seemingly intent on keeping Lorist and the rest up there. Dulles used his sword to chop down a few of the trees, which was then carried away by a couple of the soldiers to be made into wooden barricades. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Dulles asked Lorist, who was also chopping trees beside him, "My lord, the soldiers beneath the mound are equipped with the royal family's local defense forces equipment. Did the Second Highness send them here to hold us hostage?" Lorist laughed bitterly as he shook his head, and said, "I am not too sure about it either. The Second Highness can be considered to be a formidable person and should not do something this irrational." I've already defeated a blade master right before his eyes, so he must be aware that cavalry troops like this wouldn't be able to stop me. Even if they managed to kill you guys, they'll still have a hard time getting their hands on me. And the moment I return to the family, I'll definitely mobilize my troops to avenge you. Should that happen, he'll have to forget about reuniting the empire entirely. It'll already be his good fortune just to be able to resist our assault. I don't understand what it is that made him take this move. Freyar and Jisk approached and the former said, "My lord, we have surveyed the terrain of the mound. The slope that connects to the main road is the easiest to scale. We're currently stationing the carriages in rows in that direction to set up a defense line. After that, we'll install the barricades and dig some trenches. That should be enough to defend against the assault of the cavalry. Over there to the left is a cliff roughly 10 meters high. It'll be impossible for the cavalry or infantry to scale, so we don't have to station anyone there for now. On the right is an uneven slope which is difficult for cavalry to surmount but possible for infantry troops to traverse. I've already stationed around a company of 100 men there, so there shouldn't be a problem. Behind us is this small forest. We're currently felling the trees to clear up the landscape so we can aim and shoot. We'll use the logs to build a few defensive walls, as well as prevent the enemy from using the forest as cover to attack us. However, one bit of bad news is that there is no water source in the area, and the water supply we have remaining will only last us 2 days at most. If the enemy decides to attack with fire, we will definitely be smoked to death," Freyar said in a serious tone. Jisk added, "My lord, I made a rough estimate just now and found that the enemy has around 1 regiment of cavalry. The regiment should be around 2,500 strong. Apart from some who are stationed at the cliff at the left side of the mound, the remaining ones have formed a semicircle around the front of the mound with the intention of stranding us up here. I suspect that they are waiting for more reinforcements to arrive before they start their assault. I suggest that my lord breach the encirclement first and leave us here to defend against the enemy. As long as my lord is able to make it back to the Dominion, then the enemy's plans will definitely fail." Lorist shook his head and said, "Since I brought you guys here, I will definitely bring you back with me. I do not have the guts to return to the Dominion alone. Els, when it gets dark, bring Jim along with you to the cliff off to the left. Capture one of them alive for some questioning." "Yes, my lord," Els replied. Under the starlit night sky, a number of light sources could be seen illuminating the area around the mound. Both the Norton family soldiers and the cavalry of the royal family's local defense force had some bonfires lit to alert them of any sudden movements or assaults by the other. It wasn't a hindrance to Jim and Els, however. They managed to sneak into the enemy's ranks when they weren't paying attention, and soon returned with a prisoner. Els carved a thick wooden branch into a chopstick with his dagger in front of everyone else, and threatened the prisoner with a similar fate if he didn't start talking. The frightened soldier quickly spat out everything he knew. "What? You said that you came on the orders of Count Aslan to keep us here? So, he'll be leading 2 regiments of infantry troops over and will arrive in another 2 days." The situation was now clear. Gold-ranked knight, and general of the local defense force, Count Aslan, the elder brother of Viscount Aslan, whom Lorist had ordered to be beheaded, had personally mobilized his troops to kill Lorist. It was fortunate that Lorist took a detour and travelled to Domsjur city by boat, causing Count Aslan to head to the wrong location. Otherwise, Lorist would have encountered them 3 days earlier. A fight to the death would have been raging already. Currently, the orders the regiment of cavalry troops had, was for them to hold Lorist and the rest in place until Count Aslan arrives with his 2 regiments, totaling around 5,000 soldiers, before beginning their assault. Count Aslan had left the banquet early, so he wasn't aware of Lorist beating Blade Master Clementu. He believed that his 3 regiments totaling around 7,500 troops would have no trouble preventing the escape of even a single soldier. Lorist spat out the grass stalk in his mouth, and said, "Since he wants to play around, I'll make sure to give him a good time." Even though the sky was still rather dark, dawn was just on the horizon. It signaled the beginning of yet another day. The troops patrolling at the foot of the mound looked upwards and managed to see the blurry silhouettes of the Norton family's soldiers as well as their gleaming spearheads illuminated by the torches. "All right, let's head back. It's time for our shift change," said the squad leader. Behind him, sounds of water sprinkling on the ground rang out. The squad leader didn't mind and merely commented, "Can't you dismount if you want to pee? Lazy ass." Following that, he caught a whiff of blood in the air. Noticing that something was amiss, he turned back immediately, only to see a blade entering his line of sight. Everyone was shocked when they saw Lorist kill off the whole patrol troop with only one strike. The enemy didn't even have a chance to cry out. Following that, Lorist mounted one of the horses, and pulled his sword out of the body. He tossed the corpse to Jim and Els who were behind him. They laid the body down quietly and the three began their slaughter. The most shocking part of it was that the enemy wasn't aware of this attack at all. Not even a single one of them uttered a cry when they were killed. The speed, accuracy, and ferocity of Lorist's strikes caused the ones hiding in ambush to shudder. That was the 4th patrol troop, and they had gathered up to 80 war horses already. "All right, everyone. Mount up immediately. Those who still don't have a horse should continue to hide in ambush. We've already made preparations to kill our way into the enemy camp. Don't forget to light a fire. Freyar will make his move when he sees the flames." The cavalry regiment had set up 5 camps around the 3 sides of the mound. Each camp had around 500 soldiers. The patrol groups of 20 that circled the mound didn't expect that Lorist and the rest would slip down from the side of the cliff to begin their counterattack. "Kill!" Lorist roared as he charged headfirst into the first enemy camp. He was followed by Jusk, Els, and the rest, who worked hard to carry out Lorist's plans. They set the fire, captured mounts, and killed the enemy. Following the consecutive deaths of 2 silver-ranked knights at the spear point of Lorist's pike, the soldiers of the first camp completely crumbled. They ran with all their might towards the second camp with their equipment and hair all messed up. Lorist and the rest followed behind them and began their slaughter once more when they reached the second camp. At that moment, the 3rd to 5th camps were already alerted and began to react. 120 cavalry could be seen charging towards the second camp to reinforce it. However, they didn't expect that halfway in the middle of their charge, sounds of killing would ring out behind them. Freyar led 400 local defense brigade troops into the 5th camp. The cavalry troops that were not mounted were not able to defend themselves in the slightest, and the 5th camp crumbled almost right away. By then, the second camp had already been breached. Lorist continued chasing the few hundred barefooted soldiers towards the 3rd camp. Freyar, opposite him, was already succeeding in his assault on the 4th. The sky soon brightened, and Freyar rode to Lorist's side excitedly, and said, "My lord, it's our win. Victory! My lord, we breached 5 camps in one night and not a single enemy escaped. The surviving soldiers have all been captured. We also got most of their war horses. Are our casualties bad?" Around half of the local defense brigade troops were incapacitated, with 147 of them dead and another 120 or so injured. The losses were suffered mainly during the final confrontation when the last of the cavalry managed to band together and launch a counterattack. After all, the local defense brigade troops are only used to fighting defensively. Assaults like these are not their forte, Freyar explained. "Let's clear up the battlefield for now, we still have some work to do. Why don't we give Count Aslan a meeting gift?" Lorist said hatefully. Chapter 234 Investigation. Enjoy your second regular chapter of the week. There won't be a chapter tomorrow cause I have a small test to take. CYA guys again on Friday/Saturday. 12 days later, Second Highness Auguslo brought a regiment of soldiers to that unnamed mound. The corpse of the grandiosely dressed Count Aslan was laid before him. If one paid closer attention to it, one would realize that the head was separated from the rest of the body. The corpse had been left as it was for 10 days, naturally it had begun to smell. The Second Highness waved one hand repeatedly in front of his nose in a futile attempt to disperse the odor, before he said, "All right. Carry it away." Even though his voice was soft, the ones present at the scene understood the Second Highness's temperament well. They could tell that the Second Highness was at his boiling point. His rage was ready to explode at any moment. Two guards lightly moved the corpse of Count Aslan and brought it out of the large tent. "Marquis Reed, tell us the results of your investigation," instructed the Second Highness. "Yes, Your Highness," said Marquis Reed. He stood up and stopped at the center of the tent with a large stack of beast-skin documents in his arms. Marquis Reed was one of the first to arrive at the scene. He was in charge of accommodating deserters, investigating the reasons for defeats, and burying the corpses of the dead. He flipped open his documents, and began his report. This time around, Count Aslan mobilized 3 regiments of troops, numbering 7,500 soldiers in total, on this long-distance excursion of his own accord. He reported it as a long-distance training drill. In actuality, he had intended to catch up to Count Norton's troop to avenge his little brother, Viscount Aslan. However, it ended in the most tragic manner possible, with Count Aslan's death. More than 1,600 casualties were suffered by the cavalry regiment, 800 are dead, and another 600 are missing in action. There are also another 200 or so deserters from that battle who later returned to us. Additionally, they lost most of their mounts as well. The 2 infantry regiments with 5,000 soldiers suffered around 1,400 casualties, with another 2,000 or so missing, and a further 1,500 who fled the battlefield, and have mostly returned. It's worth noting that they were only faced with the 500 men brought along by Count Norton. The battle commanded by Count Aslan can be considered to be a tragic loss indeed. Thump! The Second Highness threw his fist on the table and said, 7,500 soldiers. Let's forget about the fact that Count Aslan acted on his own accord for now. They only faced an enemy of 500, they outnumbered their enemy 15 to 1. And yet, they still lost. Is that an indication of the incompetence of the royal family's local defense force? How will I be able to reunite the empire with troops like these? Is this really my army? They're nothing but helpless sheep. The tent was completely quiet. Everyone within had their heads lowered while they listened to Second Highness Auguslo's complaints. After venting his anger for a good while, he finally calmed down. He said to Marquis Reed, "Please continue. Let others hear how in the world this battle was lost so that they may learn from this incident." "Understood," Marquis Reed said as he flipped open another file. "According to my investigations, when Count Aslan heard that Count Norton would be leaving the imperial capital, he brought 3 regiments of troops to set up an ambush further ahead. But he didn't expect that Count Norton would suddenly change course and head to Dasanba town to take a boat towards Domsjur city. Based on the testimonies of the 2 company leaders from the cavalry regiment that had escaped, it is confirmed that the order Count Aslan gave them was to hold Count Norton's troop back until the Count himself caught up with the other 2 infantry regiments. Only after that would they launch the main attack. From a tactical perspective, Count Aslan's subordinates were rather serious and didn't have any intention of underestimating the enemy. However, Count Aslan feared that he might alert Count Norton to his intentions, so he didn't send anyone to keep an eye on the latter's forces. It was a grave mistake that caused him to be unaware of Count Norton's detour, causing his efforts of mobilizing his 3 regiments to hide there in ambush to go to waste. When he realized that Count Norton had traveled by the river, there was already a distance between them that would take 2 days of travel to make up. Count Aslan was forced to order his cavalry regiment to go to obstruct them ahead of the rest of the troops. This is one of the more traditional military approaches. But Count Norton was incredibly alert. The moment he discovered the cavalry regiment, he ordered his troops to back up onto a mound nearby. We can still see the many defensive fortifications the Norton family forces made over here. However, he didn't think that the cavalry regiment wouldn't attack him and instead set up camp beneath the mountain since they were only sent there to stall him. According to the cavalrymen that fled the battlefield, they set up 5 camps. Each contained 1 company of 500 men. Apart from the side of the mound with a cliff, they set up camps all around it to semicircular formation, and sent out smaller groups to patrol the perimeter to ensure that the Norton family forces wouldn't launch a surprise attack at night. The cavalry regiment was correct to take those actions. But they didn't expect the Norton family forces to use that unguarded cliff to descend and sneak into their campgrounds, take out their patrol troops, and launch their attack during dawn on the 2 flanking camps before eliminating those in the middle. The resting soldiers were caught completely off guard and couldn't resist at all. In the end, the cavalry regiment, without any mounts, eventually crumbled. After defeating the cavalry regiment, Count Norton did not let up just there. He used the time when Count Aslan was travelling to the mound with his infantry regiments to head to Gillen Harbour and the nearby dominions to purchase up to 1,000 cows and mules to deal with the infantry regiments when they arrive. Marquis Reed then took out a few more documents. These are the testimonies of 1 regiment captain and a few other company leaders. They said that by the time they arrived here, it was already the afternoon. They did meet a few of the deserters and already knew about the defeat of the cavalry regiment. At that time, Count Aslan was in a rather sour mood. He ordered the deserters to be given 50 canes because he thought that they were the main reason for the defeat of the regiment. At that time, everyone including Count Aslan believed that the Norton family forces had already escaped. They set up camp without paying much attention to their defenses, only to suffer an ambush by Count Norton in the middle of the night. This time around, Count Norton had the cows and mules they purchased doused with oil and covered their eyes up with grass. Additionally, he had short swords and daggers fastened to the bodies of the animals before setting them aflame and sending them into Count Aslan's camp. The infantry troops that were stunned awake were shocked to be greeted with the sight of flaming bulls and mules running wildly towards them. They instantly crumbled. Initially, Count Aslan had wanted to gather what remained of his troops to form a defensive line, but Count Norton didn't give him any chance to do so during the assault. One of the escaped soldiers mentioned seeing Count Norton himself rush over and behead Count Aslan after trading only 2 blows. After which the soldiers Count Aslan had gathered either kneeled and begged for mercy, or ran for their lives. I have to say, I am impressed. Count Norton's use of those flaming animals to crush a camp 5,000 soldiers is a stroke of genius. He managed to gain victory with the smallest possible casualties. After that, he brought the head of Count Aslan with him but didn't enter Gillen Harbour. Instead, he got onto a ship at the coast around 10 kilometers away from Gillen Harbour. He left Count Aslan's head on a branch somewhere near the beach. When the 1st Reserve Legion, stationed at Gillen Harbour, received news of the battle and sent out a regiment of troops to the coast, it was already too late. Count Norton and his men had long set sail. According to some of the tracks left at the coast, I believe the missing soldiers from the cavalry and infantry regiments must have become captives of Count Norton, and are being transported to Silao's Island. After finishing his report, Marquis Reed placed the stack of documents in his hands on the table right in front of the Second Highness, and headed back to his seat. The Second Highness proceeded to inspect the documents. Marquis Reed's work was very thorough. Not only did he get the testimonies of the soldiers who had been fortunate enough to survive, he even drew a map that detailed the terrain of the mound and marked locations where the Norton family forces and the cavalry regiment were stationed, as well as the route the Nortons took to breach the 5 camps of the cavalry regiment. Count Aslan's and his 2 infantry regiments' route was also shown on it. The map allowed one to grasp the situation clearly at a glance. Having seen the documents, the Second Highness stayed silent and tapped the table with his finger repeatedly. Everyone within the tent felt as if their hearts were beating according to the rhythm of the Second Highness's finger tapping. They all understood that the tapping meant that the Second Highness had already made his decision and no one would be able to change his mind. The tapping sound sped up gradually, until it suddenly stopped. The tent was permeated by a still air of quietness. The others waited with puffed-out chests and solemn expressions. David Copperfield. Yes, Your Highness. What is your will? asked the handsome man that appeared before Second Highness Auguslo. As the vice-captain of the Second Highness's personal guard, he would follow his lord along every time there was an excursion. Bring one group of the guards back to the imperial capital and pass on my orders. Have the Royal Local Defense Forces 1st Legion send out a regiment of troops with you as the commander to thrash the Aslan family dominion and completely exterminate their family. The men of the Aslan family shall be sent to join the Suicide Corps and given a chance to atone for their crimes with their achievements. The women shall serve as prostitutes for the soldiers at the military brothels, announced the Second Highness coldly. The people within the tent broke into chatter. They were all shocked at the Second Highness's ruthless decision, despite the fact that Count Aslan used to be one of the most favored generals of the Second Highness. Your Highness! Quite a number of nobles stood up and begged for mercy on the Aslan family's behalf. Sit back down! Roared Second Highness Auguslo. All of a sudden, Viscount Aslan had committed serious transgressions. He was a tax collection officer I had appointed, and yet he kept me in the dark about his corruption. He had been executed before my eyes, so I pitied him and decided to put the matter behind me. Who would have known that a general like his elder brother, Count Aslan, would mobilize the troops to exact his personal vengeance and cause us to suffer so many casualties? Is he treating my soldiers as those of his family? These actions are the reason why I have stripped Count Aslan of his title and taken back his county. I will not allow something like this to happen again. Do you guys have anything to say about it? Asked the Second Highness domineeringly. If he had won that battle, I probably wouldn't have held him responsible. But look at this. What kind of battle is this? 7,500 men, all from my main army, defeated by a mere 500 of the Norton family. This is the epitome of incompetence and idiocy. Perhaps I should even thank Count Norton. He was the one who spared me the future failures of Count Aslan in the war to reunite the empire. Davy, I have given you the role of eradicating the Aslan family because the kingdom's treasury is in a financial pinch and is unable to provide funds to replenish the Second Legion that Count Aslan has irrevocably crippled. Go carry out your mission. After that, you will take Count Aslan's place as commander of the Legion and reorganize it. I will send you more men and horses from the Reserve Legion to make up for the ones we lost. Understood, Your Highness. Please be assured that I will definitely not let you down, said David before he bowed and left in high spirits. The rest of you can leave. Glacia, please stay back for a bit, said the Second Highness, waving his hand. He patted on his forehead as if it was hurting really badly. Once everyone had left the tent, only Lorist's elder cousin, gold-ranked knight Glacia, and Second Highness Auguslo remained. When Lorist arrived at the imperial capital, Glacia, who had been made the captain of the newly formed knight brigade, had been training with her knights outside the city, so she had missed her chance to meet Lorist. Glacia walked to the back of the Second Highness and began to massage his temples. August! You're worn out. You should take better care of your own body, you know. She said. As the Second Highness's lover, Glacia understood what he was worried about the most. However, it wasn't appropriate for her to say much given her status as one of the Norton family. On the one hand, she had her cousin, Lorist, on the other, she had her lover, Auguslo. Her unique position put her in quite an awkward situation. The Second Highness held the hand that was massaging him, and pulled the woman into his arms. Glacia, head to Silao's island on my behalf and meet your cousin, Locke. Help me explain to him that this incident was definitely not what I had intended, and that Count Aslan acted on his own accord. Also, tell him about the judgment I passed on the Aslan family. I hope that will be enough to quell his anger. My father's health is already at its limits, and when he passes away, we will have to begin the effort to reunite the empire. I hope that Locke can come over to give me a hand in that. After all, he's quite adept at coming up with unexpected tactics. I've realized that no one can compete with him in that regard. If he's not willing to do so, at least get him to promise that he will keep Duke Fizibalin's army in check so that the old guy doesn't leave the grasslands to cause me trouble. Also, I'm sure you've heard Marquis Reed mention that it's possible that the missing soldiers have been captured by Locke and transported to Silao's island. Help me see if we can get those soldiers back. Given the state of the treasury, we won't be able to afford their ransom, so I can only make it up to him after reuniting the Empire. Glacia stretched out her hand, and stroked the slender face of her lover. All right, I will make my way to Jilin Harbor and get a ride to Silao's island as soon as possible. I will do my best to do your bidding, so make sure you watch out for your own health as well, she said. The decision to use the flaming animals to attack the camp was a result of a flash of inspiration from Lorist. Back then, he recalled one of the stories his grandfather from his past life told him. It was about the fire cattle columns tactic devised by Tiandan during the Warring States Period 1. It was a shame that the cows and mules Lorist purchased for a high price didn't even amount to 1,000. It forced Lorist to pick out 500 war horses that were in better condition than the rest, and have the other horses made into fodder alongside the cows and mules. Fortunately, when he arrived at the mound, Count Aslan believed that Lorist had escaped with his troops. It meant that he didn't pay attention to his camp's defenses and only set them up half-heartedly. As a result of the shabbiness of the defenses, the 2,000-plus flaming animals simply crashed through in a frenzied stampede. They crippled the 2,500 soldier regiments almost instantly. Lorist brought only 200 men with him to follow the animals into the camp. Apart from Lorist's killing of Count Aslan, the other soldiers didn't have to fight at all. Most of the 2 infantry regiments' casualties were caused by the stampeding animals. There were even 5 or 6 of the Norton family's soldiers who got injured when they tried to help the enemy soldiers out. After obtaining victory, Lorist sent Els and the rest to book a few ships in advance at Jilin Harbor and have them stop at the coast around 10 kilometers away from the harbor. He would load up the 2,000 prisoners there. Before leaving, Lorist realized that the head of Count Aslan was still hung at the front of his mount. He felt it wouldn't be of any use even if he took it with him, so he casually found a tree branch and impaled the head on it. It was left there just like that. Upon returning to Silao's island, Lorist found a plot of land there to build a graveyard for the soldiers who had bravely sacrificed themselves, and arranged for a burial ceremony to be carried out. Afterwards, he would have to wait for the ships from the Northlands to transport huge amounts of supplies over. During the time Lorist was at the imperial capital, Charade with the aid of old Hugo and Hector had already completed most of the development plan for Silao's island. All that was left was for Lorist to approve the plan. However, when Charade heard about Lorist's ploy involving the flaming animals, he was so pissed that he nagged Lorist about it non-stop. 2,000 cows, mules, and horses cost roughly 20,000 gold fords. Charade criticized Lorist for acting like a spoiled rich kid by using 20,000 gold fords to eliminate only 5,000 enemies. It truly was wasteful beyond measure. He even mentioned that Lorist should have bribed the enemy soldiers with 4 gold fords per person. That way, they would no doubt tie Count Aslan up themselves and bring him before Lorist. As Lorist was bickering with Charade about the matter while going through the development plan together, Jim entered the room and reported, "My lord, your elder cousin, Glacia, is here." Chapter 235 Discussion. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week, courtesy of Joshua L. from the USA. Enjoy the read. Lorist did not currently live at Whitebird Town. According to the development plan Charade drafted, the whole of Whitebird Town would be shifted 1,000 or so meters to the east. The original location of the town would be further developed into a proper port through defensive walls. At the moment, Whitebird Town was far too close to the jetty for the Norton family's plans. They wanted to turn the place into a central maritime transfer point. It would, however, require that the port be expanded. The temporary wooden jetty also had to be exchanged for a stone one. Charade's plan involved building up the residential and business areas of the new Whitebird Town, before moving the townsfolk over, after which the old houses would be demolished. These steps had to be completed before the expansion of the port could proceed, including the construction of the walls and defensive fortifications. As a result, Lorist could only stay within a temporary log house located at an ad hoc army camp near the town. Ack! That hurts. Let go, Glacia. I'm Count Norton, the leader of the family. I order you to let go. The moment Lorist returned to his room, his ear was given a harsh pinch by Glacia. I'm currently educating you as your cousin. That has nothing to do with your status as count or family leader, Glacia said. How does that even work? Lorist looked around, stunned, before he shouted, You guys, scram! What are you looking at? Don't tell me you've never seen an elder sister teaching her little brother a lesson? Howard, you stay. Make my beloved cousin a pot of Max. After that, Els, Jisk and the rest left the house, chuckling. It was not every day that they got to see Lorist get the short end of the stick. The matter would almost undoubtedly be spread around the grapevine of the soldiers who had nothing better to do in their free time. That's enough, sis. It's about time you let go. Sheesh, you didn't give me any face at all even though I was in front of my knights. I'm already an adult, and you're also not the snotty blonde lass from before. Act your age, Lorist said. You were the snotty brat, not me. Let's not forget that you were quite the crybaby too. I still remember that you would cry out almost instantly whenever I pinched you like that, Glacia said as she loosened her pinch on Lorist's ear. Even though the family dominion was within the desolate Northlands, the days when we lived at the Bastide was fun. I still remember that I would visit the family dominion every summer with my parents. My mom definitely wasn't too keen on those trips. The distance we had to travel was too great. Each trip would take us at least 2 months. Well, it's definitely much better right now, we've built a port at the family dominion. It'll only take around 10 days for us to travel from there to Silao's island, Lorist said. Tell me, Locke. What have you done after you took the position of family leader? What changes have there been in the Dominion? Glacia asked. Lorist began to describe the occurrences and changes within the family dominion of the past few years, such as the new family mausoleum at Witada Mound, the resistance the family put up against the magical beast wave, the construction of Firm Rock Castle, the development of the Felicitas and Salis settlements, the defeat of the Second Prince, as well as the alliance formed between the Nortons and the other 3 great families within the Northlands. Glacia looked a little down as she muttered, I really want to go back to the Dominion to take a look. A dozen of years have passed just like that. The family will always welcome you, Glacia. Oh, I almost forgot about the main issue. Tell me frankly, is the Second Highness going to deal with the Norton family next? Lorist asked as he poured a cup of Max and handed it to Glacia. Glacia glanced at Lorist from the corner of her eyes and said, Why, aren't you a bold one? The moment I returned to the imperial capital, I heard of your heroic exploits. From beheading Viscount Aslan to defeating Blade Master Clementu at the banquet His Highness had organized for your sake. You truly didn't even bother to consider his standing, did you? Had it not been for the fact that you brought the second prince before him, greatly contributing to the kingdom, His Highness would have turned on you right away. And before I'd even had enough time to digest what I heard about your defeat of 7,500 elite soldier from the royal family's local defense force. And that with only 500 family soldier no less. You even managed to kill Count Aslan, and left his head impaled on a branch at the coast as a show of might to us. You're really over the top. I already don't know what I should say to you, my little cousin. You're too different a person from what you used to be in your childhood. Lorist snickered before he said humbly, people always change. That aside, I'm no way as mighty as you have praised me to be. Glacia stretched out her hand to pinch Lorist again. Which one of my statements did you mistake for praise? I only know that you're becoming wilder and wilder. Locke, the way you handled this matter was too audacious. It will easily put our family at the center of the storm. The other nobles will start to see us as a threat. Glacia, it's fine. You don't have to worry. The family is strong enough now, so we don't have to fear anyone, Lorist interjected. Glacia breathed a long sigh and said, Locke, since you're so confident about it, there isn't much that I can say. His Highness did not mean to blame you for this matter. He told me to notify you about how he dealt with the Aslan family as well as his hopes that you will give him a hand by helping him to strategize during the Unification War. After hearing Glacia explain the actions Second Highness Auguslo took against the Aslan family, Lorist gasped. Isn't that a little too harsh? The Aslan family will never have a chance to rebuild themselves ever again. No, wait. Glacia, why do I have a feeling that the true purpose the Second Highness eliminated the Aslan family was to take their wealth for his own use? Glacia nodded helplessly when she heard that. No way. Are the kingdom's finances that bad? Then why is the Second Highness so hell-bent on reuniting the empire? Can't he focus on ruling the Andanak kingdom properly first? He should settle the commoners down and strengthen the kingdom before trying unification again. Lorist said, expressing his shock and confusion of the Second Highness's intentions. Glacia, I really don't understand why he's in such a rush to reunite the empire. Having 300,000 soldiers under his command was already a big enough mistake. There is no way that the 6 provinces of the kingdom can afford to sustain that many soldiers. I believe that the Second Highness should have emptied the savings of the royal family on those troops. And the costs will only rise even further when the war starts. How will the Second Highness deal with the logistics issues, as well as the pension and reimbursement for the dead soldiers? Seeing Glacia shrug, Lorist widened his eyes in realization. No way, is he counting on raiding the territories he conquers for resupplication? Glacia nodded helplessly once again and said, Locke, I know all this sounds ridiculous to you. But the kingdom truly has no better option to pick. What would you think if I told you that in actuality, the kingdom cannot even sustain 1 legion of soldiers? Lorist shook his head and said, Impossible. There are 6 provinces within the kingdom. How is it possible for the kingdom to not be able to sustain even 1 legion of troops? Glacia said with a solemn expression, It's like this. There hasn't been any trade between the Andanak kingdom and other territories since its founding almost a decade ago. As the nation that bears the legitimate legacy of the Chrisan imperial family, the kingdom has been put under embargoes, both publicly and secretly, by the Ford Trade Union. The products we managed to sell using our smuggling channels would also have their prices forcefully lowered greatly, and smuggled imports of the kingdom cost more than 10 times the market price. Without trade, there is naturally no profit. The tax the kingdom collects is also incredibly limited, with most of it being paid in goods rather than gold. Also, at the Great Andla Plains where the kingdom is located, even though it used to be the trading center of the empire, a vagabond crisis has emerged after the Civil War. Everyone there lives in extreme poverty now. It was only after our family convoy brought those vagabonds away, and cleared out the nobles of the original 3 provinces of the kingdom 5 years back, that the Second Highness was able to stabilize the kingdom. After that, he emerged victorious from the first prince's assault and forced him to hand 2 provinces over to the kingdom, as well as Yunj Chandler province from the Madras Duchy. Even though the kingdom now controls 6 provinces, it's completely drained of resource. The past few years could be considered rather peaceful, but the tax we collected was only in the form of food. What the kingdom actually needs are war horses and iron ores. Not one of the 7 iron mines of the empire falls within the borders of our kingdom. The Redleys kingdom and the Iblaya kingdom each have 2 of those mines. Of the 4 great duchies, the Farkle duchy owns 2 while the Handra duchy owns only 1. With the embargoes in place, we aren't able to trade our own produce for the other resources we need. Agricultural development requires huge numbers of metal farming tools. The kingdom has been forced to make do with wooden ones instead, despite the greatly inferior productivity. It's not that the Second Highness doesn't want to rule the kingdom properly, as things stand now, he just can't. During the past few years, the first prince, king of the Red Lees Kingdom, drove up to 400,000 vagabonds over our borders. Coupled with the trouble-making deserters and the armed vagabonds, the Second Highness had no choice but to recruit them into the army to ensure the peace of the kingdom. Take, for instance, the fierce Gale Legion. Even though it was considered one of the three main armies of the empire, they had begun to become more independent after being outside of the Second Highness's jurisdiction for such a long time. The Second Highness was forced to disband them and absorb those troops into the local defense force to prevent unforeseen changes from surfacing. Unfortunately, the move was misunderstood by others. As the reorganizations progressed, the number of soldiers only grew. If the army is disbanded and the troops are let loose within the kingdom, there would be no doubt that it would fall into a state of chaos and confusion. We must give the 300,000 strong army a goal, something to fight for. That is why the Second Highness brought out the Unification War, to raise the morale of the troops. In actuality, he is only targeting the Red Lees Kingdom this time around. As long as the kingdom can absorb the Red Lees Kingdom, then many of our problems would be solved in one go. Not only would the Andanak Kingdom be able to obtain some much-needed resource, the Second Highness would also be able to take the first steps to building up our own market and economy so that we would no longer be affected by the embargoes of the other powers. As for the other duchies, the Second Highness thinks that there's no need to mobilize the troops against them. He believes that the dukes will submit themselves to him once the Andanak Kingdom gains a stable footing. Once they do, the reunification of the empire will truly be something that is within our means to achieve. Locke, the first prince, is undoubtedly the Norton family's enemy. Had it not been for his rebellion, my father, our third uncle and the first young master wouldn't have died. The deaths of our loved ones are inextricably linked to the first prince. The Second Highness intends to make the first prince pay, and I think you should give him a hand with that. He really admires you and even said that your tactics and strategies somehow always manage to catch the enemy off guard and bring you victory. It was like that 5 years ago, and it still is today, Glacia said, giving Lorist a pleading gaze. Shaking his head, Lorist said, Glacia, since His Highness has already finished reorganizing his 300,000 strong army, why didn't he launch the attack immediately? Instead, he's put the matter aside for almost a whole year now. This delay has allowed the Madras Duchy and the Red Lees Kingdom to make more than enough preparations at their respective borders to defend against him. Tell me, why is that so? Sigh. Isn't it because the third prince hasn't passed on yet? Even though he's been in a critical condition a number of times, he still manages to live on. If the Second Highness engages in his expedition now, given how far from the imperial capital he would have to go, he would inevitably lose his control and influence. If the third prince suddenly regains consciousness and does something against the Second Highness's favor, it would be too late and he will lose everything. Haha, Lorist laughed. Even though you're in the loop, an outsider like me is able to have a clearer view of the situation. Glacia, you trust the Second Highness way too much. That's why you believed the excuse he gave you. It would cost at least 50 to 60,000 gold forts each year to sustain a 300,000 strong army. With a huge spending like that, why can't he just form a standing army? If we take into account the cost to supply 300,000 soldiers with weapons and equipment, the Second Highness has invested at least 1 million gold forts already. It's too big of a waste to spend that amount of money on military forces alone. With that kind of money, what's stopping him from developing the kingdom properly? But, I've already seen the tax records of the kingdom. Each year, we collect less than 40,000 in trade taxes, while sustaining an elite standard legion would cost more than 100,000 gold forts, argued Glacia stubbornly. Glacia, if the Great Andhla Plains was only good for agriculture, there is no way that the imperial capital would be situated there. If you read more, you'll find that the Great Andhla Plains used to produce a good amount of gold nuggets. It's even known as the home of gold nuggets. It's able to produce tens of thousands of gold forts worth of them each year. In actuality, the embargo is nothing but a joke. Merchants crave profits, and if an opportunity is profitable enough, they would definitely carry it out even if it would cost them their heads. The kingdom would definitely be able to get the resources it wants if it tried. If it really couldn't, how is the Second Highness able to supply the 300,000 troops with weapons and equipment? I believe that His Highness is actually just going with the flow and utilizing the advantageous standing he has now. He's always been incredibly ambitious. The reunification of the empire is his ultimate goal. Just compare our family dominion with the kingdom. Which do you think has it worse? Despite that, our family put our priorities on development, and within a mere 5 years, the dominion changed radically. Our family might increased to the point that we were able to defeat the second prince's 100,000 strong army in one fell swoop. That's why development is the only correct path to grow one's might. Having a strong force is but a means to an end, Lorist said. Forget it, Locke. I don't want to argue with you about this. His Highness doesn't intend to force you into this either. If you don't want to help him, then at the very least, the family forces at the Northlands should pay attention to Duke Fisibalin. He will definitely pose a threat in the unification war, so you can do at least that, right? Glacia said, switching to Plan B. After circling around in the room for a few moments, Lorist agreed to the request begrudgingly. Another thing. Hand the soldiers of the royal family's local defense force back to me. You better not have any plans for them, Glacia said. Fine, you can bring them away, Lorist said reluctantly. But I will need you to compensate for that. You have to pay at least 100,000 gold fords for their ransom. Glacia glared at Lorist and said, dream on. I don't even have a copper coin for you. Then I won't be able to explain this to my knights. I originally planned to use them as laborers after bringing them here to Silao's island, Lorist said as he shrugged. Enraged, Glacia grumbled, they are the soldiers we've taken so long to train. And you plan to use them as mere laborers? No way. I will be bringing them back. If you need manpower, go find some yourself. There are tons of vagabonds at the southern and eastern provinces. Will the Second Highness agree to that? Of course. In fact, he would be more than glad for you to take the vagabonds away. How about this, Glacia? I will agree to let you bring the prisoners away, but you must promise me that our recruitment of the vagabonds will not be obstructed in any way. Also, ask the Second Highness to let us recruit some administrative officials from the imperial capital. The family dominion needs more talent, Lorist said. Deal. Glacia agreed without the slightest hesitation. Glacia was in a rush to return despite having spent only one night on the island. However, there were only 3 small ships at Silao's island, so transporting the 2,000 or so prisoners back would take quite a few trips. After sending Glacia off, Lorist said to Charade, I will have to make a trip to Moronti City. For what? I want to buy boats and order a huge amount of food, Lorist replied. Chapter 236 Heading to Moronti City. Second bonus chapter of the week, also thanks to Joshua L. from the USA. Have fun reading. How many ships do you intend to buy? Charade asked. Since the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay could only produce 7 ships a year, they had no choice but to buy more ships to meet their needs. Currently, there were 2 whaling boats and 1 3-masted sail-powered warship which had Lorist designed under construction. Lorist wanted a dedicating whaling and fishing fleet that could provide seafood products for the family. The fleet would consist of around 7 whaling ships. The Northlands coasts had yet to be developed, so the ocean there was still rich with all sorts of resources. It was easily one of the most important locations for the family. In addition to the whaling and fishing fleet, the family would also require a strong armada to keep the coast safe. There hadn't been any sightings of pirates or other potential threats, but the family dominion had to be reinforced to keep it safe. Lorist planned to test the 3-masted warship's range and offensive capabilities once it was completed. He planned to build a further 5 warships over the following 3 years. He wanted to use this small fleet to police the coastal area and keep it safe for further development and transportation. This meant that the shipyard's schedule was already full. The construction of another shipyard at Silao's Island was planned, but it would only be capable of building smaller fishing and transportation vessels. At best it would be able to do maintenance and repair work on the larger family ships. It would only be finished in 2 years, anyway. Lorist had obtained 6 whips during his initial excursion to Silao's Island. Most of the ships had belonged to the youths of the noble families that had occupied Seaview Manor. One of the ships had belonged to Viscount Aslan. All of them had been taken by Lorist as his spoils of battle. The 2 smaller vessels would be used as ferries from Silao's Island to Jilin Harbour. The 4 survey ships and 2 whaling ships would form a small convoy to ship cargo from Silao's Island to Bullhorn Harbour. Since the development of Silwo's Island required huge amounts of support from the main family dominion, there was a need for a large maritime convoy. Given that the family only had 1 shipyard, at Bullhorn Harbour, Lorist could only purchase more transportation vessels. Given the prevalence of shipyards at Hydegold Bay near Moronti City, they would definitely be able to get some ships there. I'm not too sure myself. I'll decide once I've checked out the prices over there, Lorist replied. This will definitely be a huge expenditure. The family administrators won't be too happy about it. Charade exclaimed. As the former chief supervisor of the Norton family, Charade was well aware of the financial situation of the family and the status of its administration. Thanks to the raids and skirmishes conducted by the convoy during their travels, in addition to the complete sweeping of the Duke's dominion, the family's finances had once peaked at more than 4 million gold fords. It was a staggering figure that could even rival the treasury of a kingdom. It was enough to allow Lorist and his knights to abandon their duties, and bask in hedonistic pleasures, for more than 200 years. However, Lorist had spent much of that sum on the development of the Dominion and the improvement of the family's military strength. The elimination of the magical beast wave, the settling of the vagabonds, and the development of the Felicitas and Salis settlements cost up to 1 million gold fords. In addition to that, the development of Black Mud Marsh was estimated to cost the family another million. There was also the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay, the refinery at Black Edge Mountains, the ballista workshop, and the military arms production plant. Together, they easily cost over 500,000 gold fords. As for the development of Silao's Island, after some discussion, Lorist approved the plan and allocated up to 800,000 gold fords to Charade. Lorist's intention to purchase more ships would also cost him quite a lot. 1 ship would easily cost up to 5,000 gold fords. The family would be left with only 500,000 gold fords, 300,000 of which would be spent on the military and administration. For that, Charade grew incredibly worried. There's no need to worry about our finances, Lorist consoled with a smile. Right now, the development of the Felicitas and Salis settlement is nearing its end. Based on the estimated amount of tax we will collect this year, the family would be able to pay off our military and administrative costs and still have some left over. The factories that were started not long ago are also starting to turn a profit, with the family gaining a few thousand gold fords from that alone in the previous year. It's estimated that the figure will grow up to 20,000 gold fords this year. It will greatly alleviate the family's burden. In terms of investment, the area of Black Mud Marsh near our family dominion is already within our control. What we will have to focus on later is the construction of the levee along the river and the port city, the cost of which has already been accounted for during the planning stages. As for the workshops we have at Black Edge Mountains, the family has already profited quite a bit from them, and they don't cost much to maintain. They only need around 30,000 gold fords each year for research and development. Our investment in the Salt Merchant Committee with the other 3 families of the Northlands also brings us tens of thousands of gold fords annually. The military investments the family made during the recent years also only went into the formation of our own local defense brigade and Navy Marine brigade. The rest of our forces are fully equipped already. We only have to pay their salaries. On that front, the military costs of the family will decrease by at least 100,000 gold fords. I predict that the earnings from the 2 settlements alone will be enough to cover our military and administrative costs in the future. That's impossible, Charade said, shaking his head in disbelief. Even if we deduct 100,000 from the cost, the expenditure on our military and administration costs at least 200,000 gold fords. The family dominion's income won't even come close. Lorist laughed out and said, "How is it impossible? The citizens on Silao's island alone number more than 12,000, and they were able to pay 5,000 gold fords per year during the past few years when the tax rate was 50%. Almost every one of them paid half a gold ford as tax. Now consider the settlements in our dominion which have a combined population of more than 800,000. If each person paid a quarter of a gold ford as tax, it would easily add up to 200,000. Not to mention that we will get even more the year after that. Also, it's not like we're spending our money without getting anything back. Even though the purchase of ships at Moronti City will cost a huge sum, as long as we are able to sell off the furs we've collected over the years from exterminating the magical beasts there, there's no doubt that we'll be able to gain another 1,000,000 gold fords in profit. We also have some smoked magical beast jerky and whale meat, both of which are hot-selling products. It won't take long for us to get the money we spent back. Oh, why did I forget that we can engage in trade?" Charade said, smacking his forehead with his palm. "Even so, Locke, your release of the captured local defense force troops will cause our hands to be tied when it comes to developing the island. We will definitely require a lot of manpower. Are we really going to recruit vagabonds? What if the Second Highness doesn't agree? He should be happy to let us do so." Glacia herself said that the Second Highness is also troubled by the vagabonds. He has to spend lots of food to keep them fed every month. Since our recruitment of the vagabonds will relieve him of that burden, there's no way he will stop us from doing so. In another 2 days, Glacia will come over with a proper permit, so don't worry, Lorist said after giving it some thought. According to our estimations, if we want to complete the initial development of Silao's island within 2 years, it will require more than 30,000 able-bodied workers. So far, we have to work on the move of Whitebird Town, the expansion of the port, the construction of the walls and defensive fortifications, the renovations of Seaview Manor, the reconstruction and agricultural development of the 7 villages, the construction of the citadel for the 3rd Local Defense Brigade, and the construction of the levees along the coast will require an immense amount of manpower. Charade said. After shaking his head, he continued, "The development of Silao's island is too big an investment. According to our vagabond recruiting principles, we will have to take in the family members of the laborers as well. Bringing the whole family over will only increase the expenditure of money and food on our part. Locke, you will have to buy enough food during your trip to Moronti City as well. Soon, the produce of the island will no longer be able to sustain the people here." Lorist thought for a while, before he said, "I forgot to ask Glacia the last time about something. I heard her mention that the harvests of the Andanak kingdom are rather good during the past few years. As most of the taxes had been paid in food and other local produce, the Second Highness has a huge amount of it. I will see if I can buy some from him. I'm sure he'll be glad to oblige us. Even with that, we will still require a lot more food, as much as possible." "Why is that so?" Charade asked. "It's simple. Right now, the Second Highness is just waiting for the 3rd Prince to pass away. According to Glacia, it seems that the 3rd Prince will not live for another 3 months. The moment he dies, the Second Highness will launch the Unification War. If something unforeseen happens, it will greatly destabilize the Andanak kingdom. If the war continues for a long time, I'm afraid that it'll be a repeat of the civil war of the Chrisan Empire. The kingdom's subjects will be unable to farm in peace. When that happens, our stockpiles can be used to feed the refugees. Do you really hold the Second Highness in such low regard? If you ask me, with 300,000 soldiers, even if he can't reunite the empire, it should still be enough for him to sweep over half of it. People's opinion of the Second Highness will change and his reputation will soar. There won't be anyone capable of resisting his assault, Charade said. He couldn't understand why Lorist belittled the Second Highness so much. I don't know how to put it into words. It's more like my intuition is telling me that he will not be able to succeed. I'm not too sure why I feel like this myself. Whatever. Let's not talk about these matters anymore. If the Second Highness agrees to let us recruit talent at the imperial capital as well as some vagabond workers, who will you delegate this task to? Lorist asked. There will be a ship arriving from the family dominion soon, and supervisors Keaton and Hansk will be on board. I plan to have Supervisor Hansk stay on the island to help me out and send Keaton along with Hector to the imperial capital. They will be able to handle it with Glacia and Karadic's help. As for the recruitment of vagabonds, perhaps I may go to the eastern and southern provinces for a look myself, Charade said. Is that so? Then I will have the 500 guards that are on the way report to Jim. They'll take care of your safety. I will travel on the Flying Fish of Dawn with Jusk, Els, and Dulles, as well as 10 guards, to Moronti City. The matters on Silao's island will be left in your charge. Also, you should talk with the Second Highness about the food purchase. Grandmaster Sid's eldest son will also be coming over to survey Silao's island for mineral resources. It's already the 11th month, so don't let him travel too deep into the mountains, lest any dangers befall him. Make sure he stays put throughout the winter, and only allow him to begin surveying with some guards next year after winter. As Lorist patted on Charade's shoulder, he suddenly recalled something. Don't forget to write your father a letter. I will bring it to him. For what? Charade asked. To order glass, of course. Isn't your father the distributor of glass? If we purchase them in bulk from him and transport them back to the Dominion by sea, that would save us lots in shipping costs. You should know that a sheet of green glass that sells for a few coppers in Moronti City will cost 1 large silver in the Northlands. Right now, many of the people within our dominion are still using wood for windows. I've decided that the first thing we will import after the formation of the trading fleet, will be glass, Lorist explained convincingly. Charade laughed and said, All right, I will give the letter to you tonight. When are you leaving? Perhaps in another 2 days. At any rate, I will still have to wait for the ships to arrive here at Silao's island first. They will be bringing over 500,000 gold fords and some sample magical beast furs during this trip. I will take 100,000 gold fords with me to purchase the ships and other stuff. The rest will be left here for you, Lorist said. 3 days later, the Flying Fish of Dawn spread its sails and headed for the distant south. On the way there, it encountered many other ships of various sizes, ranging from fishing boats to some smaller merchant vessels. According to Captain Wilson, the former Chrisen Empire didn't prioritize the sea, nor did they form any sort of proper fleet, mainly because the coastlines along the north weren't suited for port construction. Jilin Harbor was already the northernmost port of the empire, and it couldn't support the docking of larger warships or merchant vessels. The coast was just too shallow. It didn't help that the other harbors within the territory of the empire were owned wholly by the Dominion lords, who relied on them to increase their own personal wealth. Lorist recalled Tim, whom he had met a few years back during the northbound journey. He wondered how the man of illegitimate birth, whom he had made into Viscount de Brie, was doing. But Lorist remembered that Charade mentioned that they had managed to get the Peterson Merchant Guild to cooperate with Viscount de Brie before leaving with the convoy, and even helped them build a garrison regiment. Lorist felt that Tim should be doing quite well and realized that he could also ask him about some news on the Peterson Merchant Guild. Lorist would definitely require the assistance of the Peterson Merchant Guild on this excursion of his to Moronti City. Head to the dominion of Viscount Turby, Lorist instructed. A week later, the Flying Fish of Dawn appeared near the coasts of Viscount de Brie's dominion. Dulles and Els had been there a number of times with Charade. They recognized the port of the Dominion quickly and even saw the castle in the distance on a hill that flew the flag of the Tabri family. Only 2 small supply boats could be seen at the port. No ships belonging to the Peterson Merchant Guild could be seen. Wilson instructed his crew to approach the port before stopping entirely. In the distance, the blowing of horns could be heard. After a few moments, a squad of garrison soldiers arrived, led by an old, white-haired knight. "Ah, it's old Gemmerus. We've dealt with him before," cheered Dulles and Els. Lorist had heard Tim say that old Gemmerus was the only surviving knight of the Tabri family. However, he hadn't personally met the old knight before and only saw him now that he was around 60 years old. Despite his age, Knight Gemmerus' vision was still in a good condition. He recognized Dulles and Els right away, and dismounted to give the 2 a hearty hug, before saluting Lorist formally. But after he heard that Lorist wished to meet Tim, he apologized and said that the Viscount and his wife had left with their 3 children on the Peterson Merchant Guild's convoy for Moronti City to spend the winter there. "What? Tim already has 3 children?" thought Lorist with surprise. Old Knight Gemmerus expressed his gratitude for Tim's marriage, which was arranged by Lorist years prior. The couple got along really well and birthed 2 sons and 1 daughter within the span of 6 years. Currently, the wife of the Viscount was pregnant yet again. Because of the successful dealings with the Peterson Merchant Guild, Tim earned quite a bit of money as well, and managed to get the Peterson Merchant Guild to buy him a house in Moronti City on his behalf. Because of his wife's fondness of Moronti City, the couple basically spent more than half of the year there. They would only return to the Viscounty during summer and head out for Moronti City again when winter came. Lorist said, "Then forget it. We were just about to head to Moronti City anyway. Give me the address of the Viscount. I will pay him a visit once I'm there." Old Knight Gemmerus wrote down the address and handed it to Lorist. After noticing the swallowtail flag of the Andanak kingdom being flown on the flying fish of dawn, Gemmerus asked, "Lord Count, are you a noble of the Andanak kingdom right now?" Lorist nodded. Upon seeing the awkward expression on the old knight's face, he asked, "What's wrong? Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Count. It's better if you fly the flag of your own family, or even the Tabri families. But it's best if you don't head to Moronti City with the flag of the Andanak kingdom. The folk there don't really like it when ships of the Andanak kingdom enter Hide Gold Bay," said old Knight Gemmerus. "Oh." Lorist mused, before he sunk into deep thought. Chapter 237 at Sea. "Hi guys, sorry for not being able to post yesterday. Had to attend a family function, so I'll try to make it up this week by doing an extra bonus chapter. This will start as the first regular chapter of the new week. By the way, as Prince was editing this chapter, we came across an interesting dilemma when it came to coming up with a term for the Sea of Grief. So, we decided that we would be giving the readers more interactivity by allowing you guys to decide on what to call certain things when the differences are not so clear-cut, through straw poll. I will include a transcript of our discussion about the term, so for those of you who'd like to be more involved in the translation process, please read through it and vote for your term of choice in the straw poll link below. Link to discussion transcript. Link to the straw poll. The number of ships the group encountered grew as they got closer to Hide Gold Bay. "My lord, we should arrive at Hide Gold Bay in 3 days. We'll have to keep our guard up for the rest of the journey," Captain Wilson said. "What's wrong?" Lorist asked. "My lord, this part of the sea is called the Sea of Grief. It is well known as one of the areas where pirates are most active. It is better, even for fishing vessels, not to approach it. This part of the sea is not within the patrol area of the Ford Trade Union's invincible fleet, so acts of slaughter and robbery are as common as the clouds. It could take mere moments for someone that had just asked for help to turn into the coldest and most savage pirate that could kill without batting an eye. There have even been some captains and crews that would sink to carrying out robberies here to make up for fruitless ventures elsewhere. When I used to work as a captain for a transport vessel, it was here where I suffered a huge loss. I remember that I had once seen a half-sunken transport vessel with several women on board shouting for help. I didn't suspect for even a moment that they might actually be pirates. I thought I could profit some from salvaging the cargo, and headed over. It wasn't until I had brought the ship in close that I saw up to 100 pirates waiting to ambush me. Thankfully, I didn't resist. I surrendered quickly, and was spared by the pirates, Wilson described in detail. Sea of Grief? Does that grief refer to the merchant's grief? Lorist asked. Precisely so. This sea can be considered to be one of the three main forks. To the west, this leads out to the Hana-Yabarta Kingdom and Shirsia Kingdom. Those two kingdoms are both island-based. The Shirsia Kingdom is the top producer of spices, and the Hana-Yabarta Kingdom thrives off the slave trade. Port Nupet has one of the largest slave markets in the world. To the south of this area is Hyde Gold Bay. And to the east is Ermitrin Harbour of the Lormo Duchy, which used to be where people smuggled goods into the Christian Empire. Currently, the Sea of Grief also connects to our family's sea route further north, Captain Wilson said after he had scoured his memory about the area. If this area is such a crucial location, why didn't the Ford Trade Union's Invincible Fleet place it under their jurisdiction? Lorist asked. Milord, the Invincible Fleet isn't too suited to venturing too far. Given the poor wind-resisting capabilities of their ships, they will easily flip over and sink given the wind speeds over here. Actually, the Invincible Fleet's main objective is the protection of Hyde Gold Bay from the pirates as well as the golden trade route that leads to the golden coast of the Roman Empire. The winds there aren't as strong as they are here, so they allow the Invincible Fleet to operate to their full potential, Captain Wilson said. Then, are there any strong or influential pirate bands over here? Lorist asked again. No, milord. This is the truly laughable part of the Sea of Grief, Captain Wilson said as he chuckled. Whilst the Sunny Seas has nearly 1,000 variably sized islands, the Sea of Grief has no such places for pirates to make their hideouts. There was once a band of pirates, known as the Sea Dragon Pirates, that attempted to take control of the area and divide it up into various territories. It didn't take long for them to get chased off by the Ford Trade Union, the Hana-Yabarta Kingdom, and the Shirsia Kingdom's fleets. They would definitely not allow anyone to establish dominion over the waters here. That's why they ignore the smaller-scale activities of the pirates here. The ones sustaining losses are those smaller merchant guilds or owners of smuggling ships. The moment the large merchant guilds' convoy safety is threatened, the authorities will intervene and wipe out the pirates. As for the captains that venture into the Sea of Grief, apart from being wary of pirates, there are some that would take up piracy themselves when they see a fitting target. The Sea of Grief is a place where countless crimes and sinful deeds can be committed, with the evidence of such deeds easily buried within the depths of the ocean. Whoa! After listening to Captain Wilson's description, Dulles gasped, before letting out a long sigh. Wilson, you're not joking with me, right? The seas here look really calm. Look at those ships over there that are traveling without causing any trouble. It's completely different from the chaotic mess you described earlier. Aren't they doing perfectly fine over there? Hee hee, old Jack, the quartermaster, laughed. Sir Dulles, it's precisely because they are traveling in a large group that they aren't preying on, or being preyed on by, others. If they were any fewer, they would have launched their attacks long ago. The captain of that fleet over there is no idiot. He's worried that if he attacks other people's ships, his fleet would sustain casualties and fall prey to others. That's why, the more ships you have traveling together, the safer it will be. You may not know it, but quite a number of ships had been on our tail just now. We've managed to shake them all off, however. There were people eyeing us. Lorist exclaimed, why didn't I realize it at all? Milord, look at the cargo vessel roughly 100 meters to our left. There's no doubt that the crew there has malicious intentions. If we were traveling in a straight line, you'd notice that the vessel is constantly turning on an intercept course. If we were on a similar cargo vessel we would have to slow down if they were in front of us or turn away. They would easily board and rob us otherwise. However, this baby of ours won't be so easily dealt with. After old Jack rotated the ship's wheel, the flying fish of dawn swiftly traveled in a semicircular arc, easily circling past the cargo vessel that attempted to cross their path and leaving them far behind not long after. Cries and curse rang out from the cargo vessel behind them. Old Jack laughed and said, "My lord, this ship that you designed is magnificent. It's able to travel so fast despite its size, giving it a speed easily double that of any normal cargo vessel. Others can only dream of catching us." The moment old Jack finished, Els patted on the mast harshly and said, "Old Jack, you shouldn't have avoided them like that. If they plan to rob us, let them come and see who's the one who gets robbed instead." Jack nodded in agreement. Loris laughed and said, "It's not a matter of who raids who, Els. Even if we managed to take control of their ship, we don't have anyone we can assign to control that vessel. If anything, it would do nothing but delay our journey. Forget it, we'll let them off this time. We'll teach them a lesson if we have a chance in the future." On the 16th day of the 11th month the skies were cloudy with the winds blowing strong. Thanks to the fins that stretched 3 meters deep into the sea at the bottom of the ship, the flying fish of dawn didn't sway about in the waves like the other cargo vessels. Her sharp bow easily cut through one wave after another. She swam through the water like an agile fish. Given her fully extended sails, she truly seemed like a swift arrow traveling across the surface of the ocean. The winds of the 11th month were incredibly chilling. One would feel as if blades were cutting across one's face when exposed to the winds without any covering. Loris had Howard stay within the cabin while he stood at the helm and learned how to steer from old Jack. A cry from the lookout at the top of one of the masts could be heard as noon approached. "A fleet has appeared 600 meters ahead." It was at moments like this that Loris regretted not bringing spyglasses. It was an indispensable tool to sailors. It helped one detect enemies far earlier, and in doing so allowed one to react much faster to sudden developments. Instead, a lookout could only spot things happening 1 kilometer away at most. It was already quite formidable of the lookout to have been able to see the fleet 600 meters away given the cloudy weather. 1. After a few moments, the lookout shouted again, 400 meters away, a large merchant fleet with 18 large transport vessels and 20 middle-sized transport vessels are heading south at half sail. Captain Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's nothing serious." Normally, merchant fleets of that size belong to one of the 7 great merchant guilds of the trade union. Given that they're traveling south, they should have the same destination as us Hyde Gold Bay. However, it's hard to identify what flag they're flying given the weather now. It'll take us another 30 minutes to approach them close enough to find out which merchant guild it is. 200 meters ahead, a large merchant vessel flying a flag with a sword-impaled wine barrel, encased in a circular frame, the lookout reported after a while. "The Chichter Merchant Guild!" exclaimed Captain Wilson. "Old Jack, change course and overtake them by circling around them. Don't pass between their ships." "What's wrong? Why do we have to take a large detour like that?" Els asked, displeased. Captain Wilson laughed bitterly and said, "My lord, you should know about the Chichter Merchant Guild, right?" Loris patted on Els's shoulder and said, "I know they are one of the 7 largest merchant guilds of the Ford Trade Union. Initially, they were known as the Sword and Barrel. Their name only changed after Chairman Chichter took control of the guild because he felt that it didn't sound too good. They are rather low profile within Moronti City, and not many would know that they are one of the 7 largest merchant guilds." "My lord, you are right. The Chichter Merchant Guild is one of the hegemons on the ocean, having up to 100 large merchant vessels and countless middle-class cargo vessels as well as 7 or 8 shipyards. They have huge influence over the Invincible Fleet. They also engage mostly in purchasing loads of goods and dumping them in other lands. They mostly deal in wholesale distribution, so not many are aware of them. At sea, they control the routes that head to the Shirsia Kingdom and Hanayabarta Kingdom. The Chikder Merchant Guild purchases most of the spice produced by the Shirsiya Kingdom annually. The Hanayabarta Kingdom, on the other hand, use their immense profits from the slave trade to purchase luxury goods and daily necessities from the guild. The guilds formed 4 large merchant fleets that rotate every 3 months. They trade along the coast between Hyde Gold Bay and the Golden Coast. Captain Wilson wet his lips with his tongue before continuing. Even though the Chikder Merchant Guild doesn't grab much attention on land, they are incredibly domineering at sea. There have been instances where they caused trouble for smaller merchant guilds or individual ship owners. If it were the fleet of any other merchant guild, they might let us sail through their fleet. But this guild's fleets will only let you in to attack you once you're inside. They'll always leave the crew of the ships they attack right there, floating in the middle of the ocean. That's the reason why you had old Jack sail around them. Loris laughed and said, "All right, I trust in your judgment. Since our ship travels fast, we can easily lose them after circling around." Within a lavishly decorated cabin of the largest merchant vessel in the fleet, Chikder Morabak sat down in troubled thought. The fleet had encountered a stroke of misfortune just before they could arrive at their home. They had gotten caught in a storm. While he wasn't worried that any accidents would happen, he was incredibly annoyed that the storm had delayed his return. As the third in line for the position of the successor of the Chikder Merchant Guild, he frequently found himself pondering on ways he could undermine his 2 brothers and gain his father's favor. For that, he even laboriously brought the fleet to the Shirsiya Kingdom to purchase spice. The old king had passed away in the first half of the year, and his successor wasn't too keen to let the guild continue holding a monopoly on the spice trade. The guild had no choice but to send someone with plenipotentiary powers to settle the matter. Chikder Morabak easily solved that problem. The newly ascended king suddenly fell sick and died, leaving his little 8-year-old brother to take the throne. The uncle of the king, who had profitable ties with the guild, was made regent, and the spice trade continued as usual. Morabak believed that he had done pretty well and would definitely be praised by his father when he returned. However, he didn't expect that the days spent at sea would be so unbearable. The trip took 3 whole months. Each day at sea felt like a year to him. He couldn't eat or sleep well for a single day. Had it not been for the 4 trained slave girls he purchased at the Hanayabarta Kingdom, Morabak really wouldn't know what to do with all the time he had on board. As if the delay caused by the storm wasn't bad enough, the fleet's ships were far shakier than ever. Just when Morabak wanted to relieve himself with the slave girls he purchased, he found that all 4 of them had become seasick and puked to no end. Morabak could do nothing but curse at the slave trader for lying to him. Even though he claimed that they were trained, they still got seasick. Ridiculous. "Young master, please be patient. We will arrive at Hyde Gold Bay tomorrow night. Just wait for 1 more day," the old servant advised. All of a sudden, a commotion could be heard outside the cabin. "What the hell is wrong with these noisy bastards? Are they hungry for my whip?" Morabak cursed before he exited the cabin. "Young master. Look. That ship is incredibly weird. It's traveling so quickly," exclaimed one of the sailors as he pointed to the distance with a look of awe. Morabak turned to look and was flabbergasted. All he could see was a weird-looking ship that swerved past them at a distance of roughly 60 meters. It quickly overtook the various ships in the fleet and approached the frontmost one. "Young master, that ship is traveling faster than 40 knots. This is the fastest ship I've ever seen," the merchant vessel's captain said. He had already served as a captain for the guild for more than 20 years. "No way," mused Morabak with shock, "is it really that fast?" "It is, young master. Please trust my observation. They are even able to travel at full sail with the wind blowing so strong. That ship must have great wind resistance capabilities as well as an incredibly sturdy build. Even though the ship's size is rather narrow, it can cruise incredibly stably, unlike our ships which will sway with the waves. The designer of that ship must be nothing short of genius. He has designed a magnificent horse that can race about at sea," said the captain. Morabak didn't have a single doubt for the words of the captain. He trusted that the captain was a loyal man. Since that was the case, he felt that he should definitely obtain the ship for his personal use. As long as he could get his hands on that ship, he could bring it to the shipyards of his family. He could then determine what made it so fast, and use it to improve his family's ships. If he managed to accomplish that, his father would definitely be impressed. At that moment, Morabak felt a burst of excitement build up in his heart, before he instructed his men to blow the horn and use flag signals to express his wishes to see the owner of that ship and ask the ship to approach his fleet. However, after long moments of trying, the weird-looking ship didn't respond to their signals and went its own way. In a few moments, it shrinked into a small, blurry dot before disappearing from sight altogether. Morabak felt as if he had been smacked squarely in the face. He was incredibly furious. Never had he felt such humiliation before. There was actually someone who dared to refuse his well-intentioned invitation. Very well, it seems that the ship is also heading for Hyde Gold Bay, Morabak thought. When I arrive, I will definitely seek you out and show you the warm hospitality of the Chictor Merchant Guild. One editor's note: this is an interesting error for an author to make. Barring special climatic circumstances like fog, choppy water, or a dark night, you should be able to see far further than normal. At the standard height of a crow's nest, around 30 meters for a ship of that size, perhaps a little more, you should be able to see about 20 kilometers out to the horizon. It should be easy to spot a ship of similar size, much less an entire fleet of them, at 12 to 15 kilometers. Even if we take into account the increased motion of the crow's nest, due to its distance from the ship's center of mass, it should still be easy to spot a ship at 5 to 8 kilometers, not the 600 meters the author suggests. TLDR, the author made a rather interesting mistake. You should be able to spot a ship, much less a fleet, at a far greater distance than 600 meters. Chapter 238 Matters Back at Home. Here's your second regular chapter of the week. Enjoy the read. On the 17th day of the 11th month, the Flying Fish of Dawn arrived at Hyde Gold Bay. The weather was still rather bad. Hyde Gold Bay was usually a very busy port, but on this day it was relatively empty. Apart from a few transport ships leaving the port hurriedly, only the fishermen dared sail in such weather. They didn't have much of a choice if they wanted to make ends meet. Masts of varying heights lined the coast of the bay. Ships of all sizes were anchored against the coast. Many of the port's guides cursed the weather, attempting to relieve their frustrations, but when they received a large tip from Howard, the glum and frustrated expression vanished from their faces, replaced by beaming smiles. They quickly guided the ship to a spot where they could anchor. A problem arose, however, when they tried to anchor. The Flying Fish of Dawn, at about 30 meters, was considered a middle-class ship, despite its narrow design. The spot given to her was about 5 to 6 meters deep. This was a fine depth for normal ships of her size, but she had a 3-meter-long keel beneath the main body of the ship. She couldn't anchor at the spot she was given. When the tide recedes, she would embed her keel into ground, and be stranded. The only solution was for the ship to be anchored further away, at a spot normally reserved for larger vessels. Lorist stroked his chin in thought. It was true that the keel could help stabilize the ship, which meant that she would sail in far windier conditions than others, but Lorist had completely forgotten what a pain it would be to dock the ship. Perhaps I can shorten the keel by about 2 meters. It doesn't need to be that long, anyway. It might even increase the maximum sailing speed of the ship. Howard tugged on Lorist's shirt, shaking his mind back into reality. What's up? "Milord, look over there," Howard advised. A few large-class ships could be seen docking in the deeper, emptier part of the port in the distance. The flags the ships flew depicted a wheel. "We'll stop there then," Lorist exclaimed joyfully. "I'm afraid that isn't possible," the guide said, troubled. "That area is reserved for the Peterson Merchant Guild." "That won't be an issue. We are actually on friendly terms with the Peterson Merchant Guild and can be considered their partners, Lorist said. Howard, show him the medal given to us by President Peterson. That medal actually belonged to Charade. Back when he was at the Red Lee's Kingdom, he introduced Tim to the Peterson Merchant Guild and managed to close a cooperative deal between the two parties. The deal allowed Peterson Merchant Guild to extend their sphere of influence into the southwestern area of the Red Lee's Kingdom. In exchange, President Peterson gave Charade a medal that could be used to request the Guild's aid, or for special treatment and benefits. For example, they could get a 20% discount for purchases, and could even buy on credit if they didn't have enough money. This medal should be more than enough to get docking space there, right? Lorist thought. As expected, the moment the guide saw the medal, he stopped making a fuss, and even complained to Lorist that he should have brought out the medal earlier. That way, he could have just guided the ship to the Peterson Merchant Guild's docking space right away instead of troubling themselves with figuring out how to dock the Flying Fish of Dawn. The moment the medal was shown to the harbor master of the Merchant Guild's docking space, the Flying Fish of Dawn was given a spot to anchor at. Lorist tipped the guide with 1 gold Ford. The man couldn't stop showing his teeth afterward. When the harbor master suggested that Lorist pay an immediate visit to President Peters, he politely declined. I will visit him later in the day, Lorist said. He would discuss the furs he brought along for sale then. He wanted to head to the Red Grace Inn first. The 2 carriages reserved for the transportation of the guild's guests weren't enough, so the harbor master arranged for another 2 carriages to join the small convoy. Lorist brought Howard, Jusk, Els, Dulles, and another 10 guards, who were carrying 2 chests filled to the brim with gold Fords, off the ship and left on the carriages to the Red Grace Inn. As for Captain Wilson, he brought Old Jack, the other sailors, as well as the shooters of the Caro Ballista Division with him to a sailor's tavern nearby. They had to arrange for different sailors to be on shift to look after the Flying Fish of Dawn. The arrival of Lorist and the rest at the Red Grace Inn gave old Charlando and his wife, Louise, a great surprise. Charlando knocked Elsa's head with the large spoon he used to scoop alcohol with, and said, "So you've learned to run away from home, eh? You left nothing but a note and abandoned all your brothers and sisters here. Are you really their boss? And to think that you didn't send so much as a single word during your 7 years of absence. Do you know how worried all of us were about you? We didn't know whether you had died on a battlefield or at a dark alley somewhere." Els used his arms to fend off most of the hits. Eventually Louise interceded and stopped Charlando. Lorist noticed that Louise had become far more plump over the 7 years he hadn't seen her. She had given birth to 2 sons already. He quickly congratulated them, much to the old man's delight. It seemed that his body was still in prime condition. Lorist presented the couple with 3 gifts, 3 magic wolf pelts, 4 magic goat and magic deer pelts, and 1 red-colored blood fox pelt. Those were the staple products of the Northlands, especially the blood fox pelt, which was obtained by Els himself from a hunt. Back then, he already said that he wanted to make it into a scarf for old Charlando. Louise was incredibly impressed with the gifts, and, while Charlando said that he didn't really need a blood fox scarf, he held onto the pelt without any intention of letting it go. The most obvious change to the inn in the past 7 years was the maidservants there. Louise explained that the last maidservant of the previous generation to leave was Molly, who had left 3 years prior, after marrying. The stingy old Hope, who was a cobbler and a regular customer of the inn, had passed away. 2 years ago when he got drunk on a winter's night, he decided to walk home to save the carriage fare. In the end, he collapsed unconscious in the middle of the snow-covered road. Old Hope was only found the next morning, after having froze to death. There was also the red-nosed old Mike who often sang in the inn. He had woken up one day 3 years ago from an alcohol-induced slumber, and said that he missed his hometown. Everyone thought he was just joking, and poured him 2 more cups. But, no one could find him the next day. It was believed that he left for his hometown early that morning. Nobody knew where his hometown was, however, and no word had been heard from him since. The most depressing story was of old Tom, the retired postman. He had drowned himself in the ocean. Old Tom had always intended to spend his retirement living relaxedly on the money he had saved up over the years, but his 3 sons and daughter never gave him any peace. His eldest son suffered a huge loss in his business, and kidnapped his business partner in a fit of desperation in hopes of being able to obtain a ransom. After receiving payment, he killed his hostage. As a result, that eldest son was eventually captured and hanged, with his wife and child punished with slavery. Old Tom spent a huge sum buying the 2 back, only to have his second son disappear. The latter had incurred a huge debt with some loan sharks thanks to his excessive gambling. As if that wasn't bad enough, his youngest daughter, the most beloved of his children, was caught committing adultery. The angry, cuckolded husband brought the matter before a court, was granted a divorce, and banished her from the household. He didn't return even a single copper coin of the near 1,000 gold Ford dowry. Old Tom couldn't bear the continuous upheavals and misfortunes. In the end, after drinking a cup of ale at the inn and bidding everyone one final, polite goodbye, he vanished. It was said that he jumped into the ocean while carrying a huge rock. By the time someone noticed and hauled him onto shore, he had already passed on. As for the 3 Black Bear brothers, they had obtained a rusty old piece of metal during one of their missions. That piece of metal was later appraised to be a relic of the magic civilization, possibly a piece of a cauldron used during those times. They sold it for over 1,000 gold Fords, bought a plot of farmland, got married, and left the mercenary business altogether. Lorist wolfed down the meal MacDuffin had cooked for him and listened to the stories of his old acquaintances. Breathing a long sigh, he lamented the unpredictable nature of the human condition. Despite his lamentations, he felt very relaxed. It was as if he had returned to the days, 7 years prior, when he was still just an instructor at the Dawn Academy, the days when he didn't have to worry about the matters of the family. Lorist booked 8 rooms on the 3rd floor of the inn. He finished his meal, washed up, and got a new change of clothes, after which he brought Howard with him to meet President Peterson. Jisk and 4 other guards would be in charge of guarding the 2 chests filled with gold Fords in the inn. As for Els, he had gone out to check on his brothers and sisters within the syndicate. First, Lorist headed to the port and brought a few of the rolled-up furs with him as well as a package filled with preserved magic beast jerky and whale meat, before calling a carriage and heading to the Peterson Merchant Guild's office. As one of the 7 largest merchant guilds in the Ford Trade Union, the guild's headquarters was located in the intersection of Moronti City, and occupied a large area that encompassed almost one whole street. President Peterson was also really courteous. He had long been waiting to receive Lorist personally. After a round of pleasantries, President Peterson invited Lorist into the guest hall for further conversation. After tea was served, Lorist started talking about the aims of his visit. He said that he intended to strike up a deal with the Merchant Guild and mentioned that he had lots of magic beast furs obtained from the hunting activities in his dominion, and wondered if he could get a good price for them. Additionally, he said that he wanted to order some large-class merchant vessels, as well as purchase a huge amount of food from the Merchant Guild. As the Peterson Merchant Guild had built itself up by dealing furs with long-distance carriages, they were easily able to get a few fur appraisers. All of them rated the furs Lorist brought with him highly, much to the delight of the president, who asked Lorist how much stock he had and said that he would buy all of them. Lorist then stretched out 5 fingers. President Peterson agreed immediately, saying, 5,000 pieces? No problem, we'll buy all of them. Lorist laughed bitterly and said, President, if I only had 5,000 pieces, I wouldn't come all the way here to trouble you. Actually, I have a total of 500,000 furs for sale, with most of them being magic bull pelts. Thunk. The silver cup in President Peterson's hand was dropped onto the table. You. What did you say? 500,000, magic beast furs. Lorist nodded and explained, my family dominion is incredibly close to the wildlands, and every winter magic beasts there would travel to my dominion to look for food. We've been hunting these beasts for the past couple of years. That's why we were able to stockpile so much furs. We only managed to complete a port on our coast this year, so we've come here to sell off the furs. We want to use the money to buy ships and food." Upon hearing Lorist's explanation, the president revealed a look of understanding and said, "How about this? If the quality of your magic bull furs are as good as the ones you brought here, given the market price of 2 gold fords and 12 large silvers per piece, I'll pay 3 gold fords for each of your furs. You're free to go ask around. I'm sure there isn't anyone else who can offer a better price than I can. The main reason I decided to purchase those furs is because you've brought them in bulk. I can fashion them into leather for all sorts of equipment. Naturally, for the furs of other beasts, I'll purchase them at 1.2 times the market price. Is that all right with you?" "All right, you can call the shots, President." "It's decided then," Lorist agreed straightforwardly. President Peterson laughed out heartily, obviously satisfied with Lorist's casual style. "As for food, don't worry. I will definitely be able to meet your demand. You can purchase as much as you want. As for ships, I can help you ask around if there are any large merchant vessels for sale. After all, we only have 6 ships ourselves, 2 large-class long-distance merchant vessels and 4 middle-class merchant vessels. We mainly use those to transport our own stock, but we don't control any trading route. Had it not been for Nightshade and the deal he struck with Viscount de Brie, we wouldn't even have a proper sea trade route. The business isn't big right now, but it's far more convenient than transporting things by land." Lorist raised his cup and made a toast even though they were only having tea. "Then I'll be counting on you, President." Since Viscount de Brie's dominion was mentioned, Lorist asked the president for Tim's address in Moronti City. He planned to drop by for a visit when he had the time. President Peterson couldn't stress enough how fortunate Tim was to meet Lorist. Ever since he managed to strike a deal with our guild, he used our reputation to gain proper certification documents for his title, and ownership over the Viscounty, from the first prince. He is now a proper landed noble. President Peterson described 2 embarrassing incidents that happened after Tim officially became a noble. But after a while, the president suddenly quieted down. Lorist asked him why he sighed, to which the president replied, "It's all because that son of mine. He's always making me worry. I'm so disappointed in him." "Did he get fat again?" Lorist asked. President Peterson shook his head and said, "No. It's the opposite of that. My beloved son is now a training freak and spends all his time doing nothing but that. He's already broken through to the 1-star silver rank. He's also incredibly lustful for women. During the past 7 years, he got himself 17 wives and already has 23 children." Despite his incredible shock, Lorist congratulated the president. Having many descendants was a good thing. It was very unlike the president, who only had one son to put his hopes on. As for his daughters-in-law, Lorist said that the Peterson clan could definitely afford to sustain them. Heck, his son could even afford to have 70 wives if he wanted to. President Peterson said that what worried him was not that, but the fact that his son had no intention at all to take up the family business. It worried the president greatly. He didn't know who he could entrust the business he built up to. After seeing how Tim, an illegitimate son of a noble, could become a full-fledged landed noble, he lamented his son's lack of ambition even more. Lorist smiled and consoled President Peterson and said that even if his son wasn't interested in business, he still had many grandchildren to pick from. Given that a gold-rank swordsman could easily live past his hundreds, President Peterson had at least 50 years ahead of him. With that amount of time, he could easily raise another successor among his grandchildren, so Lorist said that there wasn't a need to focus only on his son. President Peterson livened up at the comment. It was true. If his son didn't have any interest in the business, he'll just pass him over and train one of his grandchildren. Drunk with joy, he invited Lorist to stay and have dinner with him. No matter how Lorist attempted to refuse the offer, the president still insisted that he stayed. After drinking 2 more cups of wine, Lorist saw a person scramble before the president. "Master, it's horrible. The 3rd young master of the Chikder clan is causing trouble at our port. He's insisting that he wants to take away the ship that this guest of ours left there." Chapter 239 Port Troubles. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week, brought to you by Joshua L. as well. Thank you for your tremendous support and enjoy the read. President Peterson was incredibly furious. That area of the port was set aside for his clan's exclusive use, and Lorist was his guest. If Lorist's ship was really forcefully taken away there, it would definitely destroy the Peterson Merchant Guild's reputation if anyone found out. The mere mention of trying to take away Lorist's ship was an act that tried the guild's patience. What in the world was going on? Did the Chikder Merchant Guild intend to start a full-on conflict with the Peterson Merchant Guild? Lorist was also quite surprised. He didn't even know the 3rd young master of the Chikder Merchant Guild, nor could he recall if he had offended such a person before. Heck, he didn't even have the slightest interaction with the Chikder Merchant Guild. Why, then, did the 3rd young master want to take away his ship? When the two arrived at the port, they noticed that they were dealing with a fumbling drunk. 2 groups of people were standing opposite one another. One group was the Peterson Merchant Guild and the sailors and marines of Lorist, including Captain Wilson and the others, and the other was a horrible drunk that screamed something along the lines of the owner of the Flying Fish of Dawn not giving the Chikder clan any face. He insisted that they would take the ship away to teach the owner a lesson. Even though many others stood behind the drunk 3rd young master, all of them knew that he was acting rather excessively. They had tried to persuade him to stop, to no avail, and could only stand behind him quietly without actually heeding his order to forcefully take the ship. "What is going on?" asked President Peterson in a deep voice. "Master." The harbor master greeted as he bowed, "I'm not too sure either. 1 hour ago, the fleet of the Chikder Merchant Guild stopped at this area of the port. Initially, I thought they were only going to be here temporarily to borrow some space, so I didn't mind it. This kind of occurrence is actually quite common and we would allow it if it wasn't inconvenient for us. I didn't know that the 3rd young master would barge into Lord Norton's ship. After he was stopped, he ordered his men to take action, and I quickly came forward to stop it, only to end up like this." The harbor master then showed the beaming red palm mark visible on his face. "Who did that?" asked President Peterson with a low voice. The harbor master looked at the 3rd young master, who was having a drunk fit. The 3rd young master continued to clamor around, refusing to stop causing trouble. "You actually dared to offend us. The Chikder Merchant Guild. Are you tired of living? I'm giving you a chance, by taking your ship away. Yet you dare to stop me. I will exterminate you lot." Lorist was enraged as he thought, "You're only a young master of a merchant guild, yet you dare to be so audacious? Do you think that you're second to none but the heavens?" Lorist took a few steps forward, and looked at the people standing behind the drunk man. "I am Count Norton, the owner of this ship," he said. "I don't think that I've had any interaction before with the Chikder Merchant Guild. So, who can explain to me how House Norton has ever offended your guild? Why is your young master trying to take my ship away?" An old man dressed like a supervisor stepped forward, out of the crowd, and said, "Apologies, Count Norton. Yesterday morning when your ship overtook our fleet, our young master ordered us to signal you to stop because he wanted to meet up with you. He even had the tune of invitation blown. But you ignored his invitation and continued on your way. That's why our young master is enraged. He thinks you are looking down on him and the Chikder Merchant Guild. When we arrived, he saw your ship docked here. Coupled with his bad mood after drinking, he began to act up." Lorist looked at the old man with a dumbstruck face, and said, "Oh, so you're the merchant fleet that we overtook yesterday? Is your young master sound in the head?" We'd already zipped past your fleet and were more than 100 meters in front of you. Would we be able to see or hear your signals from there? Also, given the strong winds, would we have been able to turn back to accept your invitation even if we did receive your signal? So you think you can take my ship because of this small issue? My, isn't the Chictor Merchant Guild domineering? Loris laughed coldly, and continued, hee, so you want to take my ship? Very well. But are you prepared to pay the price? That old supervisor had misheard Loris's tone and thought that he had been frightened by the reputation of the Chictor Merchant Guild. Lord Count, your ship travels incredibly fast. She would definitely be of great use to the Chictor Merchant Guild. If you hand that ship to us, you will gain the favor of the Chictor Merchant Guild. Before he finished, Loris spat out audibly, and said, forget your favors. If you want my ship, it's easy. You just have to defeat House Norden. If you can walk over my dead body, I'll give you my ship. President Peterson stepped in front of Loris to stop him. He already had a rough grasp of the situation. Since your third young master is drunk, then as the owner of this part of the port, I will bring your young master back with me to sober him up. You can leave now. Don't forget to tell your president to come collect his son, said President Peterson. The president's statement implied that he intended to hold the drunk, troublemaking third young master back so that the president of the Chictor Merchant Guild could come collect him after making up for the trouble caused. That way, the parties would not be on bad terms with one another. However, if they insisted on bringing their third young master back with them, they would have to fight for it with the Peterson Merchant Guild. The consequence of that conflict would not be something any single person could bear. President Peterson waved his hand and called out 2 guards from his back to hoist the drunk third young master into the carriage behind them. Even though the people of the Chictor Merchant Guild broke into a commotion, none of them stood up to stop the 2 guards. The old supervisor bowed towards President Peterson, and said, then, we'll have to trouble you, sir, to take care of our third young master. We are incredibly sorry for tonight's incident. I will definitely relay this situation to our president as well. We will excuse ourselves now. In a few short moments, the crowd at the port dispersed. Loris was a little stunned at what had just happened and thought, that's not right. If there's anything I learned from reading all those novels, it's that the people of the Chictor Merchant Guild would definitely stand their ground to support their third young master. They should be ignoring President Peterson, and rushing over to take the young master back. That should have been where I get to show off my skills by beating them all down, right? After the scrubs are taken care of, the boss character would show up, causing the conflict to gain even more traction. This should have ended with me helping the Peterson Merchant Guild defeat their rival, and be the catalyst that reinforces the relationship between House Norden and the Peterson Merchant Guild. Why were the people of the Chictor Merchant Guild so rational? Why were they able to leave their young master here just like that to avoid causing a commotion? How ridiculous! They don't even act like one of the 7 largest merchant guilds at all. They should have at least left after spouting a few hatred-fueled lines to save themselves some face. Locke, there's no more trouble. Let's head back for some more wine, said President Peterson. We're still going to drink. Loris really couldn't understand what President Peterson intended to achieve, so he could only cease his wild fantasies and instruct Captain Wilson and the rest to pay attention to the security of the ship, before leaving on the carriage with the President. Even though the Chictor Merchant Guild has the highest number of ships at sea, they will still have to rely on our long-distance carriages on land. Otherwise, they won't be able to gather so much resources and supplies that secretively. Tomorrow, President Chictor will come to meet us and come up with a settlement since this incident was caused by their third young master to begin with. If he wishes to avoid conflict with us, then he'll definitely make it up to us properly, said President Peterson apologetically. Then, I'll be counting on you, President. However, I really didn't expect that the third young master of the Chictor Merchant Guild would be so brainless and reckless. He doesn't look that young to me, yet he behaves like a rowdy child. Perhaps he's intentionally trying to cause conflict between your guild and theirs? Then again, I also think that the excuse I gave for not accepting their invitation to be rather lacking. Nobody would truly believe that, said Lorist. President Peterson laughed heartily, and said, "Worry not, Brother Locke, this matter is not as complicated as you are trying to make it sound. In fact, I know why the third young master would get so drunk and cause a fit in the first place. Everyone in Moronti City knows what President Chichter is most troubled about. Even though all three of his sons are blessed with rather keen business senses that far exceed my own useless son by leaps and bounds, President Chichter still hasn't named a proper successor. It has naturally resulted in the three young masters forming their own factions, each trying to get a lead over the others. But during the first half of this year, President Chichter finally came up with a way to resolve this, and gave each of his three sons a huge task. The one who completes the task first would be able to receive proper guidance and inherit the merchant guild. That's also the reason for the third young master's rampant drinking. The deadline for his task was yesterday, but he only managed to make it back today, meaning that he had lost his right to succession by default. That's why he was throwing a drunk fit at our port. The people of their guild didn't even say a word when we wanted to bring him away either." President Peterson paused in thought before he continued, "Just stay at my home for the night. Don't worry, President Chichter will personally come over and offer you his apologies. In the meantime, we can discuss when you intend to hand us the furs you stockpiled." "Oh, I almost forgot about that," Lorist thought. "I've come here to purchase ships precisely for the purpose of transporting these furs. Why don't we meet up at Silao's Island and carry out the trade there? The island is also a dominion of my house." "Silao's Island?" muttered the president, "I seem to have heard of that place before." Lorist elaborated, "Silao's Island belongs to the Andanak Kingdom and is roughly 100 kilometers away from Jilin Harbor. It is the largest island of the former empire." "Wait, Brother Locke, isn't your dominion in the Northlands? Since when has Silao's Island become yours?" asked President Peterson. Lorist then detailed his exploits and experiences to the president briefly. With a solemn look on his face, President Peterson said, "Wait, then does that mean that House Norton is one of the noble houses of the Andanak Kingdom? In other words, your account of the Andanak Kingdom?" "That's right." "What's wrong, President? Will there be a problem?" asked Lorist. President Peterson let out a sigh and said, "It's a rather huge one. I'm sure you've heard that the trade union enforced an embargo on the Andanak Kingdom, right? It's completely true. It's all because the Andanak Kingdom bears the legacy of the Chrisan Empire, which was the sworn enemy of the trade union for the past 200 years. Even though the empire is already gone, the legacy is still there. The Andanak Kingdom is considered an enemy to the trade union and is therefore under an embargo. This matter is one that us merchants rally up in solidarity for." Troubled, Lorist said, "That can't be. I didn't expect that the grudges between the nations ran that deep. Even though there has already been roughly 30 years of peace, and the fact that the empire has already disintegrated, the people of the trade union still hold that grudge? Isn't that a little excessive? Wasn't there a saying about how there are no eternal enemies, only eternal profits? Shouldn't chasing profits be the core of a merchant's being?" "Excessive." President Peterson laughed and continued, "You're right. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal profits. Chasing profits is the core of a merchant's being. Actually, the hate for the Andanak Kingdom is intentionally built up by others. The ones who are actively opposing the Andanak Kingdom are the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, the Mayflower Merchant Guild, and the Wesha Merchant Guild. The Peterson Merchant Guild is only cooperating with them and carrying out our basic obligations. However, when it comes to the embargo on the Andanak Kingdom, we must definitely play our part too. Brother Locke, since you are a noble of the Andanak Kingdom, then this fur trade will be very inconvenient for us to carry out. If we are found out by others, the Peterson Merchant Guild will quickly be isolated and attacked by the other merchant guilds. Lorist laughed and said, "How about this, President? House Norton will not fly the flag of the Andanak Kingdom and only use the Raging Bear flag of our own. Nobody would know that we're nobles of the Andanak Kingdom then. Even if others find out about your deal with us, you still have a bunch of excuses to use. It is common knowledge that there aren't any magic beasts within the Andanak Kingdom. As for the trade, we can carry it out at Viscount Tabri's dominion. We'll ship our goods to him, and you can fetch it there. That way, you can also say that you bought the furs from Viscount Tabri and have nothing to do with us." "All right, that's a sound plan. We'll do just that," said President Peterson with a tone of certainty. Having dealt with the problems regarding the deal, Lorist breathed a sigh of relief. The sale of 500,000 magic beast furs would net them 2 million gold forts, and that was enough for the house to invest in development and stockpiles for the next couple of years. It was something that the stability and prosperity of the Norton house was dependent on. Even though he had closed the deal with President Peterson, he couldn't trouble him with the salt, magic beast jerky and whale meat he brought over. The guild didn't deal with those goods, and they didn't sell for much anyway. Lorist felt that it was better to look for other ways to deal with those items. Even if he couldn't sell them, the Dominion would definitely be able to consume them. After sending a few guards ahead to the Red Grace Inn to notify Jusk, he spent an uneventful night at the Peterson Merchant Guild with the others. At around 10 in the morning the next day, the men of the Chichter Merchant Guild came over. President Chichter came personally and greeted President Peterson intimately, as if they got along very well. The sober third young master was also brought over. He stood by his father with a sour face while the latter expressed his thanks to President Peterson for taking care of his drunk son, and for keeping him from causing more trouble for others. President Peterson was also very courteous and stressed that the 7 main merchant guilds of the trade union were like family. It was completely natural for them to watch each other's backs. However, he advised the third young master to take this lesson to heart and not lose hope after a small shortcoming and resort to drinking as an escape, even to the point of causing others trouble. He marked that behavior as uncultured and uncivilized, and said it was not something befitting a candidate for inheritance of a large merchant guild. After lecturing the third young master of the Chichter clan, President Peterson introduced Lorist to President Chichter as the family leader of the House of the Raging Bear from the Northlands, Count Norton. It was apparent that President Chichter had never heard of House Norton before, since he had never paid attention to noble houses situated at the far borderlands. What he was interested in, however, was Lorist's oddly shaped ship. He was shocked to hear that it could travel at 14 knots in strong wind. Even the fastest sail-powered warship of the newest design could only travel at a maximum of 11 knots. Lorist shrugged and told President Chichter that his ship was not good for much apart from her speed. Because of the cursed coasts of the north, he had to make his ship much narrower. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to navigate the reefs there. And given the ship's narrowness, it couldn't carry much cargo. It could only be used to transport people. As for her resistance to strong winds, Lorist explained that he had simply added a 3-meter-long keel under the ship so that she wouldn't flip over easily while in transit. It was something a common shipwright would understand after taking only one look at the ship. Additionally, he said that the keel's main usage was to prevent the ship from being damaged by the reef at shallow waters. When the keel hit something, there would still be enough time for the ship to turn back and find another way. Upon listening to Lorist's explanation, President Chichter lost interest in the ship. He mainly wanted a fast ship that could carry large amounts of cargo. Just like Lorist had said, his ship was only good for speed and not much else. He wasn't worried that Lorist would make up an explanation to fool him since he could easily send a master shipwright to check out the design of the ship. That way, he would be able to know whether Lorist was telling the truth about the ship. To express his regret for Lorist's troubles because of his son, President Chichter brought Lorist a gift. It was an exquisitely decorated wooden box that was roughly 50 centimeters wide. Even though Lorist tried to refuse out of politeness, he still accepted it in the end and opened the box at the insistence of President Peterson. The moment Lorist opened and looked into the box, he was dumbstruck. Within it lay a golden, gleaming firearm. Chapter 240 The Secret of Gunpowder. Second bonus chapter of the week, coming up. Thank you Joshua L. again for your tremendous support. There was a firearm roughly 40 centimeters long within the wooden box. It had an exquisite design. Both the stock and barrel were decorated with intricate, gold-laden carvings. However, the firearm looked a little weird. Besides the fact that its barrel was shaped like a trumpet, the hammer behind it was simply ridiculous. It was the shape of a two-winged dragon bearing its fangs. It looked positively imposing. The firearm took up half the space within the box. The bottom of the box was filled with rows of small lead pellets. Each pellet also had a cylindrical container. There was a total of 20 pellets and cylinders respectively. Lorist was incredibly moved, and thought, if the pellets are the projectiles, then the cylinders must contain gunpowder. This must be the gunpowder variant of Grindia. This is a gun made by the dwarves of the Didanini kingdom. Last year, when the trade union came to an agreement with the Dwarven Kingdom, they were invited to set up a management office and a shop for Dwarven merchants at Rotary Street, here in Moronti City. I happened to be there, and purchased one of these guns. It seems that you like it a lot, Lord Count. President Chichter laughed heartily and looked at President Peterson, who merely nodded. President Chichter said to the guard beside him, "Demonstrate how that gun is used to Count Norton." That guard came forward, saluted, and received the box. "Lord Count, the gun is the traditional weapon of the dwarves. There are variations with different barrel lengths. Short-barreled guns can fire up to a distance of 30 meters, and they are rather similar to our own ballistic ranged weaponry. The range of these guns is rather low and is not worth much mention. However, one thing is for sure, the shots are very powerful. One would require at least 100 bowmen to pose a threat to a blade master, but one gun by itself will be enough to threaten a blade master within its 30-meter range. A blade master can deflect arrows with his sword, but not these bullets." The guard then slipped the black cylinder into the barrel before using a fine metal rod to push it deeper in. He loaded the pellet into the barrel in a similar fashion. "In the end," he said, "this gun is one of the newest models within the Dwarven Kingdom. They don't need a fuse, lifting this dragon here is enough. After that, firing is as simple as pulling the trigger down here. However, due to the physical differences between humans and dwarves, we humans had to strain to pull trigger because the force required to do so is rather great." The guard then aimed the gun in his hand towards a wall around 20 meters away, and pulled hard on the trigger. Bam! Lorist was startled by the shot. He hadn't expected the gun to be that loud. Despite this, he was immediately pleased to notice a faint smell of burnt gunpowder. It was indeed the smell that a gunpowder propellant would produce. This only served to baffle Lorist. He didn't understand why his experiments before failed, even more so now that he had confirmed that gunpowder did indeed exist, and work. "Look, Lord Count. The force is rather good, isn't it?" asked the guard. He pointed at the hole on the wall not far away. A dented pellet could be seen embedded within it. Lorist snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the hole. He noticed that the hole made on the wall was almost 1 meter away from where the guard had aimed. With a margin of error like that, can it really be considered good? At that moment, Lorist's mind was occupied with nothing but gunpowder. He was incredibly impatient and couldn't wait to go back and restart his research. As for the short gun made by the dwarves, he was only impressed with the intricate carvings on it. Everything else dissatisfied him. "Look at that trumpet-shaped opening. If it's the slightest bit wider, the pellet would slip outward. And that beautifully carved wooden frame, it does nothing but increase the weight of the gun. Then there's that beak-shaped handle. Is that even nice to hold? And it doesn't even have sights. One can only aim this gun based on intuition. And the ridiculous dragon hammer that is far too forceful. Sigh, it's not good at all. Also, that trigger that requires so much force to pull. How can one aim steadily when pulling a trigger already swerves the gun around so much? Lorist was confident that as long as he discovered the secret of the dwarves' gunpowder, he could definitely design a much better gun. Even his prototype would be far better than the decorated gun made by the dwarves. But it was at that moment when he realized that his deep thinking had made the others present think that he was merely a count from the rural areas of Grindia who had never seen much of the world. A look of disdain flashed past the guard's eyes as he put the gun back into the box and handed it to Lorist. "Lord Count, this is your gun, so keep it well." Lorist received the box and hurriedly thanked President Chichter. President Chichter laughed and said, "Since the Lord Count likes this gift so much, it was definitely worth it. Only by doing this can I properly express my sincerity to make up for my son's blunder. Also, forgive me for asking, since your dominion is in the distant Northlands, how did you come to know President Peterson? I also wonder if there's anything the Chichter Merchant Guild can help you out with during this trip of yours to Moronti City." Lorist also laughed and replied, "President Chichter, I studied here in Moronti City for a decade in my formative years. I got to know President Peterson, and received a lot of help from him, during that time. I had to return to the Northlands to inherit my title and the house's dominion. 6 or 7 years have flown by since then. I have come on this trip to pay a visit to President Peterson." President Peterson smiled and nodded in agreement. He was quite pleased with Lorist for not revealing any important information. "Oh, so that's the case. I thought you were preparing to secure a sea trade route. To be frank, Lord Count, since you are able to build a ship that is capable of traversing reefy areas, are you interested in establishing a sea trade route? If you're willing, you can let the Chichter Merchant Guild handle the sea transportation for you. As the Merchant Guild with the most fleets, we can definitely guarantee that we won't disappoint you," said President Chichter, staring Lorist directly in the eye. Lorist revealed a look of joy, before his expression changed from to one of hesitation, then to helplessness. In the end, he even looked rather regretful. After seemingly contemplating something deeply for a long while, he replied, "President Chichter, while I'm incredibly interested in your proposal, my family dominion is situated in the far north and doesn't produce much unique local goods. There also isn't anything worthwhile we can offer up for trade. To be honest, we are only barely able to sustain ourselves with the food we produce. I am definitely interested in establishing a trade route by sea, but I know that I will be wasting goodwill if I have you make a pointless trip. Take, for instance, my dominion. It only produced around 6,000 gold fords during the 7 years I was there. Additionally, the only reason I'm able to come here to Moronti City to have a good time is purely the graciousness of President Peterson." President Chichter didn't mind Lorist's rejection at all. He smiled and said to President Peterson, "I didn't expect that your friend, the Lord Count here, would be so honest. He's very unlike the other shallow nobles. They will stop at nothing to promote their dominions the moment they hear about establishing a trade route, when, in fact, they have nothing much to offer us. This is definitely a good characteristic of his." President Peterson agreed and said, "The reason I stuck with my friend, Locke, here is because of his honest demeanor. He doesn't bear the usual shortcomings of other nobles, and speaks only the truth. No more, no less. His dominion is indeed rather rural, however. Even I can't help with that, despite my best intentions." The two chatted for a few more moments before President Chichter took his leave, bringing the guard and his third son with him. Lorist didn't notice the venomous glance the third young master gave him before turning to follow his father. Lorist was still preoccupied with thinking about gunpowder. After discussing with President Peterson a little longer, deciding on the date when the furs would be delivered to the dominion of Viscount Tabri, and asking the Peterson Merchant Guild to purchase some large-class cargo vessels on his behalf, he left and returned to his lodging. The moment he arrived at the Red Grace Inn, Lorist instructed Dulles and Howard to bring some magic beast jerky and whale meat to Louise, and ask her whether the food fit the taste of the citizens of Moronti City. Other than that, he gave MacDuffin some salt for him to try it out. He wanted to find out what difference it had with the rock salt usually used in Moronti City. Following that, Lorist cooped himself up in his room and began to inspect the remaining 19 cylinders of gunpowder included with the gun he received. He stayed within his room for 3 whole days without leaving. Jusk and Howard secretly opened the door of his room to check out what he was up to on the 3rd day. The table was filled with various glass test tubes and experimental apparatuses used by herbalists. Lorist was thankful that he decided to take up herbalism during his days at the academy. The set of skills he had learned from those studies now allowed him to separate most of the compounds present in liquid. Doing this would allow him to easily determine the mixture used by the dwarves to make the gunpowder. The mixture contained within each cylinder made by the dwarves was composed of 7 different substances including sulfur, saltpeter, and powdered charcoal. They were the most common ingredients used to make gunpowder. The other 4 substances were rosin powder, pure aran starch, egg white and a kind of mysterious white-colored powder. After more experimentation, Lorist came to understand that the only active components within the dwarven gunpowder were the familiar sulfur, saltpeter, and powdered charcoal, along with the mysterious white powder and rosin powder. Pure aran starch wasn't of much use, and the egg white was mainly used to solidify the powder into a cylindrical shape. The thing that caught Lorist's attention was the mysterious white powder he had no information about. Without it, the gunpowder would be completely ineffective. Just as Lorist intended to ask someone else what the powder was by showing them a sample, he realized that he had used up all 19 of the gunpowder cylinders he had. After giving it some thought, he called Howard upstairs. He had him instruct the maidservants of the inn to prepare him a warm bath, before ordering a huge meal. Following his bath and hearty meal, he took the box with the gun inside, and left with Howard for Rotary Street on a rented carriage. Lorist had taken note when President Chichter mentioned that the dwarves established a shop office at Rotary Street. The carriage quickly sent Lorist and Howard to their destination. Upon getting off the carriage, Lorist could see a large, weird building that was stacked up with huge stone slabs. It looked like a small hill. While it was weird for a mountain to be in the middle of Moronti City's busiest street, it wasn't that out of place. The ones who built it were dwarves, after all. The dwarves of the Didanini Mountains were accustomed to living within caverns and they would feel insecure if they were not living within one. After passing through the entrance, which was shaped like the entrance to a cavern, a dark stairwell could be seen. It was then that Lorist realized that the building constructed by the dwarves wasn't that big. In fact, the main office and shop was situated in a large space beneath the ground. Many customers were visible inside, despite the bad lighting. Lorist walked up to a barrel-shaped counter, and put the box on it. A red-bearded dwarf looked at Lorist, and asked in a weird tone, "Good sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Lorist looked curiously at the dwarf before him. It was a humanoid creature with an almost square-like build. Despite their similar appearance, the dwarves in Grindia had a different reputation from their fictional counterparts in Lorist's previous life. The two had similar behaviors, they both had great strength, dug caves, forged metal, fashioned equipment, and drank incessantly. However, the dwarves of Grindia were rumored to be shrewd businessmen. The merchants said that one should always be attentive and on one's guard when dealing with a dwarf. Otherwise, one would easily get tricked. That trait of theirs stood in stark contrast to their reputation for being honest and loyal in the fictional works of Lorist's world. "Good day. I would like to know if I can purchase the powder used to fire this gun," said Lorist as he opened the box and brought out the gun and a few of the small lead pellets. "Well, my son treated this gun like a toy and accidentally dumped the gunpowder into water. That's why when I realized it, it had already become like this," said Lorist while feigning a troubled look. The red-bearded dwarf made a mocking expression and said, "Sir, we've heard others use the same excuse almost 100 times during the month. In actuality, we don't really care if you discover the secrets of gunpowder. If you want to buy them, we have them for sale here." However, each cylinder costs 1 gold ford. What? It's that expensive? Lorist pointed to a similar box and said, apologies, did I mishear? A box like that with a short-barreled gun costs 35 gold fords. Why would the gunpowder itself cost so much? That's because only dwarves can make gunpowder. You humans aren't able to make it. If there's no gunpowder, the gun would be nothing but an expensive toy for children, just like you said. Buy it, or not, it's your choice. We dwarves couldn't care less, said the dwarf, with his beard slightly swaying. It was then when Lorist knew that there was no way the dwarves would tell him about what the mysterious white powder was. Having no other choice, he took out 20 gold fords and purchased 20 units of gunpowder. The dwarf even gave him an extra lead pellet to replace the one that was fired during the demonstration. After leaving the shop of the dwarves, Howard said with a troubled tone, "My lord, you've been so occupied studying gunpowder for the past 3 days that you've forgotten about the original reason we came to Moronti City." Lorist understood Howard's intention with this kind reminder, and patted his head. "You don't understand, Howard. The dwarves' gunpowder is a great discovery. As long as we can crack its secrets, the house will no longer have anything to worry about in the future and never be defeated," said he. "Isn't the gunpowder only used for these guns?" "I don't think that the gun is any good," Howard complained, before his eyes flashed. "My lord, look. That shop over there has a gun hanging and it's even bigger than the dwarven one." Lorist turned his head to look and saw Howard pointing at a weapons shop. A huge gun could be seen hanging within. It looked a little like a mounted jingle. "One. Come, let's go check it out," said Lorist. "Welcome, sir," greeted the sharp-eyed shopkeeper. He realized Lorist's status as a noble almost instantly. "Sir, we here at Starlight Weapons pride ourselves in the quality and elegance of our products. Whether you're buying a weapon as a gift, or for your own use, we can satisfy your needs," started the shopkeeper. Lorist stopped in his tracks before the huge gun, and asked, "Is this for sale?" The shopkeeper looked stunned, before he noticed the box Howard carried in his hand and realized what it was about. "Sir, this gun is a well-known weapon. 700 years ago, the renowned noble hero, Jinrock, used this very gun to strike down the demonic twin-headed dragon, Chimera. However, despite surviving for all these years, the weapon no longer has any value." Lorist pursed his lips and thought, "Who do you think you're trying to fool? If it really were a 700-100-year-old relic, the barrel would have rusted long ago. Not to mention the rotting of the wooden frame." It was obvious that the gun was a forgery used to attract customers to the shop. Howard, on the other hand, asked curiously, "Why would you say that a divine weapon like that is worthless?" "Because there's no gunpowder," the shopkeeper exclaimed. "It was because the Dominion Lord hero had a dwarven friend that crafted this gun for him and provided him with 3 units of gunpowder that he was able to use this gun all those years ago. Without any gunpowder, the gun is useless. It can't even compare to a flaming stick. That dwarf is far too stingy. Why can't he continue to provide gunpowder? Is he afraid that we would find out how to make them as well?" Howard questioned angrily. The shopkeeper laughed and said, "In actuality, we already know what the gunpowder is made of. It's a mixture of sulfur, charcoal powder, starch, rosin, fire crystal powder and egg white. The dwarves are still as stubborn today as they were hundreds of years ago, so the formula hasn't changed one bit. It's a shame that the information isn't useful to us at all. There are no saltpeter mines in the human realm. Saltpeter can only be found hundreds of meters beneath the ground, and only the dwarves are able to mine that deep. Without it, there's no way we can make gunpowder." Lorist was shocked to hear the shopkeeper say that they lacked saltpeter to make gunpowder. He recalled that during his failed experiments, he collected naturally efflorescing saltpeter off the corners of his walls. Lorist suddenly recalled that the Northlanders had a habit of collecting saltpeter off of walls, but they mainly purified it in water before using it to treat leather. Nobody knew that the solution could be dried and used to make gunpowder. But right now, what Lorist was interested in was the fire crystal powder that the shopkeeper mentioned. "Could you tell me more about fire crystal powder?" asked Lorist. The shopkeeper replied, "My lord, fire crystals are commonly used by smiths to increase the temperature of their forges. Let me think. 2 days ago, we purchased a sack of them from some adventurers. I'll see if I can find them." The shopkeeper vanished for a few short moments, before returning with an old leather sack. He took out a few of the crimson finger-sized fire crystals. "Sir, these are fire crystals, and they are usually only found among the ashes at the opening of a volcano. These are treasures to smiths, who will powder them up and use them to raise the forge temperature while they work. Only if the temperature is raised greatly will the forging be successful." "Oh, thank you. It's the first time I've seen these," said Lorist as he inspected the crimson crystalline object in his hand. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Sir, these are only useful to smiths, so it's not a surprise that you've never seen them before. So these are present within the gunpowder made by the dwarves?" Lorist asked. "That's right. This has long been proven by Professor Balba of the Venus Academy. Powdered fire crystal accounts for about 10% of the volume of gunpowder. The main problem with making gunpowder is that over 50% of it needs to be saltpeter. I recall that when Professor Balba published his findings last year, the citizens of Moranti City were greatly shocked," said the shopkeeper who had a great memory. Lorist took out a few gold fords and gave one to the shopkeeper. "This is payment for your stellar service, I'm incredibly satisfied. However, can I purchase a few of these fire crystals from you?" "Naturally, sir. This sack contains around 30 of them. It will only cost you 2 gold fords," replied the shopkeeper politely. 1A type of gun. More info, Wikipedia. Chapter 241 Glassmith. This is the third bonus chapter of the week, as well as the final one brought to you by Joshua L. from the USA. There will be one more release tomorrow to make up for the lack of a third bonus chapter last week, so stay tuned. In the meantime, don't forget to vote on the straw poll at the end of the chapter. Prince and I here just love it when you, the readers, ponder about the plot. This time around we have the poll, which should be a lot of fun to build conspiracies around. And we also have a question with which you guys should have a lot of fun. Don't forget to tell us your choice, and why you chose it. 15% sulfur, 15% charcoal powder, 50% saltpeter, 10% fire crystal powder, 5% rosin, 5% starch, add a little egg white and mix evenly. After that, the mixture should be placed in a mold and dried to form the gunpowder cylinder to be used with the dwarven firearms. Lorist brought Howard to the public library in Moranti City and spent only 1 large silver to get the librarian to help him search for the article published last year in the Moranti Daily, one of the city's newspapers, by Professor Balba of the Venus Academy. What was interesting about the article was that Professor Balba actually said that there was much room for improvement in the dwarves' formula. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue his research, there just wasn't enough saltpeter available for him to use. The journalists of the Moranti Daily even interviewed the dwarves, who, back then, had set up their shop for less than a month, about the room for improvement that Professor Balba claimed there was. The dwarves said the formula was a result of the sacred, toiling effort of their ancestors. It was perfect and didn't require any modifications. The dwarves even thought that Professor Balba made such a claim as a ploy to procure more saltpeter from the dwarves, and their response was none other than, scram. Lorist felt a little embarrassed. He had initially thought that he could keep gunpowder a secret. It seemed he was one lagging behind instead. The many academies and experienced professors had long decoded the secrets of gunpowder. The only fortunate thing was that the saltpeter used by the dwarves had been extracted from ores that could only be mined deep underground. Additionally, the professors still had yet to realize that the nitric acid used to treat leather could instead be used on saltpeter ore. In ancient China, gunpowder was discovered only after centuries of experimentation. But the scholars of Grindia didn't know that the white crystals that appeared on wall corners were actually one of the core components of gunpowder. All they knew was that it could be used to make nitric acid for leather processing. Lorist considered that to be his fortune. He would one day be able to make far more effective gunpowder than those made by dwarves. Howard, bring 2 guards that can read to the library tomorrow and have them read through the newspapers and academic publications released during the past few years. If you think that anything is noteworthy, mark it down and hand the list to me. The family will be prioritizing development into our dominion and seafaring, so please take note on anything in those fields, Lorist instructed his disciple. All right, master. I will be looking out for them, Howard said happily. He had always been the type who loved to read. After dealing with the matter of gunpowder, Lorist returned to the Red Grace Inn gleefully to carry out some more pressing matters. Jisk and 4 other guards had been spending the whole time at the inn to look after the 100,000 gold fords Lorist brought along with him. On the other hand, Els had been fuddled drunk by his mates of the syndicate he used to be a part of. Dulles on the other hand went looking for his friends and classmates at the Dawn Academy and also returned dead drunk each day. Lorist thought that it was about time he visited some of his old friends as well. The following days saw Lorist being really busy, with him leaving early in the morning with 2 guards and only returning late at night. Mainly, he went to meet with the professors and instructors of the Dawn Academy, including Academy head Levens and Blade Master Claude and his wife. After 7 years, the Dawn Academy stayed mostly the same, but many of the people there had changed. There were quite a few of Lorist's acquaintances amongst the instructors that had already left the academy. However, the bronze statue of Lorist, erected when he obtained a 3,000 win streak against silver-ranked opponents despite being an iron rank himself, looked as domineering as ever, to the point that it was a renowned legend in the academy. Academy head Levens had aged a lot over these 7 years. The gift Lorist brought him was an undamaged magic tiger pelt. It would be a great help to alleviate the pains of his rheumatic condition. As for Blade Master Claude, he just received a great shock. When he first met with Lorist, he boasted confidently that he wanted to give Lorist some pointers in swordsmanship, only to lose in less than 100 exchanges with Lorist in a fight. Dulles, on the other hand, brought Lorist some good news. There were quite a number of Academy alumni that were really impressed with Lorist's experiences and were hoping that they could also follow Lorist and join House Norton. After giving it some thought, Lorist decided to accept them, but only after the risks and dangers were clearly laid out to them. The house needed more talented people, and the alumni of the Academy were definitely more than qualified. Since they were his acquaintances and were willing to follow him, Lorist really couldn't think of a good reason to refuse them. Upon receiving Lorist's permission, Dulles happily raised his hoe and began digging into the staff of the Dawn Academy. During the 7 years that had passed, many of Lorist's acquaintances had already become the core staff of the Dawn Academy. If all of them really joined Lorist, Academy head Levens would have a huge headache coming for him. Other than that, Lorist also went to visit Tim. The couple were living in a Gothic, 4-story building not far away from the Academy sector. The Peterson Merchant Guild had played a huge part in their purchase of the building, and they only had to spend up to 3,000 gold fords for a building that was easily worth 4,000 to 5,000 gold fords. The Tabri couple were pleasantly surprised at Lorist's visit. Both of them were incredibly thankful for Lorist's efforts. Tim was saved by Lorist from a huge predicament with Count Cabri, and was also made into the rightful heir of Viscount Tabri as a result. Additionally, he had been introduced to his wife by Lorist. In some way, the blissful days he spent now was only gained after experiencing a fair share of troubles. Tim was a rather well-known noble among the high society of Moronti City. He complained to Lorist that before he became a noble, he was incredibly envious of them. But he understood their troubles now that he had joined their ranks. He had to put up a front all day long when he interacted with the other nobles, which he found incredibly tiring, and he began to feel that nobles were incredibly shallow creatures. Lorist laughed at hearing Tim's complaints. During their casual conversation, Tim revealed a piece of incredibly crucial information: there was a chance that the Ford trade union would begin to implement a nobility system. However, unlike Lorist's noble title, which was given to him by the royal family, the titles of the Ford trade union would be given out by their High Council. Lorist also told Tim about his arrangement with the Peterson Merchant Guild, and relayed to Tim his intentions of carrying out the trade at his dominion. Lorist added that he would definitely pay the necessary taxes. Tim expressed his willingness to help as well as his joy for being able to be of some use to Lorist, and assured that he would instruct old Knight Gemmers, who was stationed at the manor at the Viscounty, to give his support. When he returned to the Red Grace Inn, Lorist realized that Els and his good friend, Jindas, were awaiting his return. Ever since Els left home to become Lorist's knight, Jindas had taken over as the boss of the syndicate. It was quite apparent that he was far more reliable than Els. Within the short 7 years since Els's departure, Jindas' syndicate had already become one of the largest syndicates within Moronti City, and they already have control over at least half of the streets there. More than 4,000 people worked for them. Jindas handed Lorist more than 50 gold Ford notes worth 100 gold Fords each, but Lorist merely gave him a questioning look, not sure what it was about. Els then explained that the money was the rent that was collected over 7 years from a building Lorist purchased at Rose Street before he left. Before he left, Els had left the unit under Jindas's management, and he would collect 30% of the profits. The 5,000 or so gold Fords were Lorist's share. After the explanation, Lorist recalled that he did in fact purchase a building back then. However, he recalled mortgaging it to Els for 5,000 gold Fords to raise funds for the northbound journey. However, that sum was already paid back in full during the journey. He didn't expect that his investment of 5,400 gold Fords back then would break even within a short 7 years. Jindas laughed and said that it was only possible because the price of property within Moronti City had been rising in recent years, causing rent to increase multiple times over. Otherwise, the profits wouldn't be that high. However, he said that he didn't come to meet Lorist just because he wanted to give him the collected rent. He said that he would like to acquire the magic beast jerky, whale meat, and salt for sale. Jindas laughed bitterly. He explained that he had no other choice, there were just too many people working under him. We was forced to look for other ways to earn some money. Nowadays, the syndicate had already taken control of half the shops around the streets of the city, so he felt that it would be rather convenient for Lorist's goods to be sold there. Lorist agreed to Jindas's request right away, but also said that he required his help for 2 things. First, he wanted Jindas to find out about the situation of Professor Balba. He hoped that he could recruit the man to carry out further gunpowder research for him. Additionally, he had Jindas instruct the members of the syndicate to keep an eye out for some talented people who were only lacking a good opportunity. Lorist realized that the house required talented people in many areas, so he had to be on the lookout for them whenever he could. After settling the matter with Jindas, Lorist was prepared to head to the glass-producing Tarabo Kingdom. Charade's father had started a glass distribution company there, and Lorist intended to order the glass he needed from Charade's father exclusively. After all, he was a partner, and he had to deliver Charade's letter to him as well. Charade's father was a successful merchant. It was said that the Tarabo Kingdom's royal family even owned some shares in his firm, hence his benefits when it came to dealing in glass. He welcomed Lorist and the others warmly. As Charade had said, his father had yearned all his life to become a landed noble, so when he treated a person of such caliber, he presented himself with an incredibly respectful attitude. "Uncle, you don't have to be so courteous, really. Even though Charade is my family knight, he's also my trusted friend and partner. As you're his father, you are considered my senior as well. Just leave these kinds of things to your servants. You didn't have to go about doing all this personally. If you do, I will feel incredibly troubled," Lorist said, not knowing how to react to the hospitality he was given. After reading Charade's letter, he understood that Lorist was a legitimate landed noble. And when he realized that his own son was serving such a person, he went out of his way to make sure that all of Lorist's needs were met. That was especially the case when Lorist assured Charade's father that after another 3 years, when Charade served for a full 10 years term, he would give Charade peerage as a baron, and Enfef a barony to him. When Charade's father heard that, he teared up in joy immediately and thanked Lorist unceasingly. From that day onwards, Lorist realized that the treatment he received improved even further, to the point that Charade's father would accompany his servant for the smallest things. Even when the servant merely brought Lorist refreshment, Charade's father would be his shadow. That kind of hospitality greatly shocked Lorist. It made him feel rather uneasy. He decided to leave as soon as possible. He would be on his way the moment he had finished his matters. As for the glass products required by the Dominion, Charade's father promised confidently, even thumping his chest, that he would be able to supply as much glass as the Norton house needed, and even assured that there won't be any problems. Not only that, he didn't even require Lorist to pay a single copper coin as deposit. Lorist refused the kind gesture. Even though Charade's father was a rich and successful merchant, the order he made was easily worth 20,000 gold fords. If some unexpected accident really happened, that would affect Charade's family. So, Lorist insisted that the deal be carried out as per usual practice, with the reason that official and private matters should not be conflated. As for the letter Charade sent 2 years earlier, after Lorist failed in his experiments, to ask his father to find out what materials were used to make glass, Charade's father said that he hadn't managed to procure much information. It was mainly due to the degree of secrecy and care on the Tarabo Kingdom's part to keep both the ingredients and the process of glass production secret. However, he recommended Lorist go meet a person who had worked in the glass production plants for 32 years. The man, Mancini, had followed in his father's footsteps, and took a position at the production plants. He eventually became a full-fledged glassmith, despite initially working a common laborer. He should have a complete grasp on how glass was made. Charade's father had first gotten to know him professionally, but the two had since become friends. Charade's father mentioned that he had heard Master Mancini complain about his fellow glassmiths. They were dumb as blocks of wood, and only knew how to do what they were told without bothering about experimentation and improvement. Charade's father, being the sensible merchant that he was, began to take note of Master Mancini. Master Mancini was quite troubled these days. He and his wife only had one daughter, whom they treasured and loved with all their life. Now that their daughter had matured, they had started to trouble themselves over her marriage. Unfortunately, during the 36th day of the 9th month that year, on the harvest celebration, the couple and their daughter encountered Viscount Sirway. Viscount Sirway had quite a reputation in Fire City, the capital city of the Tarabo Kingdom. The reputation wasn't a pleasant one. He was the nephew of the queen, and as fat as a pig and as lustful as a turkey. He had been implicated in the kidnapping of womenfolk within the capital on several occasions. Each had caused considerable commotion amongst the people. His antics had been toned down somewhat after a harsh punishment by the queen, however. That very Viscount had set his eyes on the daughter of Mancini. While he didn't dare to take her away in public like he used to, he didn't hold anything back when it came to harassing the family. He intended to take the poor girl as his 26th concubine. Given how much the couple treasured their daughter, it was no surprise that they had refused the Viscount's demand without any hesitation. They greatly feared his retribution, and hid their daughter within one of the glass production plant's residences. They hoped they could avoid the Viscount's claws by doing so. While Viscount Sirway wasn't able to interfere with the strictly monitored glass production plant, he managed to bribe the plant's managers to drive Mancini and his family out. It wouldn't take much effort to chase the Mancini family out of the plant, and they could gain the favor of the Viscount by doing so, so naturally the managers didn't hesitate. They accepted the bribe and began to cause trouble for Mancini. It didn't take long for them to issue Mancini an ultimatum. Since his wife and daughter were not part of the plant's workforce, it was illegal for them to be at the plant. But, considering Mancini's 32 years of service, they would be willing to overlook the matter if he sent his wife and daughter out of the plant within 3 days. Otherwise, he would be punished for putting confidential information at risk. Master Mancini was incredibly troubled. He had spent his entire life working for the production plant. Now, in his last few years, he had been forced into such a difficult position. The most laughable part was that, being one of the people who knew the deepest secrets of glass production, Mancini had 2 silver-ranked swordsmen by his side at all times. The 2 weren't there to work as his bodyguards, they were tasked with monitoring him to ensure that what he knew didn't get leaked out. They didn't bother to take any action on Master Mancini's behalf, they simply waited for the drama to start. Charade's father said that Master Mancini's family had just been driven out from the production plant. Viscount Sirway would forcefully marry the master's daughter in 3 days. Currently, Master Mancini could do nothing about it. Charade's father said that if Lorist was willing to give a hand at a time like this, Master Mancini would no doubt pledge his loyalty to the house, giving it access to glass production techniques. That's not a bad idea, Lorist thought as he began to stroke his chin in deep thought. 1 In Chinese, poaching can be literally translated as digging away at a corner. The author humorously made a play on words and described Dullus's action as literal digging. What do you think about the nobility system that is to be implemented in Moronti City? Will it be a good or bad development for the Ford Trade Union? Chapter 242 The Curious Case of Lux Crimson Winery. Hi guys, sorry for the slightly late release. This is the 4th bonus chapter brought to you by Benjamin T from the USA. See you tomorrow. Hopefully XD. Viscount Sirway rode atop his horse gleefully. Thankfully, his Xeno horse mount was strong enough to carry a person of his weight, which was easily double that of a normal person's. 2 silver-armored guards held a banner bearing a crest of a golden cup in their hands. It was the crest of House Sirway. Beneath the golden cup was an intricate network of vines that circled around the cup to form a circular shape. A pure white, 7-petaled flower could be seen all around the vines. They were the national flower of the Tarabo Kingdom, the Turan flower. The presence of that flower on a noble house's crest signified their close affiliation with the Tarabo Kingdom's royal family. The Western Wall garrison's soldiers got into formation to welcome Viscount Sirway's escort after receiving instructions from their squad leader. The troop was headed for Lux Crimson Winery, which was roughly 15 kilometers away from the city. The winery belonged to Viscount Sirway, and was well known for a century of fine wine produce. It was one of the main sources of income for the Viscount. Viscount Sirway was in a rather good mood. Seeing Master Mancini and his family leaving the city gates with glum expressions, the Viscount couldn't help but crack into a smile. Hee, so what if you're a glassmith? Did you think you could get away from the influence of a Viscount like me? Did you think that you would be safe at the glass production plant? Humph, even if a Viscount like me can't enter it, I can still have them drive you out. You have no choice but to bring your daughter to me obediently. That night, faced with Viscount Sirway's underhanded request for his daughter's hand in marriage, Master Mancini had no choice but to accept the request to let his daughter become the concubine of the Viscount. However, he made 3 demands himself. First, he demanded that the Viscount treat his daughter well in the future. Second, the Viscount had to give an expensive betrothal gift. Lastly, their marriage ceremony should be carried out outside the city to attract as little attention as possible. Master Mancini felt that having his daughter marry Viscount Sirway was an incredibly embarrassing affair, so he wanted as few people to know about it as possible. If the Viscount were to go fetch his bride with a whole parade, that would cause the glassmith and his wife to lose all ability to stand proudly amongst their neighbors. That last demand was actually quite a reasonable one. Even though Viscount Sirway was slightly displeased by it, he was no idiot and knew that his reputation was not a good one. There was little difference between a high and low profile marriage ceremony to him. Either way he would only be able to invite a few of his friends that were just as bad as him. He decided to hold the ceremony at Lux Crimson Winery. It was one of his favorite spots outside the capital. It was relatively rural and quiet. Viscount Sirway and his 10 or so guards spent more than 2 hours completing the 15-kilometer journey. Lux Crimson Winery's gates were wide open, but Viscount Sirway didn't really mind and dismounted when he arrived at the courtyard. Usually, there would be a lot of servants coming up to him to serve him, tend to the horses, and bring some water or towels, or perhaps even tea. They would completely surround Viscount Sirway. But for some reason, not a single soul showed up this time. Angered, Viscount Sirway yelled, "Where are they? Have they all died somewhere I don't know of? Why isn't there a single person here? You two, go check where those lazy bums have gone." The 2 guards obeyed. They headed to the main hall, opened its doors, and entered, only to be flabbergasted. After a few moments, they snapped out of their stupor and returned. "My lord, look! They're all here. Then why aren't you calling them to get their asses here to me?" roared Viscount Sirway as he headed towards the hall. The moment he arrived at the entrance, a gust of wind carrying a concentrated alcoholic smell wafted over the Viscount. He fell to the ground dizzily. When he entered the hall to take a look, he was stunned as well. Within it, many people could be seen sprawling across the floor. It was possible that everyone working at the winery was there, completely unconscious. They were so drunk they weren't even aware of what was happening. Empty barrels of wine could be seen all over the floor and tables. Some of the barrels still had crimson wine dripping from their openings. Ha ha ha! The hodgepodge group of friends that had accompanied Viscount Sirway to his wedding laughed so hard after looking at the scene that they had trouble stopping. "Sirway, that's too funny. So your servants actually party and drink when you're not around? Had it not been for the fact that you just decided to hold your marriage here yesterday and didn't send anyone to notify them of your arrival, you would never have found out about how they've been deceiving you the whole time. It seems that I have to carry out some random checks for my family's own winery as well. I wonder if those lowly servants dare to deceive me," said an oily-haired noble youth as he laughed. "Ridiculous." Viscount Sirway was so mad that it seemed like smoke was billowing out of his orifices. It was obvious that he would become a laughingstock among the noble circle thanks to the disobedience of his servants. They dared to party when he wasn't around. "I will definitely hang all of these pathetic dogs." As the Viscount began to throw his fit, he waved the horsewhip in his hand and began striking his servants. It was a shame that all of them were dead drunk. Not a single one of them reacted to the whip as it crashed on their bodies. After lashing out a dozen times, the Viscount was already out of energy and breath. His stocky body wasn't suited to strenuous activities. The Viscount raised his head, and saw the manager of the winery sitting on his golden-laced chair in the innermost corner of the hall, the chair reserved for his personal use, holding onto a large wine barrel. Viscount Sirway burst into rage again. "Haul that pathetic wreck over here. How dare he sit on my chair?" 2 of the guards walked towards the manager domineeringly. All the guards and the Viscount's friends had already entered the hall. Even the 2 silver-ranked swordsmen watching over Master Mancini went to check out the commotion. All of a sudden, the 2 doors to the hall shut. The inside of the hall was plunged into utter, all-consuming darkness. Who closed the doors? "Open it, quick!" roared the Viscount. The 2 nearest the doors stretched out their hands to open them, but after trying incredibly hard to do so, they stopped helplessly and said, "Someone has locked us in." "Who is it? Who would play such a prank on me?" shouted the Viscount as everyone else within the hall began to fall into disarray. "Let's light a torch first. Did anyone bring a piece of flint?" someone asked. Fwing! The sounds of swords being unsheathed could be heard. 5 silver blade glows lit up in the darkness of the hall. The swords belonged to the 3 silver-ranked guards of the Viscount as well as the 2 silver-ranked swordsmen that came with Master Mancini. Even though blade glows were not ideal for illumination, it still allowed one to see, barely, the others at the front. Fwom! A flame could be seen at the innermost part of the hall, before more sounds of fires starting could be heard. High up in the air, 2 intersecting lines of hanging lamps were lit in succession. The upright candle holders by the sides of the hall followed suit. Soon the hall was lit completely. The ones in the hall stared at the scene in stupor. The sight before them was too surreal, almost like a magical phenomenon that they had heard about in the legends. Revered Lord Viscount Sirway, and all the other respected noble guests, I express my warmest welcome to you all, resounded a coarse voice throughout the hall. In that instant some realized that another person was seated in the prized seat of Viscount Sirway. The manager of the winery, who was there before, had been pushed to the floor. A man dressed in a black shirt, black pants, and black leather boots replaced him. He wore a black cloth around his hair and a black mask on his eyes. Only the lower portion of his face, below his nose, was uncovered. When he smiled, his shiny white teeth gleamed under the illumination of the candle light. The man in black was sitting lazily in the chair and regarding the Viscount and the rest with an unconvincing smile. "You? Who are you?" asked Viscount Sirway in a panicked voice. "Me? Well, you can call me Zalo One, I guess," the man said without a single care in the world. "I have long heard about the generous and just Lord Viscount Sirway of the Tarabo Kingdom, and about the magnanimous deeds you did without batting even an eye. So, I decided to pop in and pay you a visit, and perhaps help you, Lord Viscount, to spend some of your riches on a good cause. I suppose you wouldn't mind that, would you, Lord Viscount?" Viscount Sirway, upon hearing about his impressive reputation, gleefully said, "No, no. I won't mind it at all." At the same moment the last words left his mouth, he received a powerful kick. One of his noble friends glared at him angrily and said, "Idiot, don't you understand sarcasm? He's here to rob us. He's a bandit." The Viscount finally realized his predicament. In a fit of rage, he waved his arm and ordered, "Capture him. I want him hanged." The 2 guards, who had only moments earlier been instructed to carry the old manager away, were the closest to the seat, so they drew their swords and rushed forward. The man in the seat only twirled about twice, before the guards collapsed. They lay on the ground, unmoving. "All of you, go!" roared the Viscount. All 3 of his silver-ranked guards rushed forward, along with a dozen of others of iron and bronze rank. A few short moments later they all accompanied the 2 original sacrifices on the ground. The scene was completely out of this world. The man who called himself Zalo was unarmed, and his figure merely shifted a few times before all the guards were knocked out. A couple of nobles recalled the fires being lit by no one whatsoever, and their faces paled right away. He's a magus." The sound of trickling water could be heard as a few of the spineless noble youths wet their pants. The magi were described as cold-blooded killers in the legends. It was said that they would carry out experiments with human subjects regularly, often stripping them of their skin or muscles, and even taking their bones out to perform revival experiments. The notion was only further supported by the prevalence of novels that depicted brave knights saving princesses from the grasps of evil magi or dragons. Viscount Sirway's pants were also completely drenched. He knew that he was no brave knight, nor was he a pretty princess. The logical conclusion that popped into his mind was that he would be one of the experimental subjects for the magus before him to vent his frustration. The man in black, Zalo, began to cackle insidiously before he said, "Oh, naughty naughty. I see that I will have to brand your bodies after all." As Zalo continued to make his way closer, more than half of the remaining 20 or so people collapsed on the ground, shivering in fear. All of a sudden, 2 swords flashed out of nowhere. The 2 silver-ranked swordsmen that followed Master Mancini around attacked together in a pincer formation. The tips of their swords pierced directly towards the man's torso. As if he was caught off guard, the man in black stared with shock at the swordsman. "Great, we're saved." "Ugh." One noble youth that thought that Zalo would be cut into pieces by the 2 swords quieted down and sank into despair, right after expressing his cheer of joy and hope. The man called Zalo stood without any harm, but the two silver-ranked swordsmen that crossed his figure were not moving in the slightest on the ground. He, are you glad? Zalo asked before he cackled once more, strip them naked. The noble youths suddenly found themselves surrounded by 6 huge men, also clad in black, and wearing skull masks. Even though they moved about silently, their strength was unparalleled. After one noble was caught, his clothes were ripped off him directly, before he was brought in front of Zalo. Zalo revealed an evil smile as he stretched out a finger. His fingertip glowed as he traced it across the naked noble's body. After that, a large bloody Z appeared on his chest. The branded noble youth fainted from the pain right away. Another day passed before the drunk workers of the winery awoke. Even though they suffered a bad hangover, it was nothing serious. They would be fine after drinking some more fluids. The manager of the winery shook his groggy head. He felt as if he had dreamt up that encounter with the bandits. In his dream the bandits breached their winery, but didn't want money or women. All they demanded was for the workers of the winery to drink, and those who resisted would be force-fed wine until all of them were dead drunk. Even after the manager was made drunk, he was still forced to drink for a whole lot longer. Since the wine produced by the Lux Crimson Winery was of rather high quality, the manager couldn't avoid getting drunk despite his above-average tolerance to alcohol. Are there really bandits like that in this world? Wondered the manager, before an errand boy of the winery came over and dragged him outside. The manager noticed the carriages and mounts left in the courtyard by the Viscount. Where's the Lord Viscount? Wondered he. After searching through the whole winery, they still didn't locate the Viscount or his guards. Impossible, the Viscount must be somewhere in the area. There's no way he would be able to make it out of the winery with that flabby figure of his. And he couldn't possibly travel on foot and leave all his mounts here. We must keep looking. The manager began to feel enraged. He suspected that the bandits had been planning something against the Viscount. In the end, they finally found Viscount Sirway and the rest at the deepest corner of the wine cellars. The workers hauled the naked men hugging each other to conserve heat and stave of the freezing cold out of the cellar. In actuality, the Viscount and the rest had already regained consciousness for a good while. When they realized that they were trapped in a wine cellar, they cried out for help to no avail. They had been dumped in the deepest corner of the cellar deep underground and there were lots of things piled up at the entrance. Not a peep could escape the cellar. Even if their cries of help escaped the cellar, the rest of the workers of the winery remained dead drunk throughout the day in the hall. By the time midnight came along, every one of them had sore throats. Hungry and cold, they could only huddle up to conserve some heat. The weather of the 11th month and the fact that they were underground caused them to feel extreme cold. Had it not been for the workers that found it weird for there to be so much junk piled up at the cellar, Viscount Sirway and the rest of his guards and his other companions might have died from the cold without anyone noticing. It didn't take long for the police force of the capital to rush to Lux Crimson Winery. Word of Viscount Sirway's encounter quickly spread throughout the royal capital, and soon rumors of the Magus Zalo who could summon skeleton soldiers that left a mysterious Z mark on the bodies of the ones involved, greatly befuddled all who heard about the incident. The testimonies of the manager of the winery and the rest of the workers about how the 6 or 7 bandits that only forced them to drink didn't help at all. After 2 confused days, the silver-ranked swordsmen who had their jaws broken finally remembered something that was on their mind. Master Mancini's family of 3 had disappeared without a trace. Things were definitely getting out of hand, given that a master glassmith like him vanished all of a sudden. How could this Master Mancini leave the royal capital with his whole family? Questioned the king of the Tarabo kingdom, Tarabo 7, as he stood before the security officials of the capital. As a glassmith, while they could enjoy preferential treatment and riches, they would lose their personal freedoms. Apart from the glass production plant and the royal capital, they didn't have any right to go anywhere else. If it were any other way, the secret of glass production wouldn't have stayed within the Tarabo kingdom for hundreds of years. So, when the facts were brought before the king, hang that Viscount Sirway at the plaza in front of the palace right away. Have the guards at the western city gates hanged as well. Their greatest crime is not inspecting the ones who left the city. As for the 2 silver-ranked swordsmen tasked to watch the master, eradicate their families. To think they would neglect their most important duty. They must protect the glassmith they're assigned, or kill him if that need arises. Whatever they do, they must ensure that the secret of glass production stays within the kingdom. Their task is far more than just keeping an eye out for the glassmith. Also, for the ones at the production plant that have accepted the bribe of Viscount Syrah. Have them all beheaded. If they were daring enough to chase a glassmith that knows the ins and outs of glass production out of the plant, if they were offered an even higher price, who knows when they'll smuggle a glassmith out to another nation. All that crap about the Magus and skeleton soldiers. That's just all a ruse to distract us from noticing the disappearance of Mancini's family. Don't let the nobles who were involved in that incident off. And make sure to get to the bottom of this case and have those who played a part in it pay. Have someone investigate who it was that planned this whole thing. Be it some noble house or a whole nation. As long as we have a lead, I don't mind mobilizing all the blade masters of the kingdom to ensure that the secret of glass production is kept. As Terabo 7 raged on, a storm of blood and chaos began to brew in the Terabo kingdom. One you don't need me to tell you which fictional character dressed in all black, Lorist, is referring to here, right? I changed the name slightly to avoid any potential infringement issues. Chapter 243 Unforeseen Changes. Here's the first regular chapter of the week. Enjoy! Come on, Zalo's a sword-wielding hero. When did he become a magus? Thought Lorist with dissatisfaction. He had forgotten that he didn't use his sword even once while he was dressed as Zalo. The mysterious self-lighting flames and his arcane unarmed combat techniques naturally led others to assume that he was a magus instead. Lorist was having breakfast. The Moronti Daily, just delivered to the Red Grace Inn, was in his hands. The main headline read, "The Mysterious Case of the Magus of Lux Crimson Winery." 6 days had already passed since the incident. Word had been passed to the journalists of the Moronti Daily from the Terabo Kingdom, whom promptly exaggerated almost every detail about the story. Not Zalo, the magus, not the mysterious lights, not the weird techniques used to incapacitate the guards, nor the Z left on their chests escaped the treatment. The article even included an interview near the end with one noble youth who had been there in person when the incident happened. According to the interview, the Z mark on his chest would hurt slightly every time midnight arrived. He said that he felt as if there was a mysterious power calling out to his soul, and that he would expend lots of mental energy combating the urge to heed the power's call so that his soul wouldn't be dragged into the hellish abyss of the magus. This journalist could probably start writing a long-running fantasy novel series. Perhaps he used to work as one? Lorist guessed the truth unwittingly. That particular journalist of the Moronti Daily had never actually met Viscount Syrah. The Count was rotting on the gallows in front of the palace by the time the journalist finally made his way there. He had even wondered who the unlucky fool was. Obviously he had angered or displeased the king. As for news about the missing glassmith, the Terabo Kingdom had restricted the spread of the information. It was only after visiting multiple inns that the journalist managed to approach one of the noble youths involved in the case. Upon hearing his testimony, the journalist felt a spark of inspiration and began fashioning his own fantasized version of the account. Thus was born the tale eventually published in the Moronti Daily. Lorist put newspaper down and began to read the Frolic Weekly. In that paper, the report on the Lux Crimson Winery case was far more reliable. As opposed to the fantasized account written by the journalist from the Moronti Daily, the journalist of the Frolic Weekly, who wrote the report, gave clearer sources. They ranged from the winery's workers he interviewed, to the investigators of the case, and even included the security official of the Terabo Kingdom that was put in charge of the case. The headline of the Frolic Weekly read, "Zalo, Magus or Magician?" After some thorough investigation, the journalist realized that Zalo was not really a magus but merely a daring bandit who knew a couple of magic tricks and theatrics. For instance, the investigator of the case noticed that the mysterious ignition of the candles within the hall was merely a magic trick. In actuality, it was rather simple. An oil-soaked rope was lined across the wicks of multiple candles, so when one end of the rope was lit, the other candles would follow suit. As for the unconscious guards, the journalist believed that the bandit called Zalo was actually a gold-ranked unarmed fighter. The shattered jaws of the two silver-ranked swordsmen was testament of that. In fact, there were signs that the guards were actually struck down by brute force, rather than being rendered unconscious by magic. The journalist was of the opinion that the bandit troop had merely intended to rob the winery. By making the servants drunk, they would erase much of the traces of them being there. The arrival of Viscount Sirway and his mates was merely coincidental, and they ended up being the unlucky sacrificial lambs. Zalo, the bandit, then turned his sights on the Viscount and the others, as evidenced by them having been robbed clean and even deprived of their clothes. However, the journalist found it weird that 4 days after the case, Viscount Sirway, his guards, and some of his friends, were hanged by the gallows by the order of Tarabo VII for unknown reasons. The journalist felt that there was a far bigger conspiracy behind the case of Lux Crimson Winery. Even if the ones involved wouldn't divulge anything, the journalist was confident that he could expose the truth. Good luck to that brave journalist, thought Lorist. He understood that Viscount Sirway had been hanged the moment the Tarabo kingdom was aware of the disappearance of Master Mancini. It seemed that the kingdom was intent on keeping the news under wraps while they investigated the disappearance in secret. Despite that, Lorist wasn't the slightest bit worried. After he finished dealing with some other matters, he would bring Master Mancini and his family along with him back to the Dominion. He believed that the Tarabo kingdom wouldn't even begin to suspect that a glass factory would start in the Northlands. Currently, Master Mancini and his family were in one of the rooms on the 3rd floor which had been reserved by Lorist, and was having breakfast as well. There was no way that the Tarabo kingdom's agents would be able to find any trace of them. Lorist had at least that amount of confidence. When Lorist brought them into Moronti City, he had them disguised as the family members of some of his guards, and entered the city just like the thousands of other servants going in and out of the city daily. They gathered at Red Grace Inn after making their way through the city gates without attracting the slightest bit of attention. The only problem was that something seemed to have happened between Els and the lovely daughter of Master Mancini when they pretended to be siblings during their entry to the city. From time to time, they would give each other yearning glances, which Lorist happened to notice. Even though Els was 16 years older than the girl, it didn't stop the two from feeling attracted to one another. Lorist could only hope that his brother's dreams would come true one day. Lorist put the matters of the Tarabo kingdom at the back of his mind, and continued to read the other reports in the newspapers while enjoying his hearty breakfast. In the end, I'm still much more accustomed to the life here at Moronti City. The largest disparity between being at Moronti City and being in the Dominion was the flow of information. In Moronti City, it wouldn't take long for one to find out about the recent happenings on Grindia. Even though the reports might be delayed by a few days or even a month, it was still better than not getting to know anything at all. Thanks to the wide influence of the trade union, journalists from Moronti City could visit many places to collect information without worrying about their safety. As for the Dominion of the House, even though it had undergone several developments during the past few years, and seemed to be on the road to prosperity, the flow of information there was as stunted as ever. Lorist remembered how he was blind to the happenings on Grindia a few years back when he spent all his time at the Northlands. He only got the occasional news from Count Kenmays, but most of them were just about the conflicts between the nobles at the royal court. He would at best have some rumors about the other things happening outside the Iblia kingdom. As a person who came from another world, Lorist understood the importance of information and intelligence. He intended to set up an intelligence network so that the house could grasp the changes of the status quo in the outside world. However, the largest difficulty in carrying that out was ensuring the safety of the intelligence agents. It was something that Lorist wasn't able to do just yet. Lorist thought back to how some of his messengers had been captured and enslaved by other Dominion lords a few years prior, he couldn't afford the loss of agents like that. However, now that he had access to Silao's island, and the maritime transport it enabled, an avenue for interacting with the world outside the Northlands was finally open to him. Lorist resolved himself to put Lundmord to good use when he returned. That fellow had been forced to marry 7 wives, and he had already sired over 10 children in just 3 years. Most of the time, he had to stay at home to tend to the whims of his wives and children. Rumor had it that Lundmord was slaving away for his wives and children. He even got the moniker of a saint when it came to treating women and children. His reputation in those fields was such that it was said that the moment he applied the salve, the sickness would disappear right away. Once, when he met up with some of his fellow alumni, he cried out after drinking a lot and regretted not being careful with his lower body, ending up in the situation he found himself in now. Before he finished complaining, he was hauled back home to reflect on his mistakes by 2 of his wives. His fellow mates could only mourn for his suffering in silence. He was a knight of the house after all, he couldn't afford to waste away like that. All 7 of his wives had awakened their Batla force as well, and even had potential to be the leaders of the female unit. They were actually quite talented and able. Lorist decided to have Lundmord head to Moronti City to start a herbalist clinic that would double as a base of operations for House Norton with a few of his wives. That way, he could gather information about the happenings all around Grindia, and even recruit much-needed talent for the house to stay ahead in terms of technology. Lorist sighed as he wondered how long it would take for the Dominion to achieve the level of prosperity Moronti City had. It was definitely a daunting undertaking that would take a long time to achieve. Compared to the dominions of other noble houses, the dominion of House Norton was already better and more prosperous than most. For instance, Count Kenmays, Baron Chizan, and Baron Phelim all envied the dominion of the Nortons, given their understanding of their dominion. They were impressed that Lorist was so willing to invest so many gold fords in the development of the dominion and the improvement of his subjects' lives. But to Lorist, the apparent prosperity of his dominion was only skin deep. If it didn't persist in his efforts, then, over 5 or 6 generations, the dominion would return to its former state. He had many plans. Establishing basic education to improve the skills of the folks in the Dominion and increase their loyalty to the house was just one of them. He was also considering decreasing taxes. The Norton family had no need to oppress and exploit its subjects, unlike other noble families. There were many ways the family could prosper, and Lorist could use a number of tricks he learned from his past life to do so at any time he chose. However, to achieve his goal, he would have to put in much more effort. Lorist laughed bitterly. Many of his plans wouldn't be able to be executed because of practical restrictions. In the case of education, if the family wasn't able to come up with a breakthrough to make paper, given the high price of beast skins, there was no way that the family would be able to sustain an education system. If he managed to obtain cheap paper like what he had in his past life, the house could not only improve the educational standard, they could also start their own newspapers. They would then be able to control public discourse, and instill in the peasantry a sense of pride in being the subjects of House Norton. Lorist didn't notice Howard's arrival, given his state of deep thought. "My lord." Howard called out. "Oh, it's you. Why didn't you go to the library today?" asked Lorist after he snapped out of his thoughts. Rolling his eyes, Howard said, "My lord, we've been to the library for the past few days and got to know what we need. It was you who told me that we don't have to go there anymore yesterday." Lorist said apologetically, "Sorry, Howard. I was lost in thought just now. Is there anything you want to tell me?" "My lord, the person in charge of the shipyard you visited yesterday, Mr. Millinor, is here. He said that he had to meet you to discuss something," said Howard. "Oh, is there a problem with the ship I ordered? Have him come to the 3rd floor, and tell Els not to let him see the Mancini family," instructed Lorist. "Understood, my lord," said Howard as he left. On the day before, Lorist had headed to the Vadely shipyard and struck an agreement with Millenor to have a large class merchant vessel constructed at a price of 6,500 gold fords. Lorist had paid 1,000 gold fords as deposit. The construction of the ship would take 4 months. He also had to pay another 3,000 gold fords after the main keel was laid down. The rest of the fees would be paid on the ship's completion. In a few quick moments, Millenor arrived before Lorist. "Welcome, Mr. Millenor. I wonder what is so urgent that you have to see me in person so soon?" asked Lorist. "My deepest apologies, sir. Due to some factors out of our control, the Welladay shipyard is unable to complete your order. This is your deposit and the payment for the voided agreement. I hope you forgive us, we have no choice but to cancel the agreement," said Millenor in a rushed manner, before he left without negotiating the possible reinstatement of the agreement at all. 10 gold ford notes each worth 100 gold fords were laid on the table. That was the deposit Lorist had paid. There was another sack filled with coins, 100 gold fords in total, 10% of the deposit, paid as the compensation for the voided agreement. According to the order contract, if the shipyard was unable to carry out the agreement within 10 days, the deposit would have to be returned with 10% interest. Within only 3 days, Lorist had gained an extra 100 gold fords. If Lorist was still the same instructor working at Dawn Academy, he would have been so glad that he would lose sleep over it. However, he no longer regarded 100 gold fords with the weight a normal person would. He had come to Moronti City to spend money, not to earn it. With 100,000 gold fords, Lorist had planned to purchase or order 12 large-class merchant vessels to form a trading fleet. However, he didn't expect that the first shipyard he contracted would default on the agreement. Just as Lorist was pondering the uncontrollable factors Millenor had mentioned, Howard knocked on the door to his room again and reported, "My lord, 3 of the people in charge of other shipyards are here." After a few moments, the 8 private shipyards with which Lorist placed his orders during the past 6 days after returning from the Tarabo Kingdom all rejected it, with the same nonsensical reason. All of them paid the deposit back with an interest of 100 gold fords. After Lorist's intense questioning, one of the shipyards revealed a slight hint, "Your people have got on the bad side of a person we can't afford to offend." Lorist wore a solemn expression as he thought, "Who is behind all this? Who's this person that even the skilled shipwrights and laborers of the shipyards along Hyde Gold Bay didn't dare to offend?" Lorist really couldn't recall anyone of note that he could have crossed. "Els, go see Jindas and ask him to look into this and find out who is acting against us. We need some kind of lead. As for the rest, don't leave the inn without a good reason. We have to keep our guard up right now," instructed Lorist. A day later, Jindas arrived at the Red Grace Inn. According to his investigation, it was the Chichter Merchant Guild that forced the shipyards to return Lorist's deposit to revoke the order. The person in charge of one of the shipyards was right. The Chichter Merchant Guild was indeed someone they couldn't afford to offend. The Chichter Merchant Guild? Why would they want to interfere with my purchase of large-class merchant vessels? Didn't their president come to apologize to me already? Why would they act against me now, given that I'm backed by the Peterson Merchant Guild? Lorist continued to think with his brow furrowed. He must have missed out on some key variable. At that moment, Howard came over and reported, "My lord, President Peterson sent someone over to inform you to meet him at the guild headquarters. He has something urgent he needs to discuss with you." Chapter 244 Shocking Developments. Here's the second regular chapter of the week. Here's the topic of the day. How do you think Lorist will deal with this threat? Both the expansionism of the Union in general, and with the issues with the Chichter Merchant Guild specifically? Discuss. 2 days ago, the 7 largest merchant guilds of the trade union had a discussion about implementing the nobility system. In principle, the guilds shouldn't be against it, as presidents of the 7 largest guilds like me will be entitled as dukes. The only problem was the enfeoffment of land. The original plan concerned the Folic Plains, which had 8 cities in total. Apart from Moronti City, each of the 7 other cities on the plains will be enfeoffed to one of the 7 dukes. However, that territory was a little too small, and the Ford Merchant Guild, which thrives on agriculture, objected vehemently to that and even threatened to leave the trade union. That's why we had to abandon that plan. Even though the trade union had a wide sphere of influence, the only other place under its rule apart from the Folic Plains are the Callisto Mountains. In the end, it was decided that the Folic Plains and Moronti City would be left untouched, as they were the core of the trade union which the citizens depended on for emotional stability. Callisto Mountains would then be divided into 50 different dominions and enfeoffed to those of the rank of Viscount and below. As for ranks above the Count, they can only expand their land through their own efforts. When Lorist arrived at the headquarters of the Peterson Merchant Guild, President Peterson didn't tell him anything about the matter regarding the cancelled ship orders. Instead, he began to talk about the seemingly unrelated nobility system that was pending implementation by the trade union. However, Lorist believed that President Peterson told him that for a good reason, so he resigned himself to pay attention. For example, Duke Lormo, of the Lormo Duchy, has been interested in joining the trade union ever since the dissolution of the Christian Empire. I believe that the trade union will give him a chance this time around, on the condition that he revokes his dominion's independence, and his own sovereignty, and put the 2 provinces, the Uwas and Puljas provinces, under the trade union's jurisdiction. Only after that will Duke Lormo be made a duke of the trade union with Uwas province as his enfeoffed land. As for the Puljas province, which borders the Folic Plains, it would become the dominion of Duke Ford. Mainly because the founder of the Ford Merchant Guild, Duke Ford Moronti, and the 6 other heads of the largest merchant guilds, are credited with the formation of the Merchant Guild, it stands to reason that his descendants be given some benefits. As for the 6 other largest merchant guilds, with the exception of the Walled Merchant Guild, who have their sites on the weak Mobia Duchy, which is near the Callisto Mountains, the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, the Mayflower Merchant Guild, the Wesha Merchant Guild, the Chickder Merchant Guild, and us, the Peterson Merchant Guild, will be targeting the lands of the former Christian Empire. The Peterson Merchant Guild is prepared to take over the northwestern area of the Red Lees Kingdom and set up our dominion there. Yesterday, I have invited Mr. Tim over for a discussion. He said that he would be willing to aid the guild by convincing the nobles of the northwestern area of the kingdom to take me as their senior noble after the formation of the dominion. After that, the nobles there, including House Tabri, will become part of the nobility of the trade union. Holy crap, the trade union is actually going to change the policies they have abided by for more than 100 years. Now that they're powerful enough, they've spread their wings and bared their fangs towards the territories formerly belonging to the empire, and are prepared to swallow as much as their appetite allows. Even Tim, who had been made a noble through Lorist's efforts, had changed sides and joined the trade union without so much as a notification. It was apparent that he was already completely committed to his new cause, neglecting all the favors he had owed in a naked act of betrayal. At that moment, Lorist's mind was in turmoil. He felt as if there were 10,000 horses stampeding right in front of him. His hand holding the teacup shook slightly. This wasn't a small change, but rather a history-defining development. The implementation of the nobility system by the trade union had changed them, the harmless bunny, into a bloodthirsty tiger with its mouth agape. Even though their current targets used to be part of the Christian Empire, which had been their sworn enemies for the past century, it only applied to the 7 largest merchant guilds of the Union. As President Peterson had said, anyone who wanted titles would have to fight and conquer their own territory. So, what of the 2nd to 3rd-rate merchant guilds? Who would they target next? With the implementation of the nobility system, Grindia would no longer know peace. Even though the trade union wasn't an empire, it was possibly more powerful than one. Whether it be wealth, population, or influence, they surpassed the Christian Empire in all regards. They were not unlike a gigantic, invincible titan. Lorist suddenly thought of the ambitious Second Highness. The man was filled with confidence in his 300,000 troops. He was only waiting for his father's passing to engage in the effort to reunite the empire. Poor Second Highness, it seems that you've missed the opportune time to reunite the empire, and wasted a year of your time. 300,000 soldiers. Haha, what a joke. Trying hard to keep his shock in check, Lorist asked calmly, President Peterson, was Duke Lormo willing to accept the conditions of the trade union? After all, he is the head of a duchy. President Peterson laughed and said, sometimes, situations are beyond the control of man. He doesn't have a choice but to accept our conditions. In fact, several influential nobles within the Lormo duchy were already on bad terms with the Duke. Had it not been for our mediation, civil war would have broken out long ago. Even though the trade union accepts his participation, and he would lose his status as the head of the duchy, it will be a kind of release for him. Additionally, the conditions we are offering him benefit him quite a lot. Not only did we give him a loan of 5 million gold forts that's interest-free for up to 10 years, we even sent someone to help him form his own merchant guild so that he can gain observer status in the High Council. As long as he pays back the loan, he will also be able to be one of the core members of the council, and his merchant guild will be the 8th largest in the Union. Darn, that's a new milestone for betraying one's own country for power. Everyone would feel that Duke Lormo got a good deal for selling away his duchy. The trade union was incredibly sincere and generous with its conditions. To Duke Lormo, becoming the head of the 8th Merchant Guild in the High Council of the trade union was nothing short of a boost in status. Similarly, that was also the ambition of many of the lesser merchant guilds within the union. No, wait. This is all a ruse, realized Lorist. Duke Lormo is a goner. The loan of 5 million gold forts is truly an alluring trap. If he doesn't pay it back within 10 years, Duke Lormo would have to liquidate his assets to pay back the loan according to the regulations of the trade union. In other words, he would be declared bankrupt and his dreams of becoming the 8th member of the High Council would be dashed. There was no way that the 7 largest merchant guilds would be willing to further divide their benefits to be given to someone else. Otherwise, there would have been a merchant guild or two that would attain the same status as the Big 7 over the course of almost 200 years. When Lorist was studying at Dawn Academy, he had heard a rumor about how a merchant guild would be secretly assaulted and ruined upon expanding their businesses beyond the scope of those of the 7 largest guilds. Most of the smart ones within the trade union understood that rule. Thankfully, my dominion is within the Northlands and on Silao's island. I won't have to worry about interacting with these sly hegemons anytime soon, cheered Lorist secretly. But what President Peterson said next almost caused him to jump in shock. Apart from us, the Peterson Merchant Guild, the others including the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, the Mayflower Merchant Guild, and the Wesham Merchant Guild will be aiming to conquer the Red Lees Kingdom for territory. That's because the Union understands that the Red Lees Kingdom is near its point of collapse after the incessant attacks of the Andanak Kingdom's Second Highness. To prevent another nation like the Chrisan Empire from being formed and threatening our own safety, the trade union has decided to intervene in that conflict to ruin the Second Highness's plan to reunite the empire. The following will be related to you, Brother Locke. The Chictor Merchant Guild is intent on taking your dominion at Silao's island, and their plan is supported by the rest within the Union. As long as they have Silao's island, the Chictor Merchant Guild will be able to control the sea trading routes all the way from Hyde Gold Bay to the northern coasts. They will become the true rulers of the sea. Even though I knew that the island was your dominion, I wasn't able to object to it. The circumstances didn't permit my objection. The Chictor Merchant Guild is already aware of your true identity, and they have even suggested to make you give them the island by force. I have vehemently objected to their methods. Even if we can't be considered friends, you are still my guest. Additionally, the trade union's reputation would be sullied if such a thing was carried out. The other merchant guilds agreed with me, and advised the Chictor Merchant Guild against starting a conflict with you in Moronti City. So far, your safety within the city is guaranteed. However, the moment you depart, I suspect the Chictor Merchant Guild will attack you at sea. Brother Locke, I suggest that you abandon your ship and travel on land. It's safer that way. The strength of the Chictor Merchant Guild is most pronounced at sea, but they're rather weak on land. Given your skills, you'll definitely have an easier time escaping. Please understand that I am unable to help you, Brother Locke. This is the decision of the Union. Other than that, the Chictor Merchant Guild will be giving control of the trade route from Hydegold Bay to the Dominion of Viscount Tabri to the Peterson Merchant Guild, and promised that they wouldn't interfere with that. In exchange, we must take a neutral stance between you and them and won't aid any side. Being able to inform you of this news is already the best I can do. Lorist wanted to curse out loud when he heard all that. When trouble strikes, there's nowhere to hide. The Chictor Merchant Guild must have realized the strategic location of Silao's Island. It's no surprise that some sharp minds out there have realized the same things I did. Controlling Silao's Island would be akin to controlling everything from Hydegold Bay to the northern seas. It was no joke to say that whoever controlled Silao's Island was the ruler of the northern seas. Brother Locke, if you don't mind, I can help you negotiate with the Chictor Merchant Guild. That way, you can take a page from Duke Lormo's book and sell the island to the Chictor Merchant Guild. We'll definitely make sure that you won't lose out on that deal. Also, I think that's the ideal way for you to avoid conflict. After all, the dominion of your house is located in the Northlands, and through selling Silao's Island for a good price, you can gain the favor of the trade union as well as develop your dominion with those funds, advised President Peterson. Lorist shook his head calmly and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, President. However, House Norton prides itself in its military background. We are not afraid of the threat of war. Let's forget about selling the island as well. If the Chictor Merchant Guild intends to take Silao's Island, the dominion of my house, then they better be ready to pay for it with tens of thousands of lives. House Norton will definitely make them aware of the consequences of provoking the raging bear of the Northlands." Silao's Island was crucial in Lorist's plans for the house's future. Losing it would cut the family off from its prosperous future. This is what drove Lorist to be completely unwilling to compromise. Since the trade union is going to implement a nobility system and involve House Norton in its troubles, then bring it on. The one thing my house doesn't fear is war. Brother Locke, I hope you consider this thoroughly. The Chictor Merchant Guild is one of the strongest forces at sea. For the other guilds like us, even though we have fleets, the scale of those fleets can't possibly compare to those of the Chictor Merchant Guild. Not only do they have 7 large-scale long-distance merchant fleets, including near 1,000 warships, and more than 10,000 sailors, they also have great influence over the trade union's invincible fleet, as well as the navy of the Hanayabarta and Chirsia kingdoms. Silao's Island is in the middle of the ocean. I'm afraid your conflict with the Chictor Merchant Guild will end in your defeat. President Peterson felt that Lorist was just being stubborn as a result of his youth and inexperience. Compared with the Chictor Merchant Guild, Lorist didn't even have a single large-class merchant vessel for show. He was like an infant that challenged a giant to a one-on-one battle, and the result of it was all too predictable. To him, Lorist's feudal resistance would only bring unnecessary casualties to House Norton. But little did he know that the naval superiority of the Chictor Merchant Guild made Lorist even more resolved. Lorist realized that as long as he was able to trump the Chictor Merchant Guild, House Norton would become the new ruler of the sea. Perhaps, he would have a far easier time dealing with the other merchant guilds at sea than on land. "President, when will the trade union execute the nobility system?" asked Lorist. "It will be done after winter on the 18th day of the 3rd month next year. That is the 175th anniversary for the formation of the Ford Trade Union. Duke Lormo will also become part of the trade union on that day, and will be given title then. At the same time, over 100 people who have contributed to the trade union will be given their titles and enfeoffed their lands," replied President Peterson. "President, the various duchies and kingdoms neighboring the trade union have always been part of the alliance with the trade union and can be considered to be under their influence. During the past century, they've also provided lots of help to resist the invasion of the Christian Empire, thus ensuring the union's victory. Now that the trade union is going to implement a nobility system, apart from the largest merchant guilds who have their sights on the Red Lees Kingdom, what of the territories of the other lesser merchant guilds who will be similarly given titles? Won't their conquest for territory cause turmoil and unrest among the other kingdoms and duchies neighboring the trade union? Asked Lorist. The president nodded and said, the nobility system has been used all over Grindia for more than a millennium. This kind of system has long been engraved within the hearts of Grindians, and gaining a piece of hereditary land for one's descendants has always been one of the greatest dreams one can have. Even though the trade union is second to none on the continent when trading and dealing with the nobles of the duchies and kingdoms, there is an unspoken feeling of inferiority inflicted upon us. It's one of the main reasons the trade union is implementing the nobility system. The most troubling part of that would be the unfiefment of land. Without land, the titles one holds would be only honorary ones. Actually, some have expressed their desires to absorb the smaller nations 2 years back as the foundation for the new nobility system. However, the High Council felt that it would affect the Union's reputation too badly. They would become the public enemy named alongside the Christian Empire. The proposal was denied in the end. This time, the High Council has declared that those who wish to conquer their own territory must do so only within the Red Lees and Andanak kingdoms, since there's more than enough land over there. It would also extinguish any chances of the Christian Empire reuniting and rising again, thus allowing the trade union to no longer worry about anything. The neighboring nations won't be too worried about their own safety following the implementation of the trade union's nobility system either. As a result, the land all the way from the Great Andla Plains to the Red Lees Kingdom would become the territory to be enfeoffed by the trade union. That's also one of the factors the Chictor Merchant Guild wants your Silauaz Island. Predictably, the trade union will not allow Silauaz Island, which can pose a threat to the coasts of the Great Andla Plains, to be out of the union's control. Finally, President Peterson sincerely said to Lorist, "Brother Locke, don't think that just because it's only the end of the 11th month that everything will only begin in 3 or so months. Actually, a lot of preparatory work will have to be done during the months leading up to the aforementioned date. In a few days, Duke Lormo will be signing the agreement to accept the conditions of the trade union and relinquish the independence of his duchy. The Walled Merchant Guild also hopes that they'll be able to take the Mobia Kingdom into the trade union just like the Lormo Duchy. The rest, including the Twin-Head Dragon Merchant Guild, the Wesha Merchant Guild, and the Mayflower Merchant Guild will be building up the military force of the Red Lees Kingdom one way or another. As long as they can fight the 300,000 soldiers of the Second Highness and cause immense damage to both sides, the various merchant guilds of the trade union can swoop in for the spoils of battle and begin conquering their territory. I think that when one's might can't compare to one's foe, one must endure and compromise, lest one make the irrational choice that will devastate one's own house. Brother Locke, please reconsider my suggestion. It is not my wish to start conflict easily. Additionally, sea battles are very different from land battles, and the Chictor Merchant Guild is no stranger to the former, with their great experience and advantage in numbers. The cancellation of your ship orders during the past few days is also one of the tactics used by the Chictor Merchant Guild to apply pressure to you. Lorist replied solemnly, "All right, President. I will definitely consider this matter seriously." Chapter 245 2 Letters. Hey guys, here's the first sponsored chapter of the week brought to you by Benjamin R. from France. Enjoy! And for the question of the day. How do you think this will play out for the 8 academies? Will they all be annihilated? When he returned from the Peterson Merchant Guild, Lorist locked himself in the room and burned the midnight oil. When Howard opened the door the next morning, he saw Lorist with his eyes slightly red, wearing a pale look of fatigue. "My lord," mumbled Howard worriedly. Howard and Els had accompanied Lorist to the Peterson Merchant Guild the day before. Even though they stood guard outside, they were roughly able to hear about how the Chictor Merchant Guild had goals towards getting Silauaz Island, which belonged to House Norton. When they paid attention, they also heard President Peterson advising Lorist not to start an all-out conflict with the guild for the sake of honor, and said that the best option was to sell the island to them. When they returned, all of the guards, including Jusk, got to hear the news. They were all emotionally charged. It was as though they had been insulted themselves. A merchant guild will never be allowed to strong-arm House Norden. They all expressed that they'd rather die than let the dominion of the house be sold out. Lorist, on the other hand, wore a dark expression. He asked for the maps of Moronti City, the Ford Trade Union, as well as those of the neighboring nations. He locked himself in his room after receiving them, and only emerged the next day. "Don't worry, Howard. Since I'm taller than you, if the sky falls, I'll be the first one to bear the burden. This is no big deal. Get me a basin of water to wash my face with," said Lorist, smiling as he stroked Howard's hair. As the ice-cold linen cloth was wrapped around his face, Lorist shivered and felt the fatigue that had built up during the night drain away in an instant. "The implementation of the nobility system has nothing to do with me. But they shouldn't have set their sights on me. I only want to continue farming and developing the Dominion without offending anyone, but those fools just keep knocking at my door one after another. A tame horse will be mounted, and a gentle man will be bullied. The idioms of my past life truly make sense. Since that's the case, bring it. So, what if they have 7 large-class merchant vessels, thousands of armed ships, and 10,000 plus sailors? To me, all of them are merely small fry. Actually, some have expressed their desires to absorb the smaller nations 2 years back as the foundation for the new nobility system." The words uttered by President Peterson yesterday echoed in Lorist's head. He revealed an insulting smile. "So, the trade union intends to turn the sights of those they entitle to the lands of the Redleys and Andanak kingdoms. Do they really think it will be that simple? Merchants are still merchants at the end of the day. And it is in their nature to avoid losses to gain profit. There's no way that they'll ignore the delicious cake right next to them and go all the way to an unfamiliar land to bite on bones. Do they think that everyone within the Union are as far-sighted as the 7 big guilds? I guess I'll give you guys a small push and let you know what a situation beyond man's control is like. I refuse to believe that you won't take a bite when I bring that delicacy straight to your mouth. Howard, have Master Mancini come to my room," instructed Lorist. At noon, after lunch, Lorist headed to the Dawn Academy and bid farewell to all the instructors and professors he knew. He said that he would be leaving Moronti City in 2 days and also went to bid Academy head Levens farewell. When Lorist left, Levens and Blade Master Claude looked at the 2 letters left on the table as their faces wrinkled, giving off a troubled look. Those letters were like Pandora's boxes, ready to unleash chaos upon the world. There was only one good way to deal with the letters, and that was to burn them and forget that they ever existed. However, upon considering the potential profit of possibly up to 1 million gold forts, Academy head Levens made his decision. "This is not something that our Academy alone can bear. Have the other Academy heads invited over here. We'll split the profit and divide the risks among ourselves." 2 days later, a piece of shocking news rocked the whole of Moronti City and spread throughout Folic Plains, eventually reaching the various nations neighboring the Union. The headline of the most distributed publication, Moronti Daily, read, "The Truth." The report began referring back to the case of Lux Crimson Winery which transpired within the Tarabo Kingdom, as well as true reason behind the execution of Viscount Sirway, and some others on the order of Tarabo 7 in front of the palace. The report stated that a glassmith called Mancini had been kidnapped by the bandits because of Viscount Sirway's error. That meant that the secret of glass production which the Tarabo Kingdom had labored to keep for over 2 centuries had already been leaked. The report also stated that a few students from various academies within Moronti City managed to rescue a heavily injured man, who turned out to be Master Mancini, who managed to escape from the bandits that captured him. Due to his injuries, Mancini had perished despite the emergency medical treatment he had been given. However, Master Mancini loathed the Tarabo Kingdom greatly. He said that he had worked hard for 32 years in glass working for the kingdom, yet he wasn't able to receive its protection, causing his family to fall into ruin. It was through his testimony that the rest got to know about how the glassmith was forced to marry off his daughter to the Viscount, which led to his eventual kidnapping in the first place. Given that his daughter was in the hands of the bandits, Master Mancini no longer felt any will to live. Before his death, he penned 2 letters, one of which contained the ingredients and procedures for green glass production, and another for oil glass. He hoped that the letters would cause the secret of glass production to be spread throughout Grindia. This would complete his revenge against Viscount Sirway for forcing his hand, and the Tarabeau kingdom for its cruel indifference to his plight. Naturally, Master Mancini wasn't aware of the hanging of Viscount Sirway by Tarabeau VII. The letters he wrote troubled the students greatly. They eventually decided to bring the letters back to their academies to let them handle the matter. After some deliberation, the heads of the academies of Moronti City had come to the decision to auction off the letters. They would use the profits gained from the auction to reward the adventurous students, and make a fund in Master Mancini's name for studious students who lacked the opportunity to further their studies because of their poor family background. This would allow the academies to honor the tragedy that befell the Mancini family. The report also stated that the Mayflower Merchant Guild would be hosting the auction for the 2 letters on the 5th day of the 12th month. The starting bid for each letter would be 1,000,000 gold fords. The Moronti Daily article shocked the merchant guilds, and the trade unions neighboring countries, into a stupor. Every one of them was well aware that the Tarabeau kingdom was the richest nation after the Ford Trade Union. They made more than 3,000,000 gold fords annually from their glass exports alone. The country's royal family was said to be the richest on the whole of the Grindian continent. With the glass production process leaked, should one nation be able to obtain either letter, the profit they would enjoy would no doubt increase by at least 1,000,000 gold fords annually. To the various nations and merchant guilds, this was an incredible opportunity to make a huge profit. There were less than 8 days until the 5th day of the 12th month, and many people flocked to Moronti City as the date approached. The whole of the Ford Trade Union had been embroiled in turmoil as a result of those 2 letters. Moronti City was the eye of the storm. The Mayflower Merchant Guild was even more troubled. They were the hosts of the auction, and became everyone else's target. Had it been any weaker power, the guild's heads would have taken the letter for themselves and kept it a secret. The profit they could gain from it was not something to scoff at. But the people that had come to them with this proposal were the heads of 8 of the 10 greatest academies on the whole of the continent. No matter how brave the heads of the Mayflower Merchant Guild were, they wouldn't dare to take the letters for themselves. This would still be the case even if the 8 academies had not each sent a blade master to watch over the letters. Protecting the letter was only a pretense, of course, they were actually there to guard against any untoward action by the Mayflower Merchant Guild. Academy head Levins had said to the 7 other academy heads, "There's no way we can begin producing glass ourselves. If we do, we'll definitely become the target of others. We can only profit off this once. I trust that both these letters are worth more than 8,000,000 gold fords. This kind of sum is not one that the Dawn Academy can swallow alone. We have no choice but to find conspirators that will join in. After the auction, each academy will receive 1,000,000 gold fords. Are you guys in or not?" While one academy alone wouldn't be able to go against the 7 largest merchant guilds in the trade union, a coalition of 8 academies would be left untouched. Even though those academies were ranked among the top 10 in Grindia, it was already an incredible feat for them to make a profit of tens of thousands of gold fords per year. Sometimes, they would even operate at a loss. Academy head Levins had once described the accounts of the academy to Lorist. The most of the Dawn Academy's income came from accepting donations. That was why the academy head wanted Lorist to help with the Batla Force awakening of the son of President Peterson no matter what, even though that seemed an almost impossible task at first. This auction, however, gave them the opportunity to gain 1,000,000 gold fords in one go. The other 7 academy heads were unanimous in their decision. For them to be able to make it to their current positions, they had to be at least as sly as academy head Levins. They were well aware that they would only be able to make it out of this matter unscathed if they united. Thus, each academy sent out one blade master. A unit of 8 blade masters was not one that could be scoffed at. It was almost guaranteed that nobody would be able to do anything to those letters. When the Moronti Daily's article was delivered to the king of the Tarabo kingdom, the king flipped out in anger and smashed whatever he could get his hands on. After that, he summoned his officials and came up with 3 countermeasures after 4 hours of discussion. First, the kingdom would send their envoys to the Ford Trade Union to have them hand over the 2 letters. Second, the kingdom would mobilize its 50,000-strong army to the borders to let the trade union witness the lengths to which the Tarabo kingdom would go to maintain control of the glass production. Third, the kingdom would send 7 blade masters with 10 million gold fords to Moronti City to see whether the Mayflower Merchant Guild was willing to sell the letters for that amount of money. If they weren't willing to sell them, Tarabo 7 said, if we are unable to get those 2 letters back, we must do all we can to destroy them. Glass production is how the kingdom was able to build itself up. I will definitely not allow any other nation, house, or merchant guild to grasp its secrets. As everyone's attention was focused on the 2 letters in the hands of the Mayflower Merchant Guild, on the night of the 34th day of the 11th month, Lorist headed to the port of the Peterson Merchant Guild with his guards, Jusk, Howard, Dulles, and Master Mancini's family, using 4 carriages. A black-colored carriage could be seen waiting at the port. Upon noticing Lorist and the rest's arrival, Els and 2 other guards hopped out of the carriage with 2 linen sacks, before they carefully loaded the sacks onto the Flying Fish of Dawn. The sacks appeared to contain people. The guild's guards wanted to investigate, but were stopped by the person in charge of the port. "We didn't see anything, understood?" said he solemnly. Lorist then bid Dulles farewell. "Dulles, there are 3 reasons for you to remain here at Moronti City. First, take note of the effects of the 2 letters, and try to secretly escalate the problem. Second, recruit talented people and head to the Dominion of Viscount Tabri on the ships of the Peterson Merchant Guild when the time comes. We will pick you up over there. Third, begin to collect intelligence on the Chictor Merchant Guild. They will soon become an enemy we will have to face." "Understood, my lord. I will execute your will accordingly," Dulles answered with his chest puffed out. "My lord, please be careful on your way back." Lorist patted Dulles's shoulder before heading towards the person in charge of the port. He took out a huge sack of coins and handed it to him. "This is my thanks for your tolerating the troubles we caused over here. Also, help us bid our farewells to the president. As the matters of my dominion are incredibly urgent, I won't have time to go thank him myself." The person in charge was stunned when he got hold of the sack. Based on the weight, he surmised that there was at least 100 gold fords within. He couldn't quite hear what Lorist was saying due to his shock and could only mumble yes non-stop. When the Flying Fish of Dawn departed, he was waving his hands non-stop to bid them farewell. As the skies brightened, young Master Morabak of the Chictor Merchant Guild threw a fit of rage. "What did you say? Count Norton left Hyde Gold Bay around 2 in the morning. What the hell is going on with our lookout? You said he fell asleep? Very well, then he shall not wake for the rest of his life. Have the bird breeders release some sea swallows immediately to notify the 2nd and 3rd interception fleets of this news. Have the 1st interception fleet begin pursuit. No matter what, we must have that ship. Count Norton must be brought before me. What are you waiting for? Scram!" "Understood, 3rd Young Master." Chapter 246 Blockade at Sea Cliffhanger 1 of 3. This is the 2nd bonus chapter of the week, also by Benjamin R. from France. Thanks for the support. Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 246, Blockade at Sea. The purplish tint of dawn covered the whole sky. The endless seas turned red under it. The Flying Fish of Dawn was cruising at full sail, riding the winds and waves. "My lord, Professor Balba and his maidservant are awake. Right now, they're feeling rather confused and agitated," reported Howard as he got onto the deck. Els and the guards had brought Professor Balba, the man who had cracked open the secrets of dwarven gunpowder, and his maidservant, Swila, on board the previous night in 2 sacks. They had learned that the professor had no children, and had yet to build a family through Elsa's mate and current head of the syndicate, Jindas. He did, however, have a young widow by his side. She had served as his personal maidservant for more than 20 years. According to Jindas, the relationship between Professor Balba and Swyla was a little ambiguous. Perhaps the difference in their status made the professor hesitate to take her as his wife. Despite this possible hesitation, they were quite close, to the point that the professor gave Swyla his entire salary and let her manage his life. Venus Academy ranked rather low when compared to other academies within Moronti City. They were around 21st on the rankings. Professor Balba's salary was also merely 3 gold fords a month. Coupled with the professor's tendency to research weird things, which cost him quite a bit, he didn't live a lavish life. Additionally, the professor didn't really like his job at the academy. He had expressed a desire to change his occupation more than once. Initially, Lorist thought that it would be a piece of cake for him to recruit Professor Balba. Little did he know that the professor was actually an advocate of liberty, and hated nobles to the bone. Lorist was even harshly condemned when he made a personal visit, and was chased out of the house by the professor with a broom. Even though Lorist didn't know what grievances the professor might have with nobles, the limited amount of time he had didn't allow him to play around with the professor. He ordered Els to take a few men and knock the professor and his maidservant out cold. By the time they woke up, they would already be on board and far out to sea. They would have no choice but to follow Lorist then. "All right, I'll go check on him and try to calm him down," said Lorist. He didn't notice how Howard was rolling his eyes out of his sight. The professor wasn't just agitated, he was on the verge of panicking. That was especially the case when he saw Lorist and realized why he was at sea. In a fit of rage, he uttered all the expletives he knew, much to the awe of those present, who found it hard to believe that a learned professor of an academy would act the way he did. When the professor stopped to take a breath, Lorist said, "Professor Balba, I didn't bear any ill intentions when I invited you here. I just want..." "Forget it. I won't do as you wish. No matter what you do to me, I won't agree to your demands, you damned." The professor was not in the mood to hear what Lorist had to say. After that, he continued his cursing and even resorted to attacking Lorist personally by comparing his intelligence to that of a mule. Lorist merely pretended he didn't hear all that, and let the professor continue. He looked at the maidservant Swyla, and found that she was a little seasick. He quickly instructed Howard, who was standing outside the cabin, to bring some medicine from his cabin. He also had him make some tea for the professor to moisten his dry throat. The professor was greatly annoyed at Lorist's thick skin. He had thought that he could anger Lorist to the point that he would give him a beating. The beating would give him the chance to prove his resolve. But Lorist simply ignored him completely, and even began to tend to his seasick maidservant. "What in the world do you want? A ransom? I'm just a poor professor and I don't have much. Or is it knowledge? There are so many professors in Moronti City who are far more accomplished than me for that. And didn't you hear about my misgivings with the academy? In the eyes of other professors, I'm just a weird, stubborn guy, who puts his efforts in researching oddities instead of proper fields of studies," said the professor after he took a few sips of his tea. This time around, he didn't curse, and only held great suspicion of Lorist's intentions. Lorist smiled. He was happy to finally have a chance to communicate with the professor. "Professor Balba, the reason I've looked for you is for the sake of gunpowder," said he. "The dwarven gunpowder?" Professor Balba muttered with suspicion, "That project of mine has long been completed. It was published in the journal last year. Didn't the Moronti Daily write an article about it? You should be able to find it in a library. Everything's reported in the article and nothing was kept from them." "No, Professor, what I'm interested in is what you said about there being room for improvement. What I want is the perfected form of it." The professor shrugged and said, "Then you should go look for the dwarves and get a ton of saltpeter from them. Only then can experiments be performed to refine the formula to perfection. The problem is that there is no saltpeter ore to be found in the human realm. Those shorties are also unwilling to sell any to us. After that, the professor cursed a few more times. But this time around, the target for his profanity were the dwarves. Professor, I don't have any saltpeter either. But I will be able to provide huge amounts of the nitrite you'll need for the experiments. That's the reason why I invited you to come with me, said Lorist. That's impossible. The professor exclaimed in shock. How are you able to procure so much nitrite? If you could, you should have told me that the first time you came to see me. Lorist smiled and shook his head before he said, Professor, you must understand that gunpowder is an incredibly destructive substance and even has the potential to overturn the battle force-driven world of Grindia. I don't want to become an eyesore for those involved. Nature, on the other hand, is full of wonders. Even though saltpeter ore cannot be found in the human realm, I have a method that I can use to gather the nitrite that's found within saltpeter. So far, only I have noticed that method. If you're patient, you will be told the method when you arrive at the dominion of my house. Can't you just tell me about it here? Asked the professor impatiently. Lorist shook his head. The professor glared hatefully at Lorist, but he merely smiled in return. Fine, I'll trust you just this once. You better not be lying, said the professor in resignation. There wasn't much he could do anyway, since they had already set sail. There was nowhere for him to run to. Ships sighted up ahead, battle stations. Shouted the lookout. Professor Balba, Miss Swyla, please rest well for a few days on the ship and enjoy the view. When we reach the Dominion, I trust that you'll come to understand that not all nobles are that darned. If you have anything you need, just notify the guards here. I will satisfy your demands to the best of my ability. Well, I'll have to take my leave for now, Lorist said as he lowered his head and rushed out onto the ship's deck. There are 2 large class, 3-masted merchant vessels, 4 middle class, 2-masted merchant vessels, and 6 middle class, 2-masted armed ships heading our way in a fan formation. They seem to bear hostile intent. No, wait, they're flying the sword and barrel flag. They're the fleet of the Chichter Merchant Guild. They're the enemy. As the lookout continued to shout at the top of his voice, the ships appeared clearer and clearer in his vision. Lorist got onto the deck quickly, and saw old Jack mumbling while using a weirdly shaped ruler to measure a rope that was left flying freely on one mast. Captain! Old Jack called out, we're traveling against the winds at only 8 knots while those bastards over there are traveling with the wind. Half of them are fast-sailing ships and they're almost traveling at 10 knots. Based on that, there's no way we'll be able to carry out huge turns as evasive maneuvers. They'll be right on our tail in 10 minutes or so. What's going on? Lorist shouted. Milord, it's obvious that those Chichter ships over there aren't coming in peace. Their commander of the fleet is also really experienced. They've laid their formation in preparation to capture us. No matter which direction we rush towards, we'll end up being sandwiched by their ships. The moment they destroy our sails with their ranged weapons, this ship will no longer be able to unleash its potential and speed, and will be at their mercy. I had wanted to turn tail to escape, but the keel of our ship is too deep in the water, which means that we'll have to make a huge turn to change direction. By then, the enemy will already be next to us, explained Captain Wilson. Evade the 2 large ships first. Travel in a Z-shaped path and pass between the 2 ships on our left. Just shoot down the sails of those 2 ships. Else, use fire bolts with the ballistay, and have them fire at will against those ships, decided Lorist after giving it some thought. Jusk stood at the bow of the ship with his green longbow curved into a full moon. A thunderous twang rang out as a bolt of green was let loose from Jusk's hand. In a flash, the 2-masted ship sailing at breakneck speeds towards them roughly 60 meters away seemed to have been hit by an invisible fist. The mast at the back of the ship wobbled twice before it collapsed forward. Jusk had broken a ship's mast with only one arrow. The middle-class ship slowed down after that, and even began to twirl around in the sea in circles, causing a mess to break out on board. It opened a gap in the formation that Lorist's ship could use to pass through. As Jusk began aiming at the next ship, it began to move evasively, zigzagging back and forth. Some of the crew even gathered at the front of the ship and began to fire their own arrows in an attempt to distract Jusk's aiming. Jusk calmed himself and treated the arrows that were flying at him as if they weren't there. However, his second arrow only brushed past the mast he was aiming at without causing it any damage. The crew cheered at his failure. The distance between the two ships had decreased to less than 40 meters. Lorist was already able to see the crew of the enemy ships loading their large ballistæ and lighting their flaming projectiles clearly. They were preparing to destroy the sails. Jusk took a deep breath before his bow twanged again. The crew of his target ship was sent into another fit of terror. 4 to 5 of the sailors at the front of the ship, who were firing with their bows, clutched their throats before collapsing lifelessly. Not one of the sailors at the front of the ship remained standing. Feeling the sudden emptiness left by their collapsed comrades, the remaining sailors looked for a place to hide hurriedly. They hadn't expected the enemy's gold-ranked marksman to be this powerful. The skill he showed could almost be considered divine and out of reach of mortal men. A loud cry of terror rang out as 2 of the lower sails of the 2-masted ship began to contort when the wind blew against it. The 4 arrows Jusk just fired had broken the knot holding them in place. The sails fell on the tub containing the flaming balls, and caught fire. Smoke began to billow from the approaching ship. The lookout in the crow's nest stared at the flames for a moment before jumping into the ocean, desperate to escape his fiery fate. Captain Wilson turned the wheel hurriedly, and directed the Flying Fish of Dawn past the flaming ship. They had successfully broken out of the Chichter Merchant Guild's blockade. By the time the other ships turned around against the wind to give chase, the Flying Fish of Dawn would have long left them in the dust. Release. Roughly 100 meters away at the deck of one of the large class, 3-masted ship, 5 balls of fire were launched from the boat. The ballistæ didn't have the range, though. The balls splashed into the water a dozen meters short of the Flying Fish of Dawn. A brutish, purple-faced man looked to the Flying Fish of Dawn in the distance and calmly said, "Don't fire any more fireballs, it's a waste if they're not in range. Send out the sea swallows to inform the 3rd young master of our failure. Also, inform the 3rd interception fleet and have them be careful of the impressive gold-ranked marksman. It was due to that marksman alone that they were able to break through our blockade and cause us to lose a ship. Leave 1 ship behind to save the survivors. As for the rest, turn around and tail them. I hope the 3rd interception fleet will not disappoint us." "Understood, Admiral," said a shipmate before he hurried to relay the orders. Nearby, another huge man asked, "Elder brother, that ship is incredibly weird, just like a loach. It's too swift and sneaky and will be hard for us to catch up to." "No worries, we'll just do what we can." The 3rd young master was unable to forget his desire to possess that ship precisely because of its speed. Had the ship stopped and agreed to ferry the 3rd young master to Moronti City, he wouldn't have been eliminated as a candidate for succession. The 3rd Interception Fleet has Blade Master Kumarai with them, and their admiral is also incredibly experienced. If they receive our report, they will know how to deal with that ship. And if it turns back in an attempt to escape, we'll be right behind it. It's impossible for them to escape." Sounds of cheering echoed on the empty sea from the Flying Fish of Dawn. The Marines and guards were elated that they were able to evade their enemy without a single casualty, and were incredibly spirited. Lorist looked at the flaming balls that fell into the ocean behind them and furrowed his brow as he asked, "What are those?" Captain Wilson turned back and was just in time to see the last ball fall into the ocean. "Oh, that's a fireball, m'lord. It's the main ranged weapon used at sea. It's a bunch of mixed clay, fine sand, some hemp, and fuel. It's held together by wine glue. It's set aflame before being placed on a large ballista and fired. Its range is roughly 100 meters. It's usually fine if those things don't hit us. But if they do, it'll be really troublesome. The flames can't be put out simply by dousing it with water and it'll roll all over the place on the ship. Sometimes a single lucky shot will be able to set a whole ship on fire. I've asked in the past why our ships weren't outfitted with those, but the response I received was that those are too old-fashioned and that we have even better and more advanced ranged weaponry. Just as Lorist is about to say something, he could hear Els curse as he walked out onto the deck. "My lord, these steel ballistae are not of much use at all," said Els. "What's going on? Is there a problem?" asked Lorist. "My lord, even though we can shoot far with the ballistae, we aren't able to aim accurately. We're not on land and the ship frequently heaves up and down. Also, our targets aren't soldier formations which we can easily hit by roughly aiming in that direction. Ships at 200 or so meters away are only as large as a palm, and they're located quite far from each other, making them incredibly hard to hit. Of the 10 shots I made, only 2 hit their targets. One of them merely landed on the ship without causing much damage while the other pierced a hole through their sail and is nowhere to be seen," complained Els. Lorist realized with shock that he had taken the whole thing too lightly. He understood now that the ballistae used on carriages were unfit for use at sea, and were even inferior to the flaming balls used by the Chictor Merchant Guild's fleet. "My lord, the ideal combat distance at sea is around 30 to 50 meters. Beyond that, half of the shots fired will have to depend on luck alone. After all, we're all in the ocean and moving non-stop. A long firing distance does not offer much advantage. The most common mode of combat at sea is boarding and fighting up close. If the enemy has advantage in numbers, ranged attacks won't help us much either," added Captain Wilson. Lorist nodded and said, "Thank you for your pointers, Captain. When we arrive home, let's have another discussion about which armaments are best suited for our ships." Before he even finished, the lookout shouted, "Ahead! There's another fleet up ahead." Chapter 247 Bathing in Blood Cliffhanger 2 of 3. This is the third and final bonus chapter for the week. Thanks again to Benjamin R. from France for this chapter. The conclusion chapters to these cliffhangers will be ready by tomorrow as the first regular release of the week, so look forward to it. "It's the enemy. That's the fleet of the Chictor Merchant Guild," shouted the lookout after he identified the flags the ships were flying. However, by then, they were already less than 200 meters apart. There are 2 large class, 3-masted merchant vessels, 6 middle-class, twin-masted, fast-sailing merchant vessels, and 8 middle-class armed merchant vessels. "Ugh, my lord, what did you do to the Chictor Merchant Guild for them to send so many ships? This one's larger than the previous fleet." "It seems that they're fixated on holding us back," said Els jokingly. At that moment, the people on the deck could tell the types of ships that were sailing towards them apart clearly. Lorist laughed as he shrugged and said, "How would I know? The Chictor Merchant Guild just bit on us like a mad dog. To think that they'd send wave after wave of ships to stop us. Will this ever end? I think their main goal is to capture me and force me to hand Sai Lao's island to them." "In their dreams!" Jisk exclaimed, to which Howard, Els, and the rest nodded in response. Captain Wilson asked, "My lord, what do we do? Do you want us to turn back and circle around them? We still have enough time and distance between us for that." Lorist shook his head and said, "No. If the fleet that we just escaped is behind us, then we'll be walking straight into the trap they set for us. It'll be even more troublesome if we're surrounded by both fleets. We'll just try to break through them like this. Joe, do you have any strength left?" Jisk wore a serious expression without saying anything. All he did was wave the green bow about in his hand, indicating that he was fine and that the rest could leave it to him. As long as he had his bow, nobody would be able to stop their voyage home. As Jisk made his preparations at the bow of the ship, he waited for the distance between the two parties to close. It didn't take long until the distance was around 100 meters. All of a sudden, the lookout on the crow's nest called out, "Be careful! The enemy has laid chains between their ships. There's no way we'll be able to rush through their ranks." Lorist staggered and almost struck against the railings of the deck. Good soul, what's going on with his eyes? To think that he'd only notice the chains when we're this close. Now that the flying fish of dawn was traveling at full speed, there was no way she could evade the chains. Even if Jisk were able to break the masts of the two ships they were heading towards, they would still be hampered by the chains on the ships, allowing the other enemy ships to surround them. By then, the flying fish of dawn would no longer be able to escape. When I get back, I bet my ass off that I'll get myself binoculars. Heck, even a telescope would do. Now that I have Master Mancini, glass production should no longer be a problem. The transparent oil glass can be molded into concave lens pieces which I can fit to an iron tube to make a simple telescope. Lorist felt that it was incredibly disadvantageous for them to not have a telescope at sea. Even if the lookout had better eyesight, they would only be able to see ships as small dots from 500 meters away and would be unable to tell friend from foe. Only until they were 200 meters away was the lookout able to see the flag the ships were flying. That would leave far too little time for them to respond. For instance, the chains between the enemy ships were also discovered too late. Currently, the two parties were less than 80 meters apart. "My lord, what do we do?" asked Captain Wilson hurriedly. That scenario was not one that any of them had envisioned. Revealing a gaze of savagery filled with seething killing intent, Lorist shouted, "Head towards that ship at the right. Since they have a death wish, I will grant it. I will head to the bow of the ship. Els, order the ballista shooters to fire when we are close enough against people, not the ships. Provide suppressive fire against the enemy. Howard, head to the cabin and lock the door. I will leave Mr. Mancini and Professor Balba in your care. Wilson, instruct the Marines to prepare for battle. Since we're unable to rush past them, we'll fight our way out of this." The ship and the fleet were already less than 50 meters apart, but given that the enemy wanted to capture the flying fish of dawn, they didn't use their fireballs to attack and only employed anti-personnel ranged weaponry such as bows and crossbows. Even so, most of the projectiles didn't hit their targets, and the ones that did find their way towards Lorist and the rest were easily deflected. Lorist finally understood what Els said about the unreliability of ballistae at sea. He had stood beside one of the steel ballistae and saw 6 successive shots. Apart from a lucky shot that managed to skewer 2 unlucky bastards on the enemy ship, the rest grossly missed their targets. Some flew too high and didn't hit anything, while others landed on the deck of the enemy ships. Lorist couldn't help but sigh at the miss rate despite being only 60 meters away from the enemy. After all, not everyone had the talent for archery like Jusk. Given the undulation of the ship, even if one aimed properly, one could still miss at the very next moment. Unless there were enough ballistae to fire in huge waves to suppress the enemy, they wouldn't be a threat to the enemy at all in small numbers. It was apparent that the enemy Marines also had the same thought. They were not the least dispirited despite the loss of 2 of their comrades. They howled as they waved the weapons in their hands around, prepared to jump and board the flying fish of dawn once she was close enough. "Joe, I'll leave the left ship to you. I will take care of the right one," said Lorist, who turned back and made a hand signal to Captain Wilson at the helm. Jisk merely nodded. It was then when the flying fish of dawn swerved to the right suddenly, changing their trajectory to point towards the right middle-class, fast-sailing merchant vessel. Originally, the flying fish of dawn would have collided straight against the chains, but with that sudden turn, it would crash against the ship at the right instead. To the captain of the right ship, having the flying fish of dawn's razor-sharp bow ramming against his own vessel was definitely undesirable. The collision might even incapacitate his ship. He definitely did not wish for his own ship to be the victim of the flying fish of dawn's suicide attack. It would be a huge blow to his career and his future with the Merchant Guild. A flurry of orders from the ship at the right to lower the sails and change direction could be heard. The sailors aboard that ship began to work busily and gave up on shooting at the flying fish of dawn. The ship to the right's speed quickly decreased and its bow began to align with the flying fish of dawn's, causing them to only brush past without fully colliding against each other. "Turn the sails forward," ordered Captain Wilson. A few of the Marines pulled on the ropes and angled the sails to face the front of the ship. The flying fish of dawn had originally been traveling against the direction of the wind. The front-facing sails now caused the ship to decrease in speed greatly, as if she had turned from a strong, athletic runner into an old, trotting lady. That sudden change was greatly out of the expectations of the crews of the two enemy ships, with the left ship wasting a huge wave of arrows and bolts that landed in the ocean directly in front of the flying fish of dawn. Thunderous twangs rang out again from Jisk's bow, causing cries of terror to resound from the enemy ship at the left. As the ship to the left was kept occupied, Lorist turned his attention to the other ship to the right. The distance between them decreased incredibly slowly. It was taking too long. The middle-class, twin-masted, fast-sailing merchant vessel was 35 meters in length, with its front being narrow and its back being broad. The bow of the ship was 1 meter long and was equipped with a long ram. The middle part of the ship to its back had a rough width of 7 meters and the two masts supported 4 rectangular sails in total, with another 4 triangular sails by the sides. The fastest the ship could travel windward was 10 knots, with her being able to transport a maximum of 88 people and a minimum of 34. 2.7 meters of the ship was submerged with the other 3.5 meters of it above the surface of the ocean. She had double-layered cabins which could transport loads weighing up to 24,000 kilograms and was hailed to be one of the most amazing middle-class ships on the whole of Grindia, being the ideal choice for long-distance voyages. Even though the flying fish of dawn traveled slowly against the wind with full sail, given the momentum built up from its previous charge and the relative velocity of the approaching ship, the two ships were not but 4 meters away by the time Lorist finished recalling the information about the ship he had read before. With a loud cry, Lorist leaped straight towards the opposite ship. Before he even landed, the enemy sailors had already managed to react and flung their javelins and throwing axes towards Lorist in response. Lorist swung his sword mid-air and deflected both waves before landing haggardly on the deck of the ship. Lorist didn't think he would land flat on his face, but the momentum of his leap was just too much. The sailors made use of the opportunity to rush straight at him. Swords flashed, and blood splattered through the air with severed limbs flying all over the place. 20+ sailors had their bodies cut into discrete pieces without being given the slightest chance to cry out. Rubbing his nose as he stood back up, Lorist thought, "Gah, that fall just now saw my nose landing directly against the deck, it's even bleeding. And the enemy even tried to swarm me when they witnessed my unfortunate landing." When Lorist stretched out his left leg to prepare for the landing, his leg ended up amidst a pile of rolled-up rope. One sailor saw the chance and gave the rope a pull, causing Lorist to trip over without being able to react and fall straight onto the deck. Had it not been for his quick reaction, he might have lost his life just then. Wilson was right. The most important thing when it comes to fighting at sea is to pay attention to footwork. This is not land. I must be more careful with how my foot lands and find a perfect balance between heavy and light steps, all the while paying attention to the messy deck. With the fighting space so constrained, when there is a large number of enemies, even an iron rank will be able to give a critical strike to take down a silver or gold ranked fighter. Bam! The flying fish of dawn that was rubbing against the enemy ship Lorist boarded collided into the chains, causing both ships to rub against each other even more tightly. Those who weren't paying attention collapsed after losing their balance. Lorist took a horse stance to stabilize himself on the deck and pointed at the helm of the ship with his sword, saying, "Discard your weapons and surrender. Those who enter the cabin will have their lives spared." In Grindian naval warfare, the most important thing was to conquer the deck. As long as the deck of a ship was conquered, the enemy would be finished. That was because the most important things such as the helm, the rudder, and the mast were all there. The entry into the lower cabin of an enemy in an act of surrender was akin to leaving their lives in the hands of the winning side, since if the cabin entries from the deck was locked up, the fate of the people within would be out of their own hands. A single torch was all that was needed to roast the people in the cabin below alive. One heavily bearded man held onto the railings as he stood up and drew his sword, infusing it with his silver blade glow. You think too highly of your abilities. Everyone, attack him all at once. This time around, throwing axes, javelins and all sorts of other thrown weapons flew in Lorist's direction. Some of the sailors even tried to lasso Lorist with ropes. Since you all have death wishes, I'll gladly grant them. Lorist slaughtered his way from the bow of the ship all the way to its end. Bathed in blood, he seemed like a frenzied killing demon that had emerged from a sea of blood. The bearded man called out in despair, mumbling, "Demon, demon," until he was finally ended by Lorist's sword. Fresh corpses that continued to bleed out littered the deck. Lorist didn't keep account on how many he killed and was only aware that no one on the ship was left alive. He headed to the left side of the ship where two thick beams were. The chains that obstructed the way of the flying fish of dawn were tied onto the beams. With a slash, Lorist cut the wooden beams apart. But by now, the two ships were already fast against each other. Even though the beams binding the chains had been removed, the ships didn't drift apart. Just as Lorist was about to leap back to the flying fish of dawn, he suddenly felt the ship shake harshly. Losing his footing due to the slippery, blood-covered flooring, Lorist managed to stabilize himself half-kneeling. After hearing a couple of cries from his side, he turned his head to look and was enraged to the brim. Surprisingly, the ship at the left just was targeting, and one of the large class ships that used to be roughly 50 meters away had approached all of a sudden. Just as the large class, three-masted ship was pushing against the middle-class ship towards the flying fish of dawn, countless people appeared all of a sudden around the side of the ship, using their higher elevation as advantage to rain arrows and bolts towards the flying fish of dawn. A dozen of Lorist's marines collapsed on deck right away. The one who had it worst was the lookout, who was practically indistinguishable from a porcupine. Following that, dozens of men leaped from the large-class ship and boarded the middle-class ship adjacent to the flying fish of dawn and kept on approaching. Jisk's longbow kept firing, causing streaks of green one after another to shoot towards the enemy like lightning bolts. But right after only two of the enemy troops were struck, a brown-clad old man stepped out of their ranks and easily deflected Jisk's arrows. "A blade master," said Lorist with surprise. He didn't think that the fleet of the Chichter Merchant Guild actually brought with it a blade master. At that moment, he made an urgent leap and landed beside Jisk. "You deal with the rest of the back. Let me tussle with that old guy." After that, he made his way to the middle-class ship on the left and stood in front of the old brown-clad man. The old man raised his sword in front of him, appearing incredibly cold and fearsome as he bellowed, "You're still not going to surrender? In your dreams? Go to hell," said Lorist without bothering to listen to the blade master's ramblings, rushing forward instantly with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Echoes of clashing swords resounded. The old man in brown had already lost his first strike advantage and was pushed back by Lorist's stream of attacks ever so gradually. As he parried the incoming strikes coming from his left and right, he began to swerve his body to dodge the following ones haggardly. "Come here and give me some help." The old blade master was no longer able to hold on and asked for reinforcements without giving the slightest care about his reputation. Two ignorant sailors rushed forward, right into the trajectory of Lorist's strikes. After a few deafening sounds of clashing, the two sailors were both cut apart all the way from their left shoulders to their right hips. Even the axe and sword in their hands had been broken into pieces by Lorist's strikes. But by then, the old man in brown had already turned tail to escape. "Fool, I'll see where you can run to when we're at sea," Lorist said, unleashing his killing frenzy. Since the Chichter Merchant Guild was willing to spend so much resources for his capture, he figured that the loss of a blade master would hurt them even more. "No matter what, I have to make sure that old guy dies," thought Lorist as he gave chase. The small fries barring his way were cut down like vegetables one after another as the brown-clad man began climbing back onto the three-masted merchant vessel. Lorist was so agile that he seemed to be flying. With but a few steps here and there, he made his way up to that large-class merchant vessel and was greeted by countless blades and spears. A swarm of men rushed towards Lorist quickly while roaring at the top of their lungs. It was at that moment when Lorist suddenly felt that his vision was turning redder and redder. It was as if he had entered a world that couldn't be adequately described with words. Everything that was happening on the large class, three-masted merchant vessel was within Lorist's awareness, with not the slightest movement escaping his crystal-clear attention. The red silhouettes he saw rushing towards him were moving at a laughably slow speed, allowing Lorist to evade the weapons that were swung at him easily. He put his sword through the throats and chests of the red silhouettes lightly, causing one after another to collapse on the deck of the ship in quick succession. After a few moments, the number of red silhouettes on the deck had already decreased greatly. The remaining ones did not rush forward and instead tried their best to hide from Lorist, but it was a futile effort. In the end, only the brown-clad old man remained. The Blade Master seemed to have broken while watching Lorist. He mumbled continuously. Sword Saint. Sane. Domain. Do you think you can scare me by bringing up Sword Saints? Lorist swung his sword, lopping the head of the man off cleanly. He stretched his free hand out and caught the flying head in mid-air. Raising the decapitated head up high, Lorist began to laugh out maniacally, with each echo of his laughter bringing with it a wave of bone-chilling bloodlust across the sea. "My lord! My lord! My lord! Snap out of it!" The cackling Lorist heard somebody call out urgently to him. Finally, he began to regain his senses and the tint of red faded from his irises, returning them to their former black color. Wait, did I do all this? Corpses could be seen piled up all over the three-masted merchant vessel with the deck awash with fresh, flowing blood. Why did you shout at me from so far away? Els, who called out to Lorist from the deck of the middle-class, twin-masted merchant vessel heard Lorist's query and replied, "My lord, did you think I would be brave enough to go there? Look around you. You killed the whole crew of their ship like a rampaging demon in less than 30 minutes. There was no less than 300 people there. Ah! Was I really that amazing?" mused Lorist as he looked at the head in his hands. Ugh, why am I holding this shit? Thought Lorist before he threw the head away casually. "My lord, the ships have separated. We're waiting for you to board right now," shouted Els. "All right, I'll come right away." Just as Lorist was about to head back, he felt an abrupt dizzy spell that drained him of every shred of energy he had left. As his vision turned black, he collapsed. Chapter 248 Escape Cliffhanger 3 of 3. Here's the first regular chapter of the week and the conclusion to the cliffhangers. And today's topic of discussion is: what exactly do you think the blood domain is? Is it a Sword Saint's domain? Or something completely different, and unique? Lorist felt as if he was afloat in the sky, free and unrestrained. He was a light and swift feather floating in the wind. The ground was right in front of him and it seemed rather familiar, just like the maps he had pondered upon in the past. Lorist quickly realized something and thought, isn't this the Northlands? The land before him moved quickly. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the dominion of his family. There was the Salis settlement, Firm Rock Castle, Felicitas settlement, and the various small factories and workshops, as well as the Black Iron refinery base which he named the Iron Forge Castle, and Windstorm City, the main military equipment production base within the Dominion. At that moment, it was as if Lorist had turned into a bird, flying high in the skies and looking down at his own dominion. He travelled along the Blad Edge Mountains and could see the Nico Academy, which was still under construction. Telesty could be seen inspecting some blueprints with her maidservant, Vinnie, hugging little Ola Jess and humming her a relaxing tune. Lorist later passed above Maplewood's Bastide and saw his chubby and energetic son Waldbeck naughtily playing hide-and-seek with Irina. After that, Lorist passed by Poplar Town and Black Mud Marsh, managing to take a look at the busily working soldiers, as well as the hectic shipyard. Be it the navy camp, the port, the endless seas which raged with fierce waves, or a small fleet of 6 whaling boats that were riding the winds, Lorist could see it all. It didn't take long before Lorist realized that he was back in the skies above Silao's island. The mist of dawn that covered the island made it seem ever so calm and peaceful. The island was no doubt a precious treasure that the oceans had to offer. This island is part of my family dominion. I will not allow anyone to take it away. What made Lorist wonder was, no matter where he flew, there would always be a small, red dot following him on the ground. The dot sped up and slowed down in lockstep with him. In the end, Lorist could no longer resist his curiosity and decided to fly to the ground to check out what that red dot was. The ground enlarged as he approached it. He landed on the ground lightly and eyed the little red mark. It was almost as big as a basketball. It wasn't the least bit eye-catching, and seemed like nothing but a small blood stain. Lorist stretched his leg and put it into the red mark. All of a sudden, nothing but red flashed before his eyes until the whole world around him seemed tinted with the familiar blood-red color. The blood-red color expanded around him at breakneck speed. Anything the color touched became part of the blood-red world he was in. Within that blood-colored world, Lorist felt like a fish in water. He was free to swim around as he pleased. Not a single being in that blood-colored world, be it the hibernating snakes, the burrowing rats, the hard-working ants that were moving food, or any plant, down to the smallest stalk of grass, not a single one of them nor their movements could escape Lorist's awareness. A sickly sweet stench permeated the air around him. Lorist breathed in deeply, and could tell that the scent was one that he would detect when he was slaughtering away. The cries and curses of the slaughtered enemies crescendoed into a symphony of war. The hum of the song that rang out eternally within the blood-colored world made one's blood boil. In this blood-colored world, I am sovereign, thought Lorist excitedly. At the same time, he felt incredibly fatigued. After a while, the blood-colored world began to fade. The blood-colored tint receded around him gradually, until it gathered up into a basketball-sized blob around Lorist's feet. Eventually it fused with Lorist himself. Lorist opened his eyes. He found himself in his cabin on the Flying Fish of Dawn. He turned to look at the right side of the cabin and saw that Howard wasn't on his bed. The light of dawn that shone through the round window of the cabin indicated that the sky was already brightening. After he ascertained that nothing was out of place, Lorist closed his eyes and began circulating his internal energy to inspect his internal condition. When he finished a minor cycle, he found that his body's condition was in normal. He felt incredibly invigorated. In fact, he felt far more energetic than usual. Lorist put both his hands behind his head and laid down to feel the light swaying of the ship caused by the waves as he began to recount what had happened to him. It was as if he had entered a frenzied, demonic state, when he boarded the 3 large Class 3-masted merchant vessels and killed everyone there. Even the old blade master dressed in brown was no exception. In the end, he was awakened by Elsa's shouting. But when he attempted to return, he lost consciousness. Given that he was on the Flying Fish of Dawn, it was apparent that Els, or someone else, had hauled him back on board. Lorist could hear the familiar sounds of the Marines, guards, and Captain Wilson above the cabin. He could tell that the Flying Fish of Dawn had already escaped from the encirclement of the other ships and was heading for Silao's island. However, he didn't know how long he had passed out for. What intrigued Lorist was how he entered that berserk state in the first place when he got onto the 3-masted merchant vessel. It was as if the whole world around him had turned blood red. In that world, he couldn't see the faces of others clearly. All he saw was fumbling red humanoid figures that moved around in a laughably obvious and slow manner, just like puppets that were suspended on strings. Due to Lorist's dynamic vision ability, he had always been able to see each move of his enemy clearly. When Lorist was in the blood-colored world, the enemy had moved just as slow. However, what differed from usual was how he felt that he had entered a completely different realm. The world had turned blood red, and not a single move made by his enemies, regardless of whether they were in front of behind him or not, as long as they were on that three-masted ship, escaped Lorist's senses. Taking their lives was as simple as raising his hand. Lorist could still recall how he felt at that moment. He had turned into an unfeeling robot that never tired. No matter how badly the red humanoid figures begged or turned tails to run, Lorist would harvest their lives without a single shred of emotion passing across his face. Some of them, those who had jumped into the ocean for their lives, still managed to be killed by the javelins thrown by Lorist. And why did I have that weird dream after I passed out? People thought during the day and dreamed during the night. Lorist felt that the saying he heard from his past life made a lot of sense. In his dream, he saw his family dominion and loved ones, possibly a sign that he missed them dearly as well as his dedication to protect them as best he could. But why did he see that blood-colored world again at the end of that dream? Also, why did he feel that he was the ultimate sovereign of that world? Lorist started when he suddenly recalled the final words of the brown-clad blade master he had killed. He mentioned something along the lines of a sword saint's domain. Perhaps, he wasn't bringing up a sword saint ally in desperation in hopes to be spared, and was instead referring to the blood-red color he saw? Was that realm of freedom and debauchery actually the domain of a sword saint? Forget it, Lorist thought. He found it hard to believe that he could become a sword saint that easily. It was practically impossible. Even though Lorist was training in the aquametal technique from his past life using Batla force, he wasn't willing to believe that he could break through to the next realm that easily. That was especially the case given how he still didn't know how to progress in his training at the dark stage. It was mainly because he didn't have any other reference and didn't truly understand how the mythical transformative stage of his technique would look like, nor how he should train in order to progress to that stage. Before he was involved in the assassination attempt by Blade Master Zarinan, Lorist's combat ability could only compare to a rank 2 Blade Master. That was because he was able to fight to a stalemate with Blade Master Xanthai. But when Blade Master Zarinan attacked, Lorist realized that his skills weren't of much use at all against the Blade Master who was known to be a quasi-sword saint, causing many of the lives of the soldiers of his house that attempted to save him to be sacrificed. Additionally, Jisk and Potter Fang were heavily injured, and more than 10 silver-ranked knights and upwards of 400 other brave and loyal soldiers had to give their lives heroically in order to save him. Even though Reedy managed to save his life, he later lost his memories. In the end, Lorist had fallen into the hands of the mountain barbarians because of his injuries, and experienced the worst kind of humiliation ever to happen to him, in both his lives. When Lorist recovered, he resolved himself to train his swordsmanship and internal energy painstakingly. Even after returning to the Dominion, he did not let up and found time to train even on the busiest days. Lorist was determined to never be on the receiving end of another assassination attempt. It's impossible. It's only been a little more than 1 year since then. There's no way that I could have become a sword saint already. At most, I'm only at the level of a rank 3 Blade Master. And even if I become a sword saint, my domain should be Snowstorm, or some other frost-based phenomenon, right? What is with the blood-colored world? Viscount Christophe, who was a rank 1 Blade Master, had said that when he first sparred with Lorist, he was still able to receive more than 100 strikes. Each following spar, however, he found that he lasted for shorter and shorter periods of time, until he wasn't even able to resist 40 strikes. It got so bad that Viscount Christophe felt it was too embarrassing and refused to accept Lorist's challenges anymore. He had complained that it wasn't because of Lorist's swift strikes that he lost. Instead, every time he received a strike from Lorist, he felt a sudden, unbearable, icy chill. Given that his Batla force was of the water attribute, it was perfectly countered by cold chills like that, and it didn't take long until he wasn't able to continue fighting. That was the reason he felt that if Lorist ever became a sword saint, his domain would be based on the same frost attribute. When he made a visit to Dawn Academy recently, Instructor Claude felt pumped and insisted that he wanted to give Lorist pointers in swordsmanship. He said that he would break through to become a rank 2 Blade Master soon, perhaps no more than 7 years of training still had to be done. Lorist couldn't refuse him, so he reluctantly accepted the duel. As Instructor Claude's Battle Force attribute was fire, he was able to last a little bit longer, but not more than 80 strikes. That was the reason Lorist believed himself to be equivalent to a rank 3 Blade Master instead of a Sword Saint. If the latter were the case, he would have taken care of a rank 1 Blade Master like Instructor Claude in a dozen strikes. Still, what is the matter with the blood-colored world? If that was a result of my killing frenzy, then why did I dream about it? The feeling of absolute control over the environment is so unique that it's incredibly hard to describe. It's like I'm somehow addicted to it and unable to forget it. Lorist sat up straight, and circulated a major cycle. After ensuring that nothing was wrong with his body, Lorist felt rather incredible. When he opened his eyes, he saw a shocked Howard standing before him. "Milord, you've been asleep for 2 days and nights, but you're finally awake now. I didn't want to interrupt you when you were training just now. Are you all right?" "Hee, I'm fine. I feel great, even. But I'm a little hungry," said Lorist. The deck of the ship was a big mess. A dozen injured soldiers wrapped up like mummies were basking in the sun. The moment they saw Lorist, they cried out with surprise, "Milord! Milord, you're awake!" Lorist nodded to answer their calls before heading to the helm of the ship. There, he saw Captain Wilson with one arm wrapped up as he steered the ship. "You got hurt?" "Yes, milord. I got hit by an arrow accidentally." "Why are you steering with your injuries? Where's old Jack?" Wilson lowered his head and said, "Old Jack is no more. When we were retreating, he got hit by a crossbow bolt and died on the spot." Lorist stayed silent in solemnity as he took the wheel for himself. "Let me do it. Tell me how you guys managed to break out of encirclement when I was unconscious." "Milord, back when you boarded the 3-masted ship, the enemies just kept rushing at you, causing us to worry so much. However, we didn't think you'd be able to unleash the beast and kill off all our cursed enemies without even leaving their armor intact. Milord, you seemed like you were having an easy time killing them." Both the we, who were witnessing the scene, and the enemy were completely stunned. Only Sergisk was still alert and reminded us to use the opportunity to push away the 2 middle-class ships sticking to us and remove the chains, allowing us to escape. By then, you had already killed off all the enemies on the ship, and were laughing maniacally with an old man's head in your hand. That laughter of yours was so cold that it gives me goosebumps even though I'm only talking about it. At that time, the whole sea was devoid of noise. The enemy was completely frightened. Sergisk said that at that moment, your eyes were red, and that you had entered a demonic state and was unable to differentiate friend from foe. Sir Els could only shout at you from afar. It was fortunate that you were conscious back then and turned back after hearing Els shout. That was when we stopped worrying. But right at that moment, you collapsed unmoving on the deck. Sir Els then rushed to your side and hauled you back while we hurriedly set sail. At the same time, the enemy began to act when you fainted and fired their ranged weapons at us. Fortunately, we were still trapped between 2 ships, which helped us take most of the fire before they were set aflame. The smoke from the flames shielded us while we retreated. It was only after we left the 2 ships that we received a critical blow. The other large Class 3-masted merchant vessel fired a large number of flaming ball projectiles and crossbow bolts at us. Old Jack was steering the ship at that time. One of the fireballs fell at the frontmost mast and it began to catch fire. I took care of it by having our naval soldiers hack the mast down under enemy fire. To toss the mast into the sea. When I called out to Old Jack, there was no response. It was only after I got to the helm that I found him nailed to the helm by a crossbow bolt, dead. Due to losing one of our masts, we traveled at a much slower speed. Our enemy's ship was able to catch up after spending quite a while cutting away at the chains. But Sergisk revealed his skills in the end, and shot down the masts of the enemy ship with only 3 arrows, before shooting at the middle mast's upper section, causing the ship to lag behind us. The enemy stopped pursuing us after that. Captain Wilson described the situation in detail. How many men did we lose? Wilson laughed bitterly and said, only 7 of our 28 sailors remain, with 13 out of commission, and 8 dead. 3 of your 10 guards died, with 5 others injured. Of the 5 steel ballista shooters, 2 were injured. However, our guests are fine. Apart from old Jack, the rest are still here. What about Jisk and Els? Sir Jisk said that he was incredibly tired and has been sleeping for a day and night without waking. Sir Els was on duty for the whole night yesterday and just went to get some rest. My lord, it was fortunate that you regained consciousness. The speed the ship is traveling at is lesser than 6 knots right now. We're just about to enter the Sea of Grief and I'm worried that we'll be robbed. We're incredibly short-handed right now, with most of us injured. If we truly were to encounter the pirates, there's no way we can resist, Captain Wilson warned Lorist in a serious manner. Lorist smiled and said, all right, don't worry. You'll have yourself some good sailors and ships soon. Chapter 249 Senbad. Here's the second regular chapter of the week. Sorry for the 1 hour late release. It slipped my mind. Ftli Senbad felt that his luck was pretty good. When the Empire's civil war first broke out, he was merely a 1-star silver-ranked garrison squad leader. After the first prince declared rebellion, he became one of the company leaders of some suicide troopers at the front lines. It didn't take long for him to be abandoned in the midst of battle due to his injuries. By the time he regained consciousness, he realized there was nothing but corpses all over him. Lord Gunmook's corpse was not far away from him on the battlefield. He was shocked to see him lying there. Sir Gunmook was one of the most renowned gold-ranked knights at the city Senbad served as a garrison squad leader. Rumor had it that Gunmook would break through to the 3-star gold rank soon. Whenever he passed through the city gates, Senbad had to offer his greetings. He was ignored every time. Senbad really didn't think that a person of such caliber would perish on the battlefield just like that. As he dragged his injured leg with him while he crawled towards the corpse of Sir Gunmook, he saw that a crude crossbow bolt had pierced the neck of the dead man. Senbad was dumbstruck at the thought that a gold-ranked knight had died on the battlefield just like that, from a stray crossbow bolt. He hadn't even been given the chance to use his abilities. Sir Gunmook must have died a really horrible death, for him to perish here without anyone knowing anything about it. He couldn't even compare to me. I managed to slay 2 enemies before getting injured. Senbad eventually recovered from his stupor. Since the 2 could be considered to be from the same hometown, he dug a ditch within which to bury Gunmook, lest his body be mutilated by wild birds and beasts. As expected, when he searched the corpse, he found that the dead man was actually a walking treasure trove. The stainless steel, full-body armor, was undamaged as Gunmook had died from a bolt straight to his unprotected neck. Senbad couldn't help but wonder what kind of unspeakable sin one had to commit to deserve such an unlucky ending. The corpse also had a sack filled with roughly 400 imperial gold coins and several other precious gemstones. There was even a golden bracelet which still had bloodstains on it in the sack. It seemed that during the past 2 days occupying the small town nearby, Sir Gunmook had profited quite a bit. However, Senbad didn't understand why Sir Gunmook carried so much of his valuables with him in person. Aren't they really unwieldy on the battlefield? Well, whatever. At least I get to take advantage of it. The thing that he was the happiest about was his discovery of a high-ranked Battle Force manual within the sack Sir Gunmook carried with him. The Battle Force attribute of the manual was the same metal type as his own. Flipping open the manual titled Metal Temper Battle Force, Senbad discovered that one of Sir Gunmook's ancestors was a blade master who had unfortunately perished in battle during one of the Empire's invasion attempts on the trade union. The blade master had recorded his insights and realizations in the Metal Temper Battle Force manual. It was to be passed down as a family heirloom so that his descendants would not have to go through trial and error in their Battle Force training. It was a shame that nobody in the family after him had the same metal attribute Battle Force, save for Gunmuk. Even so, it was still a shame. He had only trained to 2-star gold rank at the age of 50. He was simply too lustful and greedy. Now that Senbad had stumbled upon such treasure, he decided to become a deserter. He found himself 2 strolling horses whose owners had died, stripped Gunmuk naked as a newborn baby, and loaded the goods on one of the horses before taking his leave. As the company leader of some of the suicide troops, he was privy to information on a portion of the battle plans, intelligence, and contingencies. He was a rather intelligent man. He didn't head straight home. It wouldn't take long for him to be forcefully re-enlisted and placed on the battlefield once more. He traveled to the coast with his 2 horses instead and built himself a small grass hut in the wilds not far away from the Sea of Grief. He would hunt for a living and occasionally travel to a small town not too far away to buy some food. The rest of his time he would spend training in the Metal Temper Battle Force. In times of war, the key to survival was to have a well-trained body. Sometimes Senbad felt that he was like one of those protagonists in the chivalric novels he read. Now that he had his fortunate encounter, his time to shine would soon come. 3 years later, the 27-year-old finally broke through to the 3-star silver rank, on his birthday no less. Just as he was on the way back from purchasing some alcohol to celebrate, he stumbled upon an unconscious beauty and brought her back with him. Just like something directly out of a novel, that beauty described her life, which was full of drama and grudges when she awoke. There was a bandit lair around 2 days' travel from the place Senbad lived. Actually, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate lair. The men there often raided at sea and seldom operated on land. That was why he wasn't aware that he was the neighbor of pirates all this time. The beauty was, in fact, the daughter of the original head of the pirates, who had been killed off by the second and third heads of the group because he divided the spoils unequally. At first, the third head even wanted to take the beauty as his wife, but the men that were loyal to the beauty's father ambushed the third head when he was about to force the beauty to sleep with him. After that, all hell broke loose. During the conflict, the beauty was injured. She managed to escape, but was pursued. In a fit of panic, she ran as fast and far as she could, before fainting in the middle of the road where Senbad coincidentally met her. Thus, Senbad drew his sword for the sake of the beauty and helped her travel along the path of vengeance. He had heard that the pirates originally had 4 silver-ranked fighters among their ranks. The beauty's father was a 2-star silver rank, the second and third heads, as well as a man referred to as Uncle Torin, were 1-star silver ranks. It was Uncle Torin who had brought some others to ambush the third head. At the time, only the 1-star silver rank second head remained. Senbad felt that it would be stupid of him to not take that opportunity to intervene. All went according to plan and Senbad was able to triumph over the second head, helping the beauty exact her vengeance. The remaining pirates then took him as their leader. With the aid of Uncle Torin, he rebuilt the lair of the pirates and took the role of their boss with the beauty as his wife and mistress of the lair. 10 years had passed in a flash and Senbad already had 2 sons and 1 daughter. He lived a mostly blissful life, but his career was a little lackluster. As the pirate boss, Senbad understood the principle of the early bird gets the worm, but the early worm gets eaten by the bird. That was why he had always been extremely careful when it came to raiding at sea. Whenever he decided to act, he would only do so against smuggling ships or ships that sailed astray from their fleets, without ever touching those belonging to large merchant guilds or nobles. He also never flaunted the wealth he got from raiding. The pirate lair had developed much during the 10 years and began to resemble a normal fishing village more and more. Its population was already reaching 1,000 people. Senbad didn't only focus his attention on raiding, he also recruited vagabonds to begin farming and tending to livestock at the wastelands near the hills. As a result of his foresight, the pirates no longer had to rely on trading with the outside world for food. He also had the elderly, women, and children gather firewood, boil seawater for salt, and even formed a small trading convoy to trade their surplus salt, and raided goods for some other resources the fishing village needed. When there was an opportunity, he would set sail to take it. At other times, he would live an honest life fishing and tending to his home. His life was one filled with relaxation and freedom. But he was aware that even if he managed to disguise the pirate lair as a fishing village, they were not completely safe. There wouldn't be a problem during times of war when others were out killing on the battlefield. But when the situation stabilized, Dominion lords or standing armies would be well within their rights to act against the lair. By then, the scene of peace before him would instantly turn to one of blood, fire, and ash. Additionally, the location of the pirate lair wasn't that well hidden. There were many outsiders who knew of the place, and the terrain wasn't particularly dangerous. It was situated at the coast at a rural and hilly area. The local Dominion lord didn't care much about the lair since the pirates didn't raid his dominion in the first place. These hills were considered a part of Count Zelia's dominion. Count Zelia used to be a division leader of the former empire's army, but he followed Duke Lormo during the civil war of the empire and helped him establish the Lormo Duchy. Thus, he was promoted from a baron to a count and given the piece of land he currently occupied. There were 3 villages and 1 town in Count Zelia's dominion, but most of them were congregated within its southern area. The northern area of his dominion was mostly wastelands, forests, and tidelands. It had been 2 years already since Senbad first got in touch with the count. He had hoped to obtain recognition from the noble, and to legalize the existence of his fishing village. For that, he was willing to become the knight of the count and was also ready to pay a huge sum in taxes. However, Count Zelia was often absent from his own dominion because he served by Duke Lormo's side. Senbad's letter ended up in the hands of the supervisor of the dominion appointed by the count, who looked down on Senbad's pirate background and didn't care for his 3-star silver-ranked battler force. His master was a gold-ranked knight, after all. What the supervisor was concerned about was how he could increase the income of his lord. But Senbad would never accept a tax rate higher than 65%, and wouldn't accept the supervisor's request to send some men to operate at the fishing village so that the tax collection process would be easier. The baseline for Senbad was a tax rate of 50%, which would be paid by the fishing villager themselves without any intervention. But the supervisor was not willing to accept those conditions. He even threatened to have the count send troops to deal with them. As a result, Senbad barked back and said that should the forces of the count ever come, he would drop all pleasantries. He would fight the count's forces in a nearby hilly area. He wondered how high a price the count was willing to pay to wipe them out. Senbad also said that, as long as they existed, they would raid the villages and towns. It was entirely within their ability to render the count's dominion useless. And so, the 2 parties arrived at a stalemate. They could do naught but pay attention to one another warily. The supervisor could only shut one eye when it came to the trading convoy of the fishing village and allow the convenience of trading within the town and villages. Senbad on the other hand would send the supervisor and Count Zelia tribute during festive seasons. So far, the 2 sides managed to get along peacefully. Things had begun to change 2 months ago, however. Senbad had broken through to the 1-star gold rank. Count Zelia, who was far away, at the capital of the Lormo Duchy, heard about it and wrote a personal letter to Senbad. He expressed his willingness to take Senbad in as a knight of his house, and said that he would let the fishing village become the manor of a gold-ranked knight like Senbad. Naturally, Senbad would have to construct the castle or the manor himself, as the count was short on funds. Despite that, there were obvious benefits to Senbad becoming a knight of Count Zelia. In doing so, the folk of the fishing village would be considered citizens of Senbad's manor, and they would only have to pay a tax rate of 30%. However, Count Zelia also stated that he would require Senbad to go to the capital of the Lormo Duchy to do his bidding by his side. The count said that the moment Senbad arrives at the capital, he would knight him on the spot and elevate his status. For Count Zelia, taking in a gold-ranked knight was really different from taking in a silver-ranked knight. Silver-ranked knights were common as clouds, but gold-ranked knights were few and far in between. It was such that the count was even willing to overlook Senbad's background as a pirate. In the battle-force-driven world of Grindia, it was as Senbad had thought, Training hard to get a high battler force rank was the key to survival in the chaotic times of war. After pondering for a month, Senbad accepted the Count's invitation to become a knight of House Salai. However, he couldn't just leave immediately, he had much to do before he could go, such as picking a suitable place for the construction of his castle. Back then, he only thought of first defining the boundaries of the castle and building a makeshift stone building in a moat there, since he didn't yet have the financial capabilities to build a proper one immediately. 2 days ago, however, Senbad received a letter from the Count's supervisor. It stated that the Count's 50th birthday would be in 20 days, and that the Count hoped that he would be able to knight Senbad on the day as well to add another layer of joy to the celebration. The supervisor didn't fail to remind Senbad of the Count's hobbies, implying that he should bring the Count a generous gift for the occasion. But not only was Senbad not well off, he didn't have anything that suited the Count's taste. That was why he turned his sights back to the sea, hoping that he would be able to profit off raiding once more before heading to the capital of the Lormo Duchy to become Count Zalaya's knight. He hoped his wife and children would be able to live better lives after his departure to the capital. "Boss, there are 2 ships over there that seem tangled together. One of them is a quick, twin-masted, middle-class, merchant vessel, and the other looks rather weird. It seems like a middle-class vessel, but it doesn't appear to be in good condition. One of the masts seem burnt. The 2 ships are traveling incredibly slow next to each other. Should we tail them and make a killing?" The one who had spoken was Tok, a huge, burly man with 2-star silver-ranked battler force. He seemed even more like a pirate than Uncle Torin. Senbad nodded in reply. It was obvious that the 2 boats had just been raided. Sights like these were common in the Sea of Grief. The winning side would tie the losing ship to their own to continue their voyage. In doing so they would become sitting ducks themselves. The process of boarding the merchant vessel couldn't be smoother. Nobody resisted or cried out in confusion. In fact, not a single soul could be seen on the ship. On the other hand, there were a few people on the weird-looking ship, all of whom seemed completely oblivious to the presence of the pirates and continued to mind their own business. There was even one youth who placed his finger against his lips and hushed, gesturing for the pirates to be quiet. Senbad had brought 2 armed, twin-masted ships along with him which could travel rather fast. They could reach a maximum speed of 8 to 9 knots. However, they would face some difficulty when traveling against the wind, and required a more experienced helmsman to steer them. Despite that, that particular kind of ship had great battle potential. It could carry many people, which was perfect for boarding actions. The 2 armed ships carried on them around 330 pirates in total. There were roughly 100 pirates who boarded the weird-looking ship. They filled the deck up completely. On the weird ship was a small table on which many beast skins and a pen were placed. A youth with a black ponytail said to a weathered middle-aged man, "The reason I used your secret technique of green and oil glass production as bait is because I think those are nothing special. Look here at this telescope and the eyeglass. These 2 are the things that'll make us a real profit. Also, there's the magnifying glass, glassware, flat glass sheets, thickened glass dividers, and even patterned glass. These are the directions glass working should develop in. Mr. Mancini, you've already roughly got an idea of my thoughts on how glass working can change. When I bring you back to the Dominion, you can be in charge of research and development, as well as production. I'll provide all the manpower and funds you require, and you can experiment to your heart's content without caring about the cost. I trust that my investment in you will multiply 100-fold and benefit our house." Senbad was confused when he heard all that on the deck. Terms like glassworking, research, and technique improvement sounded so foreign that he couldn't quite grasp the concepts. Also, he felt that the scene before him was off somehow, but he couldn't quite put it into words. Just as he was about to instruct his men to be more careful in case that was a trap, he saw the ponytail-wearing youth turn to him and reveal his shiny white teeth, laughing joyfully at Senbad and his men. "You guys took too long to come. You're making me rather impatient," the youth said as he smiled, we've waited here at the Sea of Grief for 2 whole days and only managed to get such a small catch." The youth then looked towards the twin-masted, middle-class merchant vessels and said, "Even so, your ships and crew are in good condition." "That's great." The black-haired youth then stood up and said, "I am Count Norton, Dominion Lord of the Northlands and Silao's Island. I hereby declare that your ship and crew have been expropriated for my use." After that, he pointed directly to Senbad and said, "You seem pretty good. From now on, you'll be the squad leader of my marine assault vanguard." Chapter 250 Threat and Expropriation. Here's the first bonus chapter of the week courtesy of Alan W. from the USA. Enjoy the read. All of the pirates began chattering, "Is that black-haired youth insane? Is he even aware of the situation he's in? Does he really think that he's superior and can push people around just because he's a noble? We are pirates, and this is the free and wide sea. Killing anyone and dumping their corpse tied to a huge rock into the ocean won't leave any traces. Kill him. Skin that baby-faced youth. Squad leader of the Marine Assault Vanguard? What the hell is that?" thought Senbad, just as he felt a strong feeling of humiliation. During the Civil War of the Empire, he was already a company leader. Even though he was merely used as cannon fodder, had it not been for his desertion and fortune, he would have become a regiment leader already. With the passing of 13 years, he'd already broken through to the gold rank and was just about to become the Knight of Count Salai. To think that there would be someone who would dare to call him a mere squad leader. He must think that I'm just another person he can use as cannon fodder. Ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Senbad slowly drew his sword and promised himself that he'd teach that long-haired youth a lesson he'd never forget. "I will make sure this count never goes to sea again." Senbad waved his hand, indicating for the other pirates to quiet down, before manifesting his golden blade glow. He felt a sudden desire to look at the youth's expression and wondered whether the youth would freak out upon discovering his gold rank battle force. Much to Senbad's surprise, however, the youth revealed a look of pleasant surprise rather than regret upon seeing his golden blade glow. "Oh!" the young-looking count uttered happily, "I really didn't think that there would be a gold rank fighter amongst you pirates. It seems that I have quite a good eye. That's it, you'll definitely be the one to take up the position of the Marine Assault Vanguard squad leader." Senbad only felt a rush of anger cloud his mind as his face puffed red and purple. He gripped his sword so hard that it shook as he said, "I will cut you into pieces and feed you to the fish." After that, Senbad leaped towards the young count like a ferocious panther. The chronicles in the future stated that the Raging Bear King, Norton Lorist, had 16 generals which were often discussed by others. Those 16 gold-ranked knights had already been with him by the time he stepped on the path of uniting the Chrisan Empire. The common trait among those knights were that none of them were of noble birth, the only exception was divine marksman Jusk. Even he was originally an orphan who was adopted into a noble family. The 16 gold-ranked knights would later become the paragons of future generations. Some of them would be made dukes, and some of them would eventually become blade masters. Among them, one who was both a blade master and a duke, was the controversial and legendary Senbad. When he first went under Lorist's wing, he was made a Marine Assault Vanguard squad leader right away. After every naval expedition he participated in, his position would slowly rise until, eventually, he became the admiral of House Norton's naval forces. When Lorist formed his own nation, Senbad was made a duke. He came to be known to others as the Windstorm Duke. During the 80th birthday celebration of the Windstorm Duke, per his grandson's suggestion, Senbad began to dictate his experiences for his grandson to organize into a 1,000,000-word autobiography titled From Pirate to Duke. The book mainly described his exploits following his recruitment into the Raging Bear King, Lorist's, ranks. After the book was published, it only took half a year for it to become one of the best-selling books on the whole of Grindia with more than 1,000,000 copies sold. Many newer editions were published over the following decades. Countless military historians and strategists relied on it for their careers. Naturally, the book also had its fair share of criticism. During the time of its publication, many of the pirates who had joined Lorist were still alive. When Count Talk read the first chapter of the book, he claimed that Senbad had lied about how he felt Lorist's domineering aura right away, which was why Senbad took Lorist as his lord at the very first moment. The white-haired Count Talk said to the reporters, back then, Senbad felt so humiliated that he wanted to kill himself. A gold-ranked knight like him was actually toyed with by a young-looking count like a rag doll for half an hour. He had been unable to put up the slightest resistance. "What were you doing back then?" asked one of the reporters. Count Talk laughed bitterly and said, "The moment Senbad was knocked off his feet and fell onto the deck, we rushed to his aid right away. It was then when His Highness spent less than 10 minutes beating us all down on his own. He had said that from that moment on, our lives no longer belonged to ourselves, they belonged to him. The reason he disarmed us was so that we wouldn't kill ourselves in the heat of the moment. So it was then when all of you joined His Highness, joined his struggles, and managed to rake in lots of achievements yourselves. What a drastic change in your futures that was!" exclaimed the reporter in realization with a look of admiration. The gold-ranked knight, Count Talk, no longer spoke and closed his eyes. Bright futures and great achievements. The reporters made it sound so light-hearted. I wonder if they know how bloody and dangerous that path was. It was filled with killings and mountains of bones. Out of the 300 or so pirates who joined, only around 30 survived. Had it not been for His Highness's underhanded methods back then, who would have been willing to join him on that so-called path to glory? Senbad, who was knocked flat onto the deck, kept crawling up to fight again. He wasn't willing to become a mere squad leader for the Marine Vanguard. Even Talk, who was clutching his waist and had forgotten his pain, could see the pathetic puffy-faced look of the beaten Senbad. He could feel Senbad's yearning for death. He had been played like a puppet by an unarmed count despite being a gold-ranked knight. The pure humiliation made it so that he would rather die in battle than live with it for the rest of his life. In the end, Lorist kicked Senbad unconscious in annoyance. By the time Senbad was awake, he found himself tied onto a mast. The rest of the pirate leaders, including Talk, shared his fate. They could see that all 4 ships were sailing towards the fishing village. Not all of the pirates were as stubborn as Senbad. He saw many of his crew working as sailors, per the orders of a stranger he didn't recognize. He took a look at the cursed, black-haired, ponytailed count and thought, oh, he even had a change of clothes. The count was standing in front of Senbad with a cup of tea in his hands, smiling at him with his white teeth. "I admire your bravery and strong will. Naturally, I've noted your gold rank battle force as well," the youthful count said, "but those are not important. What is that I have found out about your situation and you only have 2 options to choose from. First, serve me and I will treat your family well, just like I treat the family members of my soldiers. Their livelihoods will all be taken care of by the house. Second, you may refuse my suggestion and I will kill you without the slightest hesitation. As for your family, your beautiful wife and 3 children." The count then licked his lips with his tongue. "No, you can't do that," muttered Senbad, panicked. The count had prodded at the only soft spot in his heart. "You're a noble, you can't do something so underhanded." "Underhanded?" The youthful count snorted, "You don't even know what that word truly means. And don't forget that you're a pirate. Even if you've broken through to the gold rank, a pirate is still a pirate. Your hands are no doubt stained with the blood of countless innocents. The people you've killed at sea all had their own families. They all had parents, wives, and children. How many blissful families have you ruined? Now that it's your turn, you're telling me that it's underhanded." At that moment, the young count stopped smiling and revealed a sinister expression that looked absolutely terrifying to Senbad. "Think about it. After your death, your beautiful wife will no doubt fetch a great price with a slave trader. After that, she'll spend countless days passed around from man to man, crying out in pain. As for your sons, they'll have to spend their lives with no clothes and food, and will be forced to fight for food from wild dogs. During winter, there's no doubt that they'll die somewhere in the streets, frozen as unmoving statues that get nothing from passers-by but their pity. Stop talking! Senbad cried out in tears, I will serve you. Spare my family, and you can do as you wish with my life. Ugh! Lorist didn't expect that Senbad would cave in so quickly. Tch, I still haven't gotten to your daughter's fate. Lorist turned to the snickering Tok, who was similarly tied up at the mast. What are you laughing at? It'll be the same for you. Think about your family. I'll serve you as well, my lord. Oh, please spare my family, replied Tok casually. Gah! Lorist was completely speechless. After he recovered, he figured that he couldn't just rely on threats and had to offer them some incentive as well. Very well. Serve me well, and I will make you the knights of my family. In the future, I might even make you landed nobles. This is not an empty promise. I vow this to you on the Norton family name. Just like that, Senbad became Lorist's lackey. For the sake of becoming the knight of Count Salai, he had gone back to sea to rob for the count. No, a better way to put it was to find a gift for the count. Instead he ended up in Lorist's hand. He became a proud squad leader of the Marine Vanguard troops. Having his path as a knight for a count extinguished, he became the cannon fodder of yet another count. But his eventual achievements would come to define his future, and would go on to impress and awe many. With Senbad and Tok's cooperation, Lorist managed to take over the pirate lair, or fishing village, as some would prefer to call it, without trouble. Much to Lorist's delight, the fishing village had a properly outfitted shipyard, meaning that the Flying Fish of Dawn could receive adequate repairs, and didn't have to crawl her way back to Silao's island. I didn't think that this pirate lair of yours would be so well managed. I really couldn't see that talent in you, Lorist praised Senbad. Currently, Senbad, his wife, and his 3 children were brought before Lorist. Employing the stick and carrot method, Lorist stroked the head of Senbad's 8-year-old son and said, "This kid looks rather intelligent. Not bad. All right, when he's 16, I will take him as my disciple and he'll serve as my personal attendant. Howard, take care of this junior apprentice brother of yours. Give him the training routines you used to use so he can work on it as well." "Yes, my lord," Howard said. He was happy to no longer the most junior disciple under Lorist. Thank you, my lord," Senbad expressed his gratitude in a troubled fashion. To him, this wasn't a fortunate encounter. He thought that his son was being taken hostage to ensure his obedience. "All right, they'll be leaving tomorrow. Rest up and have a good time with your family during the night. Don't worry, when they arrive at the Northlands, they will write you a letter. When you read it you'll realize how fortunate it is for them to be able to live there," said Lorist. The first thing Lorist did when he arrived at the fishing village was to gather up the family members of Senbad, Tok, and the other pirate leaders and send them to the Northlands. Senbad knew that he would no longer be able to serve as Count Elias knight. Instead he would have to be the so-called squad leader of the Marine Vanguard Corps. It was no more than a suicide unit in his mind. He was worried that his inability to serve as a knight of Count Salai might invoke his rage. He feared that the Count would send soldiers to the fishing village. Senbad wasn't sure whether that would come to pass or not, so he had no choice but to agree to Lorist's arrangements. He only hoped that the desolate Northlands he had heard so much about was as nice a place to live as the Count had said. It wasn't that nobody tried to escape at all. Some planned to secretly bring their family members to the nearby hills and camp there for a fortnight. They believed the accursed Count wouldn't stay at the fishing village very long. Additionally, no matter how good at fighting the Count was, he was only a single person. There was no way he could monitor every corner of the fishing village at all times. As for his men, they were busy defending the 4 ships. More than a couple pirates were ready to escape. It was then when Jisk appeared at the plaza of the fishing village with his green bow. He shot an arrow towards a tree thick enough for a person to barely loop his arms around, roughly 100 meters away. It was felled completely and even sent flying. A few hundred men witnessed, with their own eyes, a huge tree sent flying for 3 or so meters. The stump of the tree splintered as if it was knocked down by a huge force. Jisk's reason for shooting the tree was that the sparrows nesting in it were too noisy. Everyone knew it was actually a show of strength. Nobody dared to take the risk to escape after that. After all, they were faced with a gold-ranked divine marksman. He could hear the noises made by sparrows 100 meters away. The sounds the pirates would make should they attempted escape would be like a shining beacon for the marksman to fire at. Many of them hoped that someone else would attempt escape first. It would afford them an opportunity to test the marksman's capabilities before making their decision to leave or stay. In the end, none of them tried. Dawn was upon them before anything was achieved. The time to board the ships had come. The pirates experienced something akin to separation for life as they watched their family members being brought on board the ships with teary eyes. Lorist had the Flying Fish of Dawn sent into the shipyard for repairs before forming a small fleet with the 3 middle-class merchant vessels. Jisk and Els were the fleet's main escort. He had all the marines injured or otherwise Master Manchini and his family, and Professor Balba and his maidservant, Swila, sent to Silao's island before they would be transferred to the new port city at the Northlands. To Lorist, they were people he couldn't afford to lose. With Silao's island being in the eyes of the Chictor Merchant Guild, there was no way Lorist would allow them to remain there. As a precaution, he felt it was best for him to send them to the main dominion in the Northlands. The other 100 or so family members of the pirates would be sent to Silao's island using the other 3 ships. They would be manned by some more honest and loyal pirates. After they dropped their passengers off at the island, they would return. As for the ones remaining at the fishing village, because there wasn't enough space on board, Lorist wrote a letter to Charade to tell him how to deal with the matter. The trip to Silao's island and back would take roughly 20 days. After sending away the small fleet, Lorist focused his attention on the Flying Fish of Dawn. Accompanying him were Howard, Captain Wilson, and 2 other guards. Fortunately, all the Flying Fish of Dawn needed was a new mast, which didn't pose too much trouble. 5 days later, the Flying Fish of Dawn was good as new and set sail for the Sea of Grief once again. As fishing while waiting for other pirates to take the bait and raid them would take too much time, Lorist elected to take a more active stance. Given the advantage in speed and agility of the Flying Fish of Dawn, he raided the ships that caught his eye at the Sea of Grief. Lorist did all that in the name of expropriation. He made it clear that if the ship owners cooperated, and didn't resist, House Norton would repay their losses in full. As for those who didn't believe his promises, they were given a taste of Lorist's fists. Senbad finally saw for himself the savagery and shamelessness nobles were capable of. The robbery, or as Lorist put it, expropriation, opened his eyes to a whole new world. Compared to Lorist expropriation, Senbad's previous raids felt like nothing more than child's play. At the same time, the pirates felt incredibly lucky for their encounter. They once saw 2 large-class merchant vessels belonging to the Wesha Merchant Guild with 3 gold-ranked swordsmen and 7 to 8 other silver-ranked fighters on board. Lorist boarded their ship alone and didn't take more than 15 minutes to kill off those high-ranked fighters, before 100 other normal fighters, who didn't believe what they were seeing, rushed into a suicidal attack, and perished. The remaining people on the deck of those ships could only watch and shiver in terror. By the time Lorist returned to them, completely covered in blood, all the pirates lowered their heads to pay their respects. Even Senbad lowered the head he had proudly held high up until then. He understood that, had it not been for the mercy Lorist showed him, allowing him a second chance to serve Lorist, he would have become a dead soul at sea. After 20 days, Jisk and Els brought the 3 ships back to the fishing village along with Jim and 500 other guards. By that time, the fishing village's coasts were already filled with up to 50 middle-class vessels and 4 large-class, long-distance merchant vessels. There were so many ships that the coast was almost unrecognizable. Lorist said with satisfaction, "We should have enough ships by now. Senbad, I'll put you in charge of organizing the crews for the ships. We'll head back to Silao's island soon." Senbad lowered his head respectfully and said, "As you will, my lord."